Chapter 1. An engagement to break off? Hurry up! In the illustrious city of Suzhou and Hangzhou, at the Tang family estate, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Today marked the birthday celebration of the esteemed elder of the Tang family, drawing high society families from all over. In this grand setting, a strikingly handsome young man with sharp eyebrows suddenly shuddered and exclaimed, "What the?" After swiftly acclimating to the memories flooding his mind, Tang Yu found himself on the verge of a breakdown. He was an avid fan of web literature, having indulged in nearly 1,000 urban power fantasies. Recently, however, he had come into possession of a rather troublesome villain system. This ludicrous system compelled him to play the role of a villain in these narratives, offering rewards each time he survived major plot events. If he managed to stay alive until the story's conclusion, he could return to his own world with a trove of rewards and riches. Yet, curiously, every single time, his character's introduction was akin to a hellish nightmare. For instance, during his 8th traversal, he found himself in the role of a security guard tasked with stopping the protagonist from entering a company. It is common knowledge that security guards and bodyguards in urban tales are plagued with peril, and his fate had him being sent flying by the male lead, Long Shui, shattering glass upon impact and meeting a tragic end. In the preceding round, the protagonist was none other than the revered North Xian Tianzun, a transcendent being who had failed to undergo a tribulation and was reborn in the city, capable of single-handedly bracing missiles. As a villain, he had barely a moment to utter a word before being slapped to his demise. The saying, "The master leads you to the door, but it's up to you to be executed," perfectly encapsulated his situation with the villain system. "What the hell is this book?" Tang Yu inwardly yelled as despair washed over him. This one is titled War God Dragon King in the Flower City. You're currently at Chapter 57, came the system's cold response. Instantly, Tang Yu recalled the plot of this particular narrative. It was a standard trope-ridden power fantasy, featuring a protagonist named Ye Chen. Born into a prestigious family in Yanjing, he had faced a catastrophic slaughter at the age of 5. Taken abroad by an elderly man, he transformed into the world's most elite assassin, crafting a mercenary organization known as Dragon Soul, earning himself the moniker of Dragon King. In addition, his medical skills were unparalleled, and he often manipulated precious stones with ease. Now, hidden in plain sight as he returned to Huaxia, his mission was to unearth the truth behind the massacre of his family, while simultaneously toying with dozens of beautiful women, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of success. Tang Yu, on the other hand, had the stature of the eldest young master of the Tang family, the foremost among Suzhou and Hangzhou's 4 prominent clans, with assets amounting to trillions. One would expect that upon inhabiting such a character, the experience would be exhilarating. But even the most exalted villain merely served as a stepping stone for the protagonist. As he recalled the plot of Chapter 57, his pallor drained. "Oh no, am I about to die again?" Today marked his grandfather's birthday banquet, during which he was meant to become engaged to the novel's first female lead, Su Mu Yue. The Su family was also one of the 4 major families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, albeit the least distinguished. For 3 long years, Tang Yu had been a sycophant of Su Mu Yue, exhausting countless family resources to court her. Yet she had never deigned to acknowledge him. Unable to bear it any longer, the elders of the Tang family decided to arrange a union with the Su family, hoping to solidify the 2 families' ties. Ye Chen, the Dragon King, after learning of this engagement, would inevitably cause chaos at the banquet, whisking away Su Mu Yue. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, the pitiful sycophant, would be rendered a vegetable by Ye Chen's contemptuous kick, eventually meeting his end. Is this some kind of sick joke? Tang Yu couldn't help but curse in his mind. The very premise of his villain role was outright foolish. How could a graduate of Yale, handsome and with a fortune in the billions, stoop to being a mere sycophant for a woman who constantly rebuffed him? A man of wealth, like one in the millions, would have been off living luxuriously in a Cadillac, reveling in life. I can't let this happen. I need to devise a plan. Tang Yu surveyed the banquet hall, bustling with numerous guests arriving for his grandfather's birthday celebration. Soon, his gaze landed on a young man seated discreetly in the corner, a glass of red wine in hand. This man was Ye Chen, his current identity being Su Mu Yue's bodyguard. As Tang Yu silently plotted, a beautifully dressed girl in a stunning blue gown approached him, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Su Mu Yue's icy demeanor radiated disdain as she peered at him with disapproval. Mr. Tang, please, I request that you cease pursuing me. Let us cancel the engagement. I shall not acquiesce, she stated indifferently, having caught him off guard. With clarity now reigning in his mind, Tang Yu welcomed her words, eagerly nodding. I agree. Su Mu Yue, momentarily stunned by his enthusiastic response, stared at him in disbelief. Had she truly heard him correctly? Simultaneously, a cacophony of sarcastic commentary echoed in her ears. You absolutely must not go through with this engagement. I owe your ancestors a great debt, but he'll repay it in my next life. Hurry off to elope with your Ye Chen. It's hilariously absurd. He needs you for his harem. Furrowing her brow, she glanced around, unable to identify the source of the voice. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang Yu's thoughts, yet there was no movement from him. Are you not wishing to break off the engagement? Come then, let's discuss this with our elders, Tang Yu urged with a calm smile. If he backed out of the engagement, there was no way Ye Chen would pester him anymore. This child of fate was someone he could afford to avoid his role as a villain, was to simply steer clear of trouble and glide into a peaceful existence until the conclusion of the story. How wonderful! Su Mu Yue acquiesced, following Tang Yu as they departed to negotiate with their families. Tang Yu's expression remained composed, but internally he was overjoyed. What a relief! Cut ties with this foolish woman, and Ye Chen won't come after me anymore. I must survive until the story's end. Such a shame. Though Su Mu Yue is the most beautiful woman in Suzhou and shall become part of Ye Chen's harem. What a tragic tale for the Su family, but it's classic brainless fantasy literature. As the sarcastic inner voice continued, it struck Su Mu Yue that this was undoubtedly Tang Yu's voice. After all, in the corridor, it was just the two of them. Renowned as Suzhou's first beauty, she was not merely an attractive face, exceptional intelligence accompanied her beauty. In a flash of understanding, her expression darkened. Ye Chen? The one she had hired to be her bodyguard after he saved her from a group of thugs? She had kept him close, grateful for his assistance in safeguarding her. Yet now she found herself uncomfortably entangled in the prospect of having him as a consort. The realization hit her. How could she, a woman of privilege, ever stoop to being a paramour of a mere bodyguard? Chapter 2. Breaking the mold soon. The two arrived at a study where the elders from the Tang and Su families were gathered, engaged in discussions regarding a potential marriage alliance. Upon entering, they greeted each elder in turn. Tang Yu, you have arrived just in time. There is something I wish to discuss with you, a middle-aged man with a square face, who was none other than Tang Yu's father. Tang Gangcheng called out. I just had a conversation with your Uncle Su and others, and we believe that you and Mu Yu are quite well matched, that we intend to finalize your marriage. What do you think? I find it unsuitable. Tang Yu decisively rejected the proposal. The expressions of those present turned peculiar. Unsuitable? Everyone in Swang knew that this young man had pursued her for 3 long years. Tang Yu cleared his throat and continued. Esteemed elders, as the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. I have recently reflected on this and realized that my personality does not align well with Mu Yu's. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and it is best for both parties to decide together. I appreciate your concern for us, he concluded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Now I won't be beaten to death. The elders from the Tang and Su families were left dumbfounded. After a moment of silent exchange, Su Mu Yu's father, Su Chongshan, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yu, I understand your feelings. Is it Mu Yu who pressured you to say this? Don't worry. I will handle this matter today. Tang Yu was taken aback. Uncle, are you hoping I get beaten to a pulp? That is not the case, Uncle Su. I truly... Just as he began to explain, Su Chongshan waved his hand dismissively. No need to elaborate. I understand you. He then turned to his daughter with a frown. Mu Yu, why don't you tell us how Xiao Yu has treated you over the years? He has shown you deep affection and care. When you were ill and hospitalized, how long did he stay by your side? In terms of conditions and appearance, what does Xiao Yu lack compared to you? And yet you force him to say such things. It truly infuriates me. Su Mu Yue, drenched in her father's spittle, was momentarily stunned. What does it mean that I forced him? This guy is practically overjoyed in his heart, isn't he? Hurry up and retort. Why are you just standing there? Argue with your father, so we can mess this up and go our separate ways. I'll find 10 or 8 sisters to have fun with. If you don't speak up soon, I'll be in real trouble. Do you still want to elope with your Dragon King, Ye Chen? At that moment, another voice of complaint echoed. Seeing Tang Yu wink at her, Su Mu Yue's anger flared. What a bastard, casually mentioning your Ye Chen. Who does he think he is? Why would I elope with a bodyguard? And hearing that he intends to find 10 or 8 sisters only fueled her ire further. After chasing me for 3 years, he changes his mind just like that? Dad, I didn't make him say that. I support the marriage. Su Mu Yue suddenly declared in exasperation. Su Chongshan was taken aback. His expression one of disbelief. You're not deceiving me, are you? No. She shook her head. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip. He has indeed treated me well, and I am touched by his sincerity. However, I would prefer to start with dating first, if that is all right. Of course, that is perfectly fine. A meal is eaten bite by bite. Take your time. Hearing this, Su Chongshan's face broke into a relieved smile. It turned out that it was not his daughter opposing the marriage, but rather that Xiao Yu was concerned about potentially burdening her, hence his willingness to give up on the alliance. What a thoughtful son-in-law. The elders in the room began to smile as well, sharing the same sentiment. Tang Yu, who had just been smiling, now wore a countenance more dismal than if he had consumed something foul. Approaching Su Mu Yue, he forced a smile that was more pitiable than tears. Mu Yue, you needn't pressure yourself like this. I understand your perspective. Su Mu Yue softly bit her lip and replied, but my perspective is to start with dating first. Xiao Yu. Mu Yue is simply a bit reserved and not good at expressing herself. That don't assume she doesn't like you. Girls can be shy. Su Chongshan encouraged, patting Tang Yu's shoulder with a kind smile. Tang Yu's face twitched, while Su Mu Yue heard a string of exasperated complaints in her mind. You're insane. We agreed to back out of the marriage. Who wants to date you? You should follow the plot of a sweet story. The Dragon King's harem is your destiny. Please come to your senses and stop this madness. As she heard these inner thoughts, a slight smile crept onto Su Mu Yue's lips, amusement flickering in her eyes. Watching Tang Yu's flustered state was quite entertaining. His current demeanor was far more intriguing than his previous lovesick self. All right, since they see eye to eye, we needn't worry anymore. Let us go announce this matter, the elder Tang suddenly interjected. The group laughed as they exited the study, with Tang Yu and Su Mu Yue trailing behind. Seeing the hint of a smile on her face, Tang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a flurry of military punches upon her. Didn't we agree not to pursue this marriage? He whispered through gritted teeth. But I was moved by your sincerity. Su Mu Yue's smile grew warmer. It was the first time Tang Yu had seen her smile at him like that, leaving him momentarily dazed. That he reached out to touch her forehead, concerned she might be unwell. If you're feeling unwell, we should go to the hospital for a checkup. Marriage is not a trivial matter. Think this through. Tang Yu advised earnestly. Sister, if you're sick, hurry and get treated if you don't see a doctor. I'll end up seeing a coroner instead. I'm fine. I've thought this through, and we haven't even married yet, Su Mu Yue replied, seemingly unfazed. Then I must object. A forced marriage brings no sweetness. Not to worry. It suffices to quench thirst, she said, her smile growing ever brighter. Seeing him in such a predicament filled her with delight. She looked at Tang Yu earnestly and said, Moreover, with your sudden change in attitude, is there a possibility that you've contracted a terminal illness and are worried about burdening me? Tang Yu's expression turned to one of despair. He was at a loss for words. This woman was certainly not following the script. She must have lost her mind. I might truly be doomed now. Soon, Ye Chen will undoubtedly cause a scene, having finally achieved the status of a wealthy and handsome antagonist. Am I destined to lose it all? Damn this glitch storyline. As Tang Yu's complaints echoed once more, Su Mu Yue grew increasingly curious. Would events unfold just as he envisioned? Chapter 3. The Dragon King appears upon returning to the hall. Elder Tang first expressed his gratitude to the guests who had come to celebrate his birthday. That he then summoned Tang Yu and Su Mu Yue before him, announcing to all, dear friends and family, there is yet another joyous occasion I wish to share. Our Tang family has decided to form a marriage alliance with the Su family. From this day forth, Su Mu Yue shall be considered half a granddaughter-in-law of the Tang family. After Elder Tang's proclamation, the guests attending the banquet erupted into applause. the Su family members beaming with delight. Meanwhile, in a corner, Ye Chen, savoring red wine, suddenly darkened his expression. A fierce aura radiated from him as he strode purposefully towards Tang Yu. Su Mu Yue was the woman he desired. Anyone who dared to interfere would face dire consequences. Oh no, he is coming, and he is radiating hostility. Damn it, why is this happening again? Am I destined to be beaten today? At that moment, Tang Yu's complaints resurfaced. Su Mu Yue glanced over and indeed saw Ye Chen approaching with a fierce demeanor, leaving her momentarily stunned. Today, the Su family had come to the banquet without their bodyguards, yet Ye Chen had appeared here nonetheless, mirroring Tang Yu's forebodings. I oppose this marriage, he shouted angrily from 3 meters away. All eyes turned to him, the guests, mostly from noble families in Suong, failing to recognize Ye Chen, apart from a few from the Su family that Su Chongshan, recalling that Ye Chen was the new bodyguard, glared at him and retorted, "Who do you think you are? A mere bodyguard has no right to meddle in the affairs of the Su family." A glint of killing intent flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Were it not for the fact that the speaker was Su Mu Yue's father, he would have already taken action. Here he stood, the Dragon King, commanding respect abroad. Even the aristocracy of Europe would never dare speak to him in such a manner. He fixed his gaze on the Su family, pointing an accusatory finger. The esteemed Su family, a prominent lineage, is willing to sacrifice a young girl's happiness for the sake of family prosperity. Do you not feel a shred of shame? Here it comes, the classic verbal duel begins. Interfering in others' affairs is one thing, but soon he will resort to violence, playing the hero and saving the damsel. In the end, it is the Su family that will bear the brunt of it. But as the protagonist of a cliché tale, a hero's rise is often paved with the bones of many. After all, everyone else serves as mere stepping stones. Tang Yu's internal monologue resumed. According to the original script, Su Mu Yue was forced by her family to agree to the marriage, just when she was at her most desperate. The Dragon King Ye Chen would swoop in and rescue her. After breaking the chains of her heart, he would become her sole reliance. Thus, she would fall for Ye Chen and become the first member of his harem. However, Su Mu Yue, at this moment, furrowed her brow slightly, devoid of any feelings of surprise or delight. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts for so long, her mindset had completely transformed. How dare this little bodyguard act so recklessly? Throw him out! Su Chongshan bellowed in a fury that in no time, a tall man clad in a suit rushed over. It was Ye Chen, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguard team, that a retired special forces soldier. Ye Chen's skills were unquestionable, and his loyalty to the Tang family was unwavering. According to the original plot, he was the first to strike and also the first to be killed. After his demise, it would soon be Tang Yu's turn to face misfortune. Do not act impulsively, Tang Yu quickly intervened, stepping in front of Ye Chen. Let us discuss this calmly. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and resorting to violence would only mar the festivities. Seeing the young master speak, Ye Chen finally halted. Look, Tang Xiao possesses great composure, choosing not to stoop to the level of such brutes. If it were me, I would have already dragged him out and fed him to the dogs. I suspect he merely seeks to vie for Tang Xiao's affections. He hardly seems worthy with that pathetic appearance. Tang Xiao, quickly issue a challenge and put him in his place. The onlookers began to shower praises upon Tang Yu for his grace, while simultaneously taking jabs at Ye Chen. This was a common trope in such novels. The bystanders would incite the protagonist's anger. The antagonist would then boast, only to be swiftly dealt with. Tang Yu felt a surge of panic upon hearing their words. Why are you shouting so loudly? Could you not be a bit more civil? You may find it amusing, but I'm the one who could end up in the crematorium. As expected, upon hearing the crowd's remarks, Ye Chen's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Tang Yu. Was all his fault. Had he not pursued Su Mu Yue, matters would not have escalated to this point. What the hell are you staring at me for? I did not insult you. I didn't even provoke anyone. What more do you want? If you wish to take someone, do it swiftly. Do not direct your ire at me, you foolish idiot. Tang Yu felt an uncomfortable tightening in his gut under Ye Chen's intense stare. This man, as the Dragon King, could easily outmatch the entire bodyguard team of the Tang family single-handedly. If he truly unleashed his wrath, it wouldn't be long before everyone was dining on their own flesh at the Tang family estate. Su Mu Yue, having listened for quite some time, could no longer suppress a laugh. The moment she smiled, Ye Chen's demeanor softened slightly, that he mistakenly believed that her laughter was a reaction to his defense of her. Thus, he approached Su Mu Yue with a charming grin, his lips curving into a captivating arc, and declared, Mu Yue, no one can sacrifice your freedom for their own gain, that as long as I am here. You can go wherever you wish. Anyone who stands in your way shall perish. Meanwhile, Tang Yu discreetly took a couple of steps back to create some distance, feeling a surge of excitement. Yes, go for it. If the male and female leads hold hands successfully, they should make their swift exit. In the original storyline, Tang Yu would have already led the bodyguards into action. Now, he had called them off. As long as this man took Su Mu Yue away, the subsequent events would be none of his concern. Ye Chen moved to grasp Su Mu Yue's hand, intending to lead her away from the Tang family. However, before his fingers could brush against her skin, she retreated a couple of steps, her expression cold as she confronted him. What do you think you're doing? Are you insane? When have I ever had my freedom sacrificed? After overhearing the crowd's sentiments, she had come to realize the nature of her predicament. She appeared to be trapped within a novel. According to the usual plot, she would have already eloped with this man. The thought of becoming part of his harem filled her with revulsion. The Ye Chen's face registered shock, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. This woman dared to reject him. Did she not understand that he was the only one willing to defy the world for her when everyone else betrayed her? He quickly regained his composure, smiling at Su Mu Yue. Mu Yue, I understand your fears, fear not. With me around, the Tang family would not dare to lay a finger on you. With that, he cast a cold glare towards Tang Yu. Su Mu Yue's reluctance to accompany him could only mean she was being coerced by this man. What was this so-called Tang Xiao? What was he worth? If this were abroad, a mere command from him could summon 100 mercenaries to obliterate the Tang family in an instant. Are you out of your mind? Why should I care about your affairs? I've already told my bodyguards to stand down. And you, Su Mu Yue, you truly are devious. Must you resort to such theatrics to protect him? I'll offer you 1,000,000. Just vanish and leave me be, please. At this moment, Tang Yu felt a deep desire to end it all. Both of these individuals seemed utterly deranged. You are overestimating your significance. You are merely a bodyguard for the Su family. Effective immediately, you are dismissed. Please leave this place at once. Su Mu Yue's exquisite visage bore a hint of anger as she pointed toward the door. However, her ire was not solely directed at Ye Chen, but also at Tang Yu. How dare he continue to prattle on as if she was enamored with Ye Chen? The more she insisted, the more Ye Chen felt elated. Look, she was protecting him by playing the villain. She harbored feelings for him. Truly, she was the woman worthy of the Dragon King. Possessing both grace and understanding, he gazed at Su Mu Yue with newfound tenderness, his smile growing increasingly mischievous and self-assured as he spoke. Mu Yue, I will not abandon you. With me by your side, you need not worry. The Tang family is of no consequence. Chapter 4. Captain, do not act impulsively. I fear you will be killed. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Tang family wore expressions of fury. As Su Mu Yue felt goosebumps rise on her skin, nearly spewing out her breakfast. Goodness, that gaze was truly a manifestation of pure malice. I will ask you one last time. Will you leave or not? Su Mu Yue demanded angrily. If you do not leave, then neither shall I. Ye Chen replied resolutely, refusing to budge that the Dragon King. His possessiveness was exceptionally strong. He would not permit his woman to remain in the perilous clutches of the Tang family. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. At that moment, Ye Chen, the Tang family's bodyguard captain, could no longer endure. Clenching his fists, he was about to charge forward, but Tang Yu intervened once more, urging him, Captain He, do not act rashly. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and it would be unfortunate to have bloodshed. Rest assured, young master, I shall not kill him, Ye Chen promised, his eyes reddening. I fear, you may be the one to be killed. This lad is no ordinary foe. Tang Yu lowered his voice. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, touched. Thank you for your concern, young master. After receiving the Tang family's kindness for so many years, I would rather perish than watch the family be disgraced. Damn it, if you perish, he might come for me next. What is wrong with these people today? Why must they provoke him? Tang Yu felt utterly defeated. Was it so difficult to play the role of a villain? The Su family members were now livid that a mere bodyguard had audaciously defied them, jeopardizing the entire family. Infuriated, Su Chongshan lunged forward and shoved Ye Chen hard. Yet, Ye Chen stood firm, immovable as a mountain. Su Chongshan could not budge him. Enraged, Su Chongshan delivered a punch to Ye Chen's face, shouting, "You filthy scoundrel! Get lost! Do not linger around my daughter, that I shall have but one son-in-law in my lifetime, and that is Tang Yu, that if you persist, I swear the Su family will not spare you." The punch lacked significant force but was laden with humiliation, that a flicker of intense murderous intent flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. However, considering Su Chongshan was his future father-in-law, he silently uttered two words: endure. Indeed, as the Dragon King, the ability to endure was of utmost importance. He replied coldly, "If I am unwelcome here, then I shall take my leave." With that, he cast a venomous glare at Tang Yu. This scoundrel had deliberately refrained from stepping in, allowing the Su family to confront him, all to manipulate Su Mu Yue. He intended to use the Su family to coerce her into submission. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid tenfold in blood from both him and the Tang family. Mu Yue, remember this. No matter what happens in the future, whenever you need me, I will be there to protect you. After leaving those words behind, Ye Chen strode away. You must be out of your mind. Why do you care about my affairs? So you intend to make this personal, do you? I understand you two share a deep bond, but this is not the way to go about it. I beg you, Su Mu Yue, hurry and leave with your husband. Just get out of here. As Ye Chen departed, his expression seething with rage, Tang Yu felt a surge of frustration. Beside him, Su Mu Yue was equally furious. She had endured hearing this man refer to her as your husband for far too long. Unable to contain herself, she walked over to Tang Yu and planted a kiss on his cheek, as if kissing a dog. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick to react, blocking her face with his hand, causing her kiss to land on the back of his hand. What the hell? You vile creature. You actually tried to kiss me. Lucky for me, I am skilled enough to avoid your grasp. Perhaps you will live to see another day. The two exchanged incredulous glances, while the guests erupted into laughter at the comical scene. As Ye Chen reached the door, the sound of merriment reached his ears, prompting him to glance back in disbelief. His woman was kissing another man, though it was merely on the back of his hand. The laughter of the guests further inflamed his rage that he clenched his fists tightly, yet ultimately refrained from unleashing a violent rampage. He understood that this was likely Su Mu Yue's way of protecting herself. She was shielding him from the Tang family. After all, she was unaware of his identity and strength as the Dragon King. But now was not the time to reveal himself. He still needed to remain undercover and gradually uncover the truth behind the massacre from years ago. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen stormed out of the Tang family estate. Filled with resentment, the Tang family no longer holds any necessity for existence. After the banquet concluded, the members of the Su family hurried to apologize to the Tang family. Tang Yu sat on the sofa with a look of utter bewilderment, contemplating the meaning of life. Damn system, are you messing with me? Why does today's plot deviate so drastically from what was promised? He inwardly cursed that in the original storyline, Su Mu Yue should have regarded him, the devoted admirer, with disdain. Yet today, Su Mu Yue was evidently different. Her intelligence had evidently surged. To protect her Dragon King, she was willing to make such substantial sacrifices. Witnessing Ye Chen's shocked and furious expression as he departed, Tang Yu realized that he would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Perhaps this is merely the butterfly effect resulting from the host's alteration of the storyline, the system replied. What are you laughing at? I recalled something amusing. Amusing my foot. Just give me my reward. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This insufferable system was becoming increasingly toxic. Ding! The host has successfully survived the first segment of the plot. Reward: 1 Lamborghini Veneno, now in the garage. Please check. Following the system's announcement, a car key materialized in Tang Yu's pocket, but he glanced at the key and immediately felt exasperated. What use is this thing? All I have at home is money. And you give me this? He questioned. Isn't the plot already in disarray? Tang Yu inquired again. If you insist on asking, I can only say I have no comment. Tang Yu decided to abandon any further communication with this wretched system. This cursed entity seemed solely intent on leading him to ruin. Nevertheless, having survived the birthday banquet, he had temporarily navigated through a segment of the plot, just as he was about to contemplate his next steps. His mother, Hanyan, approached. "What are you still doing here, dawdling? Mu Yu is leaving. Aren't you going to see her off?" "Let her go," Tang Yu replied, eager for the woman to depart. Had she not disrupted the plot today? He could have been enjoying life by now. Still angry at the Su family. They truly mishandled the situation today, allowing a mere bodyguard to cause such a ruckus. His mother frowned. Indeed, it was not just impolite, it was downright disgraceful. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly grasped his mother's arm, urging her, "Mom, we cannot let this matter go unaddressed. In my opinion, this marriage should be called off. Otherwise, where will our Tang family's dignity be placed if word gets out?" He reveled inwardly. As expected of a mother, she was so understanding. The Tang family, a century of honor. How could they easily concede? His mother lightly tapped his forehead and smiled. "I see your feelings for Mu Yu. Our Tang family does not care for such trivial matters. Your happiness is what truly matters. Mu Yu is indeed a fine girl. Together, she will surely be a supportive partner for you." Seeing that Tang Yu was about to speak again, his mother stood up and declared, "Enough of this charade. I understand your intentions. I wish you both happiness, and remember to visit old Master Wang this afternoon." With that, she strode away, leaving Tang Yu in a state of confusion. Life was truly a trial, growing increasingly burdensome. Chapter 5. The Loyal Lackey. As soon as his mother departed, the head of the bodyguard team, Ye Chen, hurried over, holding an exquisite redwood box that he placed the box on the table and respectfully said, "Young Master Tang, this is a gift from Madam for old Master Wong." "Thank you for your efforts," Tang Yu nodded. The old Master Wong mentioned by his mother was indeed from the Wong family, one of the four great families of Su Hang. The four families, with the Tang family at the forefront, were the most powerful, followed by the Wong family, the Qin family, and lastly, the Su family. The Wong and Tang families had a long-standing relationship, and old Master Wong had always treated Tang Yu well since childhood. Recently, however, old Master Wong had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage resulting in paralysis and was currently recuperating at home. Wait a moment, isn't this the plot from Chapter 62? Tang Yu suddenly felt a jolt. According to the original storyline, old Master Wong's illness lingered without improvement, prompting the Wong family to seek out renowned physicians for treatment. That Ye Chen, as the male protagonist, possessed the skills of a miraculous doctor, effortlessly wielding his abilities. This segment was the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. By curing old Master Wong, he would earn the Wong family's friendship, paving the way for his conquest of Su Hang. Damn it, am I to become a stepping stone once more? Tang Yu felt somewhat dazed. Was it not enough to be a pawn? He contemplated the situation carefully. In the original plot, he had already met his demise by this point. In this chapter, the one who was to be trampled was not him, but another physician who had come to offer treatment, letting a skilled practitioner take the lead, only for the Dragon King to emerge later to shine, would indeed highlight the superiority of the latter. This thought provided Tang Yu with some relief, as long as it was not him being overshadowed. Everything could be managed for avoiding this segment of the plot altogether. Tang Yu dared not entertain such foolishness that he had previously attempted to escape a plot and had met with disastrous consequences. The rules of the system were clear. You could find ways to survive, but you must never evade the plot. Seeing Tang Yu's expression shift continuously, Ye Chen could not help but ask, "Young Master Tang, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Tang Yu shook his head. "That's good to hear." Ye Chen sighed in relief, grinning as he reported, "Young Master, I know you're still upset about today. Rest assured, I've already sent someone to deal with that brat Yi." Tang Yu widened his eyes, staring at Ye Chen. "You sent someone to cause trouble for whom?" "That little bodyguard," Ye Chen boasted. "You mentioned he was skilled." "Right. I just sent over 30 people. He'll definitely pay the price this time." Tang Yu inhaled sharply. Good heavens, did he truly fear that he might survive until the end? He gritted his teeth. "Call them back immediately. Do not lay a finger on him." "Huh. Understood." Ye Chen promptly took out his phone and called back his men, though he found the situation perplexing. "Are they coming back?" They are. Good. Tang Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost fell into another trap. He scrutinized Ye Chen, who appeared loyal from every angle. This fellow could not be left unchecked. Captain He, they say a storm reveals strong grass, and trials unveil true loyalty. I am quite satisfied with your performance today. Tang Yu spoke amiably as he placed an arm around Ye Chen's shoulders. However, I feel that your talents are wasted as a bodyguard captain. How about this? Our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa. Would you assist me there? Me? Ye Chen felt immensely touched. Young Master Tang was truly magnanimous. Indeed. You shall depart tomorrow, that I will arrange everything shortly. Once you arrive, your salary and bonuses will triple. Work diligently for a few years, and we shall see. Tang Yu patted Ye Chen's shoulder firmly. Thank you, young master. I will work hard, Ye Chen exclaimed, moved to tears, and hurried off to pack his belongings after expressing his gratitude profusely. Once Ye Chen left, Tang Yu felt quite satisfied. Excellent, he had eliminated a lackey. Sending him to Africa, surely he could not emerge to sow discord. He glanced down at the Rolex on his wrist. The life of the wealthy was so incredibly simple yet monotonous. Holding the gift on the table, Tang Yu strode towards the garage. Soon, a silver Lamborghini Veneno roared out of the Tang residence. The Wang family estate was located on the outskirts, and it took Tang Yu nearly an hour to arrive. As one of Su Hang's four prominent families, the Wang family estate was originally a royal residence. Over the century, this estate had undergone numerous renovations. The last time Tang Yu visited was quite a while ago. Upon arriving at the main gate, the guards immediately recognized Tang Yu and respectfully greeted, "Young Master Tang. Please park my car," he instructed, tossing the key to the guard and walking purposefully into the Wang residence. The interior of the estate was adorned in the classic Su-style garden aesthetic. Pavilions and terraces, small ponds, and ethereal views. Everywhere one looked, beauty abounded. As he approached the living room entrance, a tall beauty in a qipao happened to emerge from within, resulting in a solid collision between the two. Fortunately, the beauty's well-endowed form provided ample cushion, preventing any injury. Upon feeling the astonishing elasticity against his chest, Tang Yu nearly exclaimed in surprise. His gaze instinctively roamed over the qipao-clad beauty. She wore a white laurel qipao, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath an impeccably sculpted angelic visage lay a devilishly alluring figure. However, due to her exceedingly voluptuous physique, it seemed as though the qipao was struggling to contain her curves. "Referee, she committed a foul by charging into me. The fabric of this outfit is truly exquisite. It must be made of top-notch silk. Otherwise, a shirt would have long since succumbed." The beauty suddenly turned her wide eyes towards Tang Yu upon hearing that remark. "What did you say?" She looked at him incredulously. This fellow dared to speak to her in such a manner. "Huh? I didn't say anything. Are you all right?" Tang Yu, somewhat dazed, rubbed his nose. Wang Yixue had not seen Tang Yu's lips move and instinctively thought she had misheard, her expression remaining impassive as she inquired, "How did you come to my home?" "I came to visit old Master Wong," Tang Yu replied. Raising the gift in his hand, the atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. The beauty before him was Wang Yixue, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, his former girlfriend, and the second female lead of this narrative. Due to the close ties between the Wang and Tang families, they had known each other since childhood. During their university years, two individuals attended the same institution and embarked on a brief romance that lasted 2 months in their freshman year. Subsequently, a notorious flirtatious character from their school relentlessly pursued Tang Yu, leading to a misunderstanding on Wang Yixue's part, which resulted in their hasty breakup. In the following years, Tang Yu became the most renowned sycophant in Suzhou and Hangzhou, while Wang Yixue, after graduating, returned to her family business and remained single until now. Chapter 6. Wang Yixue, something seems off with you. My grandfather is still resting. Please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea, Wang Yixue invited. As she took the initiative to brew tea for Tang Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of bitterness. After their breakup years ago, the two had scarcely kept in touch. It was only at a recent class reunion that she learned of the misunderstanding regarding Tang Yu. A fact that filled her with profound regret over the years, as she had never truly been able to let go. However, It was now too late, for she had just received news of the impending union between the Tang and Su families. Tang Yu, on the other hand, was oblivious to such thoughts, engrossed in watching Wang Yixue as she prepared the tea. Her graceful movements, complemented by a beautifully coordinated qipao, transformed the act of brewing tea into a mesmerizing performance. How can someone look so exquisite even while making tea? Su Mu Yue may be hailed as the first beauty, but in my eyes, Wang Yixue is the true gem of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Just look at her poise and the elegance of her movements. Su Mu Yue pales in comparison, constantly wearing a sour expression as if owed money. A union? What a farce! I shall find a way to annul this ridiculous marriage. As Tang Yu's sarcastic thoughts echoed in his mind, Wang Yixue's hand trembled, causing her to nearly drop the teacup. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Tang Yu. There was no mistake. It was undoubtedly his voice. Although he had not spoken aloud, she could hear him clearly. "Are you all right?" Tang Yu casually inquired upon noticing her sudden mishap. "Au fine," Wang Yixue replied. Shaking her head, her emotions stirred. Could she truly hear this guy's inner thoughts? Moreover, he regarded her as the first beauty. This fellow clearly could not forget her all these years, yet he insisted on playing the role of a sycophant. She felt a surge of joy and deliberately asked, "I heard you got engaged to Su Mu Yue today. Congratulations, it seems you finally achieved your desire." "Ah, well, that's a long story. In any case, marriage is out of the question." Tang Yu adamantly denied the rumor. "Married? Nonsense, it's all Su Mu Yue's chaotic antics. That insufferable woman is a lunatic, using me as a shield while harboring feelings for someone else." Sigh, the author must be off their rocker. What ex-girlfriend? Such a trivial misunderstanding could have been clarified easily. The protagonist can have a harem without issue, yet a mere romantic entanglement for the antagonist becomes so complicated. Hearing these inner musings, Wang Yixue felt an even greater wave of happiness. However, she was momentarily puzzled by the author's portrayal of antagonists. Pouring a cup of tea for Tang Yu, she intentionally sat beside him and softly inquired, "What is going on between you two? Is there discord in your relationship?" "There are no feelings. It's merely a friendship." "Why do you ask?" Tang Yu sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow slightly. That is a seasoned antagonist. He understood that the best way to survive was to distance himself from these female leads. Regardless of whether she was the first or the 99th, his tone carried a hint of coldness, yet his thoughts betrayed him. Why is she suddenly sitting so close? Our legs are practically touching. She smells delightful. Is this her natural fragrance? Her legs are so fair. Ugh, this outfit is, well, it looks good on her. Wang Yixue felt a delightful mix of joy and shyness. This guy had never complimented her like this when they were dating. With a playful smile gracing her lips, she leaned in closer and softly said, "Why are you being so cold? You were my first love. Can I be a bit closer to you?" Wang Yixue bit her lip, feigning innocence as she embraced Tang Yu's arm. "Mind the distance. We are merely friends now." Tang Yu's face darkened as he swiftly withdrew his arm, responding coldly, "We've been broken up for years. This Act 1 tea work. I have no feelings for Su Mu Yue, nor will I be your consolation prize." "What the hell? How can you do this? Not only did you crash into me, but you also clung to my arm. This is cheating. Please, act normal. This isn't your style. Shouldn't you reject all men except Ye Chen? But I envy my own hand. If only she'd rest her head on it. I'd be the perfect prop." Wang Yixue could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Her infectious laughter left Tang Yu momentarily stunned. She was undeniably beautiful, yet something about her felt off. He had been giving her the cold shoulder, yet she seemed unfazed. In typical narratives, the female lead would treat all men outside the male lead as mere animals. Given his behavior, she should have promptly turned her back and severed all ties, perhaps even harboring resentment towards him. Only then could he maintain distance from Ye Chen, the fated protagonist, and survive. In summary, the primary rule for survival in a typical narrative is to avoid competing with the protagonist for women. As long as he remained inconspicuous with his resources, he would never lack for female companionship. His life was of utmost importance. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Yu asked, maintaining a serious expression as he shifted away to create distance. He was genuinely wary of this woman. Today, it seems Su Mu Yue was off, and now Wang Yixue appeared to be acting strangely as well. I recalled something amusing. Wang Yixue replied with a charming smile. Forget it, I concede. I'll just avoid you for a while. Tang Yu decided it was best to take proactive measures. If he couldn't confront her, he could at least evade her. Right, just as he resolved to leave, Wang Yixue stood up first. After taking just a few steps, she suddenly exclaimed and stumbled, falling flat on the floor. Haha, true to form as a female lead in a typical narrative. A classic trip and fall. Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Yixue flashed a mischievous smile, wincing as she rubbed her ankle and looked at Tang Yu with innocent eyes. I've fallen. Aren't you going to help me up? Tang Yu initially intended to refuse. However, he reconsidered. If he appeared too indifferent and offended her, she might hold a grudge. Women are often sensitive, and as her ex-boyfriend, he had to tread carefully if she were to end up with Ye Chen and speak ill of him. That would only bring about animosity. Thus, he reluctantly approached with a cold demeanor and extended his hand to help Wang Yixue up. Just as she regained her footing, she lost her balance and fell into Tang Yu's embrace. Tang Yu could only exclaim internally, "What is happening? Is this script a bit off? Do antagonists receive such treatment? Calm down. This has to be a sugar-coated trap. She intends to become Ye Chen's woman. I should help her up and make my escape." Wang Yixue, nestled in Tang Yu's arms, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing his thoughts that why Ye Chen's woman? Who does he think he is? Am I to become his harem member? With a tearful expression, she gazed at Tang Yu and said, Tang Yu, I think I've twisted my ankle. It hurts to walk. Chapter 7. The female lead's deception. I want to return to the countryside. I'll assist you to the sofa to rest, Tang Yu replied monotonously. Why would I help you? I'd rather not. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's eyes sparkled with delight. You think you can escape? Once settled on the sofa, she noticed Tang Yu preparing to leave and quickly called out, Tang Yu, my ankle is hurt. Could you please massage it for me? I can't do that, Tang Yu firmly rejected, determined to merely survive the plot and collect his rewards. Engaging intimately with the second female lead was a surefire way to get himself killed. You're lying. When I twisted my ankle playing tennis back in college, you were the one who helped me. Do you truly despise me that much? Wang Yixue protested, her eyes reddening with feigned sorrow. Indeed, if you're uncomfortable, I can call a doctor from your family, Tang Yu coldly replied. Yes, just assume I dislike you. Keep your distance, all right? After all, we're not meant to be. You belong to Ye Chen's harem. While I am merely a villainous background character, but if he finds out, I'm done for. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts once more, Wang Yixue huffed in her heart. You think you can just have me keep my distance? However, noticing his evident fear of this Ye Chen character, she decided to threaten him. So you won't help me massage it? Fine, then I'll just tell everyone that you took advantage of me. Tang Yu, who had just lifted his foot, froze in shock. Oh no, please don't do this. Can we not reason together? If you spread that rumor, Ye Chen will surely hold a grudge against me. I've never seen a villain in such a narrative successfully compete with the protagonist for a woman and come out unscathed. Please don't. We can't go back. Let bygones be bygones. All right, Tang Yu pleaded, attempting to reason with her. Ignore him. He is just a fool spouting nonsense. I'll give you a minute to think it over, otherwise I'll post it on my social media. Wang Yixue waved her phone teasingly. Posting on social media would lead to a dead end. Massaging your feet might still offer a glimmer of hope. Damn it, let us do it. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu opted for the latter. Fine, but don't let it slip to anyone. Tang Yu instructed, reluctantly settling onto the sofa, cradling Wang Yixue's delicate foot on his lap. As he gently massaged her ankle, his gaze discreetly wandered over her alluring physique. Wasn't her figure less developed when we first started dating? What on earth has she been consuming these past few years? And what on earth is she wearing under that cheapao? Where has the trust between people gone? Wang Yixue, reclining on the sofa and enjoying the foot massage, bore a hint of bashfulness. This infuriatingly reserved person, who pretended to be impervious, was secretly enjoying it to the fullest. All right, hearing Tang Yu's thoughts grow bolder, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. After withdrawing her foot, she feigned a stretch and remarked, Much better now that I'll come back to you if I get hurt again. Another time? Tang Yu widened his eyes, feeling as though she was tempting fate. What else could it be? Wang Yixue squinted playfully, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. Having heard this guy's inner thoughts, she felt she had him under her thumb. How could she let him go? Oomph. System, get out here. Why has Wang Yixue's character fallen apart too? Tang Yu in. This is just another idiot trying to get himself killed. Pfft. The system chuckled. Suddenly, Wang Yixue's phone on the table rang. She answered, conversing briefly before frowning. Understood. Delay the new energy meeting by another half hour. ILL arrived shortly. After hanging up, she flashed a sweet smile at Tang Yu. I have an urgent meeting at the company. I need to go now, I'll come find you later. You do what you need to. Tang Yu was more than eager for her departure. New energy project? Oh, I remember ISNT that a trap set by Wang Rulong and Ye Chen. To invest in this project, the Wang family's 50 billion cash flow has been completely tied up, putting Wang Group in a dire crisis. Wang Rulong seizes this opportunity to make a power grab, while Ye Chen plays the Good Samaritan to help Wang Yixue navigate the crisis, successfully drawing her into his harem, and then eliminating Wang Rulong, ultimately leaving the Wang family in his hands. Just as Wang Yixue was about to leave, her body trembled, her eyes filled with shock. How did Tang Yu know all this? This investment was a top secret within the company. Only a handful of people were privy to it, and the driving force behind this project was her cousin, Wang Rulong. Could it really be true? Wang Yixue bit her lip, her gaze towards Tang Yu now tinged with admiration and gratitude. He must have been secretly looking out for her, using the Tang family's influence to investigate this. She wanted to clarify everything with Tang Yu and express her gratitude, but found herself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she bid him farewell and hurried off to the company to investigate. As she left, her expression was cold, filled with murderous intent. Wang Rulong and Ye Chen, if I uncover the truth, none of you will escape alive. Once Wang Yixue departed, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief, leaning back on the sofa and chuckling to himself. Master, I've gained enlightenment. Although Wang Yixue was acting strangely today, the plot was set in motion. When Ye Chen arrives at the Wang family, his imposing aura will surely captivate Wang Yixue. Once she compares him to me, she will undoubtedly fall for Ye Chen. As for our little entanglement, she certainly won't disclose it to Ye Chen. As long as I keep a low profile today. While Ye Chen is busy charming the ladies, he won't have the bandwidth to bother with me. Once he realizes Su Mu Yue has nothing to do with me, I should be able to make it to the grand finale. Tang Yu muset contentin. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tang Yu glanced towards the entrance and found a petite, beautiful girl approaching. Despite her diminutive stature, certain aspects of her figure were remarkably developed, swaying slightly as she walked. Clad in a lovely Lolita outfit, she looked as though she had stepped out from an anime world. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the girl immediately beamed a sweet smile and greeted, "Hello, brother Tang Yu." "Oh, Xiao Yu, it's been a while," Tang Yu replied hurriedly, recalling her identity. She was none other than the renowned divine doctor of Suang, Jiangxia. At just 20 years old, her medical skills were ranked among the top 10 in Huaxia. Her grandfather, Jiang Tianyi, was a towering figure in traditional Chinese medicine, revered as a medical sage. Gifted in healing and stunning in beauty, such an exceptional woman was destined to be part of the harem of the Dragon King. Ye Chen. Chapter 8. With such allies, what great endeavor could fail? Indeed, this is a standard trope for a gratifying tale. The male protagonist can woo women wherever he goes, whether at the police station with policewomen or on a flight with flight attendants. Even finding a little beggar on the street to rescue is bound to lead to a stunning beauty, often a lost princess from a prominent family. All these harem beauties possess impressive backgrounds. Once they fall for the male lead, their families will rally to support him. Upon returning to the country, Ye Chen chose Suang as his first destination, precisely because of its abundance of beauties. While collecting his harem, he aimed to conquer the major families of Suang as his backing, aiding his rise in Huaxia. How has Grandfather Tang been lately? Has he been taking the medicine I prescribed on schedule? Jiang Xiaoye inquired sweetly as she approached Tang Yu. Yes. Indeed, that I must express my gratitude. My grandfather has been feeling much better since taking your medicine. Tang Yu replied with a smile, thanking Jiang Xiaoye earnestly. Brother Tang Yu, why are you being so polite? Zhang Xiaoya playfully rolled her eyes at him, clearly displeased with his formality. The Zhang family had been practicing medicine for generations and was a prestigious family in Suong, closely linked with the Tang family. Under the Tang family's protection, no one dared to trouble the Zhang family in Suong. Similarly, whenever a member of the Tang family fell ill, the Zhang family would be the first to provide assistance. Moreover, she and Tang Yu had known each other since childhood, their relationship akin to that of siblings. If I don't treat you with some courtesy, I might be in for a rough day. After all, you're part of Ye Chen's harem. That scoundrel is truly outrageous. Sigh. It is such a pity that my lovely little Yu is with him. The author must have a screw loose. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoya was taken aback by a barrage of inner thoughts. I am part of Ye Chen's harem. Who is Ye Chen? She widened her eyes, staring at Tang Yu. Brother Tang Yu, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Tang Yu scratched his nose. Puzzled by the odd behavior of the women today, Zhang Xiaoya was equally perplexed. She had heard clearly that it was indeed Tang Yu's voice. Fortunately, at that moment, a caregiver from the Wang family approached. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoya, she hurried over respectfully. Dr. Zhang, the old master has just awakened. Would you like to rest a moment before attending to him? Let us go now, Zhang Xiaoya replied, adjusting her small case filled with silver needles and various tools. I'll accompany you. Tang Yu quickly grabbed his gift and followed behind. After traversing several corridors, the trio arrived at a small courtyard. This was where the old master Wong resided. At the entrance of the courtyard hung a couplet, handwritten by the old master himself. Studying is good. Farming is good. Mastering the arts is best. Starting a business is hard. Maintaining success is hard. Knowing what is hard is not hard. Tang Yu glanced at the couplet and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was yet another plot device set by the author. When the Dragon King Ye Chen arrives later, he will surely remember the couplet and engage in conversation about it with the old master Wong. Consequently, the old master will regard Ye Chen as an exceptionally talented individual, eager to befriend him, wishing for. Just as he finished rolling his eyes, several members of the Wong family approached from behind, among whom was none other than Dragon King Ye Chen. Isn't this little Yu here to visit the old master? The Wong family members greeted Tang Yu with smiles upon recognizing him. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Tang Yu quickly returned the greetings with an amiable smile. Standing at the back of the crowd, Ye Chen's gaze turned icy and filled with murderous intent upon spotting Tang Yu. He had intended to eliminate this wealthy second generation who dared to vie for women with him today. However, having just returned to the country and with his foundation still unsteady, causing a commotion would be detrimental to his plans. Thus, he suppressed his murderous intent, opting for a slow and calculated approach. The two exchanged glances momentarily before Tang Yu wisely turned his head away. According to the usual plot, he, as the antagonist, should have made a move to belittle Ye Chen. But he wasn't foolish enough to provoke someone who was the author's favorite child. Why stir up trouble? The group entered the small courtyard and soon found the old master Wong lying on his sickbed. Due to his paralysis, he had lost sensation on one side of his body and could not move freely. Despite this, he felt a sense of comfort at the sight of everyone visiting him, that he smiled and greeted them, though his speech was somewhat slurred. Dad, you should rest and not speak. Your health is most important. Yes. Indeed. Today, Dr. Jiang is here to treat you. She will surely help you recover. Grandpa Wong, you should focus on your recovery. Once Xiao Yu has treated you, I'll come and play chess with you. Tang Yu quickly stepped forward to greet him, feeling that today's mission was nearly accomplished. Next, he merely needed to stand aside and quietly admire Ye Chen's display of bravado. At that moment, Ye Chen was positioned at the back, observing the condition of old Master Wong. As a versatile expert, his medical skills were undoubtedly top-notch. His mastery of the 4 diagnostic methods was already exceptional. He could discern the patient's ailments without even feeling the pulse. Beside him stood Wang Rulong, the only son of the Wang family's second branch. He was handsome, with a slightly effeminate appearance, perfectly fitting the archetype of a wealthy and attractive gentleman. In terms of talent, he ranked decently among the second-generation rich in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, compared to Wang Yixue, he fell woefully short. The Wang family had once ranked third among the 4 prominent families, unable to rival the Qin clan. Yet, after Wang Yixue joined the company, the family's assets surged by 800 billion in just 3 short years. This clearly demonstrated Wang Yixue's remarkable talent in business. Her brilliance overshadowed Wang Rulong, rendering him mediocre in comparison. Resentful, Wang Rulong ultimately chose to collude with outsiders in a bid for the Wang family's power, the outcome of which was all too predictable. Alas, as a fellow antagonist, I do feel some sympathy for you, Tang Yu remarked, shaking his head slightly at Wang Rulong. Unfortunately for Wang Rulong, he lacked the fortune of the female protagonist and could not hear Tang Yu's heartfelt sentiments. He was feeling somewhat anxious at this moment and quietly asked Ye Chen, "Brother Ye, do you have confidence in treating my grandfather's illness?" According to their plan, Ye Chen would save his grandfather, gain his appreciation, and then approach Wang Yixue. In the end, he would acquire both beauty and fortune. Ye Chen, with an air of indifference, extended a single hand. 50%. Wang Rulong was momentarily taken aback. That success rate seemed rather low. What I mean is, it's all under control. Ye Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction inside. Truly a fool. No wonder he was foolish enough to bring in a wolf for cooperation. Once he obtained Wang Yixue, this fellow would merely be the second obstacle I crush. As for the first, that would undoubtedly be the bastard surnamed Tang beside him. As expected of Brother Yi, Wang Rulong exclaimed with genuine admiration. With such a teammate, what was there to worry about in achieving great things? Chapter 9. Why is this plague god fixated on me again? Ye Chen could hardly be bothered to spare him another glance. These so-called second-generation rich were nothing but empty vessels, their success built on the bones of countless others. Those bones lay beneath their feet. His gaze had already shifted to Jiang Xiaoye, with a hint of desire gleaming in his eyes. Upon returning to Suzhou and Hangzhou, he had immediately instructed his subordinates to compile a dossier for him. This dossier listed the renowned beauties of the region. Jiang Xiaoye ranked among the top 10 on this list. Moreover, she was a woman Ye Chen had long set his sights on to include in his harem, not only because of her beauty, but also due to her grandfather. Of course, it was not that Ye Chen coveted her grandfather's looks. Rather, he was attracted to the Jiang family's extensive network. A family of renowned physicians, they had saved countless influential figures. If he were to win over Jiang Xiaoye, this network could prove immensely beneficial. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoye was fully focused on taking old Master Wang's pulse for diagnosis. After a brief assessment, she quickly discerned the patient's condition. That as soon as Jiang Xiaoye's hand withdrew, Wang Rulong hastily inquired, "Dr. Jiang, how is my grandfather?" "He has suffered a stroke, resulting in meridian blockage, compounded by other complications leading to hemiplegia. However, it is not overly concerning that I will use the 13 ghost needles to clear the meridians," Jiang Xiaoye explained as she opened her case and retrieved her silver needles. She then waved to Tang Yu, calling out, "Brother Tang, come over and assist me by sterilizing the needles." I'm not sure I can handle that." Although a man should not admit his inadequacies, Tang Yu genuinely felt out of his depth. Damn it. He was already lying down, and now he might get caught in the crossfire. "Hurry up, weren't you quite adept at this before? You're the only one who knows my needle insertion sequence," Jiang Xiaoye urged. In that moment, Tang Yu would have preferred to be the one suffering from a stroke. Yet in front of everyone, he felt too embarrassed to refuse such a minor task, lest he seem unfilial to old Master Wong. As he approached to sterilize the needles, he noticed Ye Chen casting a murderous glare in his direction. "Damn it, this is all Lin Bei's fault," Tang Yu silently lamented, inwardly cursing as he realized he had once again attracted the attention of this plague god. What bad luck! Ye Chen, meanwhile, was gritting his teeth in secret. This fellow, surnamed Tang, truly deserved to die. Did he really want to meddle with the woman Ye Chen fancied? Close all doors and windows. And everyone else should step back a bit, don't crowd around. Before beginning acupuncture, Jiang Xiaoye instructed everyone to disperse, leaving only Tang Yu by her side to assist. Holding her breath, Jiang Xiaoye was about to start inserting the needles when Ye Chen suddenly interrupted her actions. He stepped forward, his expression calm. "Dr. Jiang, are you planning to use the 13 ghost needles on old Master Wang's Tianju acupoint to treat his hemiplegia?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Jiang Xiaoye frowned slightly. She had just focused her mind and was interrupted, causing her some irritation. "I believe that approach is unwise. you may not have recognized the true nature of the old master's ailment. This method of clearing the meridians might harm the patient's body. If you lack confidence, I suggest you let me handle it instead, Ye Chen stated. Upon hearing this, the members of the Wang family displayed their displeasure, scolding him. Who do you think you are to instruct Dr. Jiang in her practice? What a joke! This is the first time I've seen someone attempt to teach Dr. Jiang how to treat patients. Who brought this person here? Get him out! Ah, here we go, the classic trope, stepping up to attract animosity. After attracting animosity, he will place a bet, allowing Xiao Ye to continue her treatment, and if something goes awry, he will step in to showcase his skills, earning the respect of the Wang family, and even winning Xiao Ye's admiration. But speaking of it, Xiao Ye's treatment isn't fundamentally flawed. There is just a concern about harming old Master Wang's body due to overly cautious needle insertion that IT should be more vigorous, stimulating the exterior acupoints to expel the stasis. Tang Yu silently critiqued in his mind. After hearing these thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye's expression turned peculiar, following the reprimands from the Wang family. Although Ye Chen was seething inside, his face remained impassive. How else would he exude an air of superiority? Wang Rulong quickly stepped forward to plead. Esteemed elders, Ye Chen is someone I invited back. He is also skilled in medicine and is here to treat my grandfather. Why not give him a chance? Nonsense. The health of your grandfather is no trivial matter. You can't just have anyone come in to try their hand. What use is a boy who hasn't even sprouted his first whiskers? A middle-aged man rebuked sternly. Oh! Ye Chen scoffed coldly at this remark, retorting, Dr. Jiang is younger than me. How can you be so certain that my skills are inferior to hers? How about we place a bet? What kind of bet? If Dr. Jiang fails to treat him, I will save old Master Wang myself, but you must apologize to me. And if Dr. Jiang succeeds? If she succeeds, Ye Chen will leave the Wang family. Deal, it's settled. The middle-aged man barked angrily. If even Dr. Jiang couldn't succeed, then only the old master himself would have to step in. Seeing his plan unfolding smoothly, Ye Chen felt a surge of pride within. How else could he elevate his standing in the eyes of these prominent families? This was called psychology. He looked at Jiang Xiaoye, who wore an expression of displeasure, and flashed his signature charming smile, saying, Dr. Jiang, you can also bet with me. Anything will do. Ye Chen, always keep my promises. Jiang Xiaoye, having overheard Tang Yu's thoughts for a while, grasped the general situation. That moment, she held no fondness for Ye Chen, even finding his smile exceedingly greasy. A bet, as a physician, how could one treat such a sacred practice as a wager? I'm sorry. I don't gamble. Please remain quiet and do not disrupt my treatment, she replied coldly before instructing Tang Yu to sterilize the needles again, in response to Jiang Xiaoye's icy demeanor. Ye Chen remained undeterred. Once he showcased his medical skills and won her over, she would inevitably find herself enamored with him. After all, women are inherently drawn to strength. Wang Rulong, meanwhile, was filled with trepidation. After all, this was Dr. Jiang. Initially, he had hoped that Ye Chen would treat his grandfather first, and as his recommender, he would naturally gain immense credit. However, seeing Ye Chen's confident and charming smile, he too felt a spark of optimism. Look, Brother Yi is smiling like that. It indicates everything is under his control. Truly, you are remarkable, Brother Yi. Alas, it seems I haven't misremembered. After the treatment, there will still be residual stasis in old Master Wang's body, and Xiaoye's treatment plan has encountered a slight misstep. In just a few minutes, it will be Ye Chen's time to shine, and Xiaoye will consequently develop a favorable impression of him, ultimately becoming part of his harem. Tang Yu's thoughts echoed once more. Jiang Xiaoye, upon hearing these musings, maintained a stoic expression, focusing intently on the silver needles in her hand. The Jiang family, renowned for their medical prowess, the 13 ghost needles were their ultimate secret technique. Soon, her hands moved with the swiftness of shadows, each needle falling one after another. Once she had inserted all 13 needles, old Master Wang's complexion began to shift noticeably. The members of the Wang family grew increasingly tense. Chapter 10. His double standards are always acceptable. After approximately 5 minutes, old Master Wang's left hand suddenly lifted slightly. Upon witnessing this, the Wang family members erupted in exclamations. As expected of Dr. Jiang, her medical skills are extraordinary. Wonderful, the old master is finally recovering. Dr. Jiang is truly impressive. Some people are all talk and no substance, making them a laughingstock. The middle-aged man who had bet against Ye Chen snorted heavily. Ye Chen merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, displaying a look of disdain. The 13 ghost needles were indeed formidable. Your own Tai divine needle is indeed the foremost needle technique in the world. This girl named Jiang Xia pales in comparison to me. When she becomes my woman, I wouldn't mind imparting my unparalleled skills to her. After Jiang Xiaye removed each silver needle from the hands of the old Master Wang, she inquired, "How do you feel now, old Master Wang?" "Much more comfortable. I can even speak now." Although there was a slight tremor in his voice, it was already significantly more fluent than before. "That's good to hear." Jiang Xiaye nodded and cautioned him. "In a moment, I will prepare a prescription for you. You must take it as directed for 3 months. This ailment requires gradual nurturing." After speaking, she retrieved paper and a pen from her small box and began writing the prescription. "What more do you have to say now, you brat named Ji?" At that moment, the middle-aged man from earlier stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Ye Chen. "I won't make things difficult for you. Allowing you to crawl out would tarnish the Wong family's dignity. However, you must apologize to the divine physician Jiang." "Oh!" Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, extending 3 fingers. "Are you certain the old master has been cured? Let's do this. I'll count to 3, and if the old master is fine after 3 minutes, I will kneel and apologize." Still trying to struggle against fate. "Oh, Phoenix." The middle-aged man started timing, unable to tolerate this arrogant fellow any longer. The members of the Wong family glared at him with palpable anger, eager for the 3 minutes to pass so they could see his humiliation. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Jiang Xiaoye immediately understood. This was akin to her brother Tang Yu's heartfelt sentiments. She swiftly grasped old Master Wang's wrist to re-examine him. Indeed, some of the stagnant blood began to coalesce. Previously, she had considered the old master's frail condition and intended to use traditional Chinese medicine for gradual recovery. Now that the situation had changed, she had to alter her treatment plan. "Brother Tang Yu, please disinfect another silver needle for me," she instructed, looking up at him. "All right." Tang Yu nodded, albeit with some confusion. What does this girl need another silver needle for? Has she already pinpointed the issue? Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, a smile crept onto Jiang Xiao's lips. "That I owe you my gratitude, my brother Tang Yu, that if it weren't for your guidance, how would I have known?" With precision, she plunged the silver needle into the outer hill point on old Master Wang's calf. After this needle was inserted, a large area of redness suddenly appeared on the old man's calf. Jiang Xia swiftly inserted several more needles, and soon, stagnant blood began to flow continuously from his calf. "A towel." Jiang Xiaoye extended her hand. Tang Yu hurriedly passed her a towel, and she began to wipe the stagnant blood from old Master Wang. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was left utterly dumbfounded by Jiang Xiaoye's actions. The fool was he. How could this woman possibly discover this hidden ailment? If her medical skills were truly so remarkable, she should have resolved the issue in one go. This was illogical. He was genuinely perplexed at how things had escalated to this point. As the middle-aged man behind him noted that the 3 minutes had elapsed, his expression darkened. "Esteemed physician Yi, 3 minutes have passed. Are you not obliged to fulfill your promise?" Ye Chen was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Today, he had intended to play the part of a master, conquering both the Wong family and the beautiful woman simultaneously. Yet now he found himself in an untenable position to ask the Dragon King. He had never bowed to anyone in his life. Kneeling to apologize was out of the question. But then, a thought crossed his mind. Jiang Xiaoye would undoubtedly become his woman in the future. Lowering his head to his wife was something he could reluctantly accept. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and laughed. "Ha! I did not expect that there exists a true master like divine physician Jiang in Suzhou and Hangzhou. That I must admit, I was blind today. I hereby apologize to divine physician Jiang. The Ghost Gate 13 needles are indeed deserving of their reputation. In my view, they rival my Tai divine needle." Upon finishing, he extended a hand, causing a silver needle to levitate above it, showcasing the extraordinary skill of the Tai divine needle. Witnessing this display, the members of the Wong family expressed their astonishment. Here it begins a swift change of subject, is it? However, Xiaoye is indeed enamored with medicine. Once he showcases his Tai divine needle, she will likely be intrigued, as expected of you, Dragon King, always adept at charming women. Tang Yu's voice of sarcasm echoed through his mind. Jiang Xiao's expression momentarily flickered with annoyance. This fellow thought he could woo her. She had heard her brother Tang Yu speak at length about how she held feelings for this Ye Chen and aspired to join his harem. Yet at this moment, her impression of Ye Chen was utterly abysmal. He possessed medical skills but lacked medical ethics, treating illnesses while gambling with patients. Such a person was nothing but refuse. Did he even dare pursue her? She deliberately exclaimed. How impressive. Then you must keep your word, right? Weren't you supposed to kneel and apologize? Tang Yu, who was watching the spectacle, was left dumbfounded. What on earth, Xiaoya, is this some sort of bizarre maneuver? He has already showcased the Tai divine needle. Shouldn't you be engaging in a medical exchange to enhance your relationship? At that moment, Ye Chen's fury ignited within him. Overwhelmed by emotion, the silver needle in his hand twisted under the strain of his inner power. How dare a woman humiliate him so? Had he not valued her and her family's connections, she would have already met her demise. Just then, Wang stepped forward to mediate. Haha, that was merely a jest. Let's not take it to heart. Both of you are esteemed physicians and should engage in mutual learning. Indeed, a light-hearted joke need not be taken seriously. The middle-aged man's expression softened considerably as he joined in the mediation. They had witnessed that this arrogant young man indeed possessed some genuine skills that it was prudent to maintain face, ensuring that if they required assistance in the future, he would be approachable. That Ye Chen's expression finally eased a bit, and he smiled. What I said earlier was merely in the heat of the moment. However, I did offend today. If Miss Jiang does not mind, would you join me for a meal this evening as a form of apology? Ha! A true Dragon King, living up to your word, as expected. Had it been a villain, they would have dismissed the bet, and you would have been left in tatters. Failing to charm the lady, yet devising another scheme. You are a cunning rascal, a walking pile driver, I concede. Tang Yu rolled his eyes, his mind fully engaged in mockery. I mind, Jiang Xiaoya coldly snorted, decisively rejecting him. After hearing her brother Tang Yu's murmurs for so long, she had already discerned the kind of person he was. Ye Chen felt both awkward and furious, but fortunately, at that moment, someone entered the room, breaking the tense atmosphere. Wang Yushua stepped through the door, her gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Chapter 11. Your smile is quite disgusting. Upon seeing Wang Yushua arrive, Ye Chen's anger subsided instantly, replaced by a different kind of desire. He had encountered many beautiful women, but none could wear a chi pao as stunningly as Wang Yushua, truly a woman worthy of his attention. It wouldn't be long before she and the Wong family would fall into his grasp. As Wang Yushua's eyes met his, he immediately displayed his signature charming smile. This was his ultimate weapon for seducing women, perfected through countless hours of practice before the mirror. His beguiling smile radiated a rebellious charm, perfectly balanced with a cool demeanor that piqued a woman's curiosity. For heaven's sake, can you not smile normally? Does your mouth have to be crooked? If I could defeat you, I would tape your mouth shut. This is truly a ridiculous book written by a brainless author. I am astounded that such a smile could attract women. Tang Yu unleashed a torrent of internal sarcasm upon witnessing that smile. Jiang Xiaoya, hearing his thoughts, struggled to suppress her laughter. Wang Yushua, too, caught wind of Tang Yu's inner voice. However, at that moment, she had no inclination to smile. After returning to the company briefly, she had immediately paused the project and mobilized the full resources of the Wong family to launch an investigation. Following her inquiries, the findings indeed aligned with what Tang Yu had reported. Her cousin, Wang Rulong, had been pushing a renewable energy project that was a trap. She needed to investigate further, without sufficient evidence. Any action would only serve to alert the enemy. Approaching the bedside, she grasped old Master Wang's hand and inquired with concern. Grandfather, are you feeling better? Much improved, though a bit tired, old Master Wang responded, his speech becoming increasingly fluent, albeit still somewhat weak. Then please rest well. We will visit you later, Wang Yushua gently reminded him, tucking the blanket around him. That a group of people exited the small courtyard, leaving only the caregiver to look after the old master. Oh dear, it's already 3 o'clock. I must return to my clinic. Jiang Xiao's phone alarm suddenly sounded. She glanced at her phone and bid farewell to everyone before preparing to leave. Safe travels. Divine Physician Jiang. Do come visit more often, Divine Physician Jiang. The members of the Wang family greeted Jiang Xiaoye with smiles. Jiang Xiaoye nodded and playfully winked at Tang Yu, saying, "Brother Tang Yu, why aren't you saying goodbye to me?" Bye-bye. Tang Yu waved his hand with a forced smile. "Sigh, little sister, it's not that I don't want to say goodbye, but I really can't afford to. Ye Chen, this idiot, thinks of you as his woman. If I get too close, he might retaliate against me." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye felt a wave of nausea. But he thinks of me as his woman? Ugh! As if, at that moment, Ye Chen was seething with frustration, wishing he could punch Tang Yu into oblivion. How could the woman he adored refer to another man as brother? And so affectionately. Yet his expression remained calm, and he took the initiative to greet Jiang Xiaoye. "Dr. Jiang, if it is convenient in a few days, I would like to visit your residence. That I have heard that the esteemed Dr. Jiang possesses extraordinary medical skills, and I wish to engage in a friendly exchange of knowledge. It is not convenient, unwelcome, and you are not permitted to come." Jiang Xiaoye's expression shifted instantly. After throwing a few words at Ye Chen, she coldly snorted and turned away. The sight of this individual now turned her stomach. Ye Chen felt a surge of internal injury, his impulse to lash out rising. It was the first time in his life that pursuing a woman had met with such misfortune. However, he could not express his frustration now, for his plan was not yet complete. Wang Yixue was still present, but he cast a glance at Wang Rulong beside him. Wang Rulong quickly caught on, stepping forward to smile at Wang Yixue. "By the way, sister, allow me to introduce a talented young man. This is Dr. Ye Chen. His medical skills are on par with Dr. Zhang's." Ye Chen took a deep breath, restoring his signature charming smile, that he approached Wang Yixue, extending his hand. "Hello, Miss Wang." Wang Yixue merely cast a cold glance at him, showing no intention of shaking hands. With an indifferent tone, she remarked, "Has no one told you something? What is it? Your smile is quite repulsive." Ye Chen's smile instantly froze, the atmosphere turning unbearably awkward, leaving him questioning his very existence. Repulsive? Such a remark had wounded his pride. This was the source of his greatest allure. Pfft. Tang Yu, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Finally, someone voiced what he had been thinking. Ye Chen immediately turned, glaring fiercely at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "What are you laughing at?" Ye Chen gritted his teeth. I just remembered something amusing." Tang Yu felt a tightening in his chest under Ye Chen's glare, mentally cursing him. "Why are you glaring at me? I didn't insult you. Besides, your smile is indeed repulsive. Can't you see it in the mirror? What kind of attitude is this? Why are you being aggressive towards Tang Xiao?" "Exactly. Show some decorum. Tang Xiao hasn't insulted you. What is so remarkable about having some medical skill? People like him should refrain from visiting our Wang family in the future." A few members of the Wang family, witnessing Ye Chen's intimidating demeanor towards Tang Yu, immediately voiced their discontent. Tang Yu felt immensely touched, nearly moved to tears. You are truly defending me. Please, don't do it again, that if you keep defending me like this, I might truly vanish." After being collectively mocked by the Wang family, Ye Chen's gaze towards Tang Yu grew, increasingly resentful that today's humiliation was all due to this little rascal. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, he quickly stifled his murderous intent. "Miss Wang, I believe there is some misunderstanding between us. Perhaps we can have a proper discussion at another time." After offering a smile and a nod to Wang Yixue, Ye Chen strode away. Once Ye Chen had left, Wang Rulong's face fell into an awkward expression. Their plans for the day had barely progressed, and now this fellow had even offended Tang Xiao, leaving him equally frustrated. "I will go see Ye Chen off." After bidding farewell to his family, he hurriedly ran after Ye Chen, attempting to offer comfort. "Ye Chen, today's events took an unexpected turn. Please do not take it to heart." Ye Chen, with a darkened expression, inquired, "What do you mean by unexpected? Does Wang Yixue have some grievance against me?" Being told directly that his smile was repulsive had inflicted psychological trauma, that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to present his confident, charming smile. Was it truly the case that these women were giving him the cold shoulder today because of his smile? Was this approach simply ineffective in this country? Chapter 12. Yet another trap set by her. "Not at all," Wang Rulong replied. Bewildered, So my smile really is repulsive. Well, it's unique to say the least. Wang Rulong replied diplomatically that Ye Chen nearly lost control. Wanting to smack this idiot, he glared coldly at Wang Rulong and asked, "What is the relationship between that Tang fellow and your family?" "Our families have a long-standing friendship. Tang Xiao is quite close to us and used to date my sister," Wang Rulong replied hastily. Ex-boyfriend. Upon hearing this phrase, a murderous glint filled Ye Chen's eyes. The one thing he could not tolerate was the thought of his woman having had intimate relations with another man. "Oh, Tang Yu, you are deliberately opposing me. Aren't you, the woman I have my eyes on, and you refuse to let her go?" However, being a skilled physician, he could tell that Wang Yixue was still a maiden, which somewhat alleviated his mood. After pondering for a moment, Ye Chen said, "Let us not rush our plan. I will first deal with that Tang fellow to prevent him from disrupting our plans." Indeed, Ye Chen, your wisdom is unparalleled," Wang Rulong praised sincerely. With the Tang family's vast wealth at stake, if they extended their assistance to the Wang family, their plans with Ye Chen would be in vain. "So what do you plan to do?" Wang Rulong asked curiously. "You will see after the Tang family falls," Ye Chen replied with a calm smile, unwilling to elaborate further. After leaving the Wang family, he stood by the roadside and dialed a number on his phone. When the call connected, a sweet female voice greeted him. "Long Wang, how may I assist you?" "Keen? How is the infiltration of the Tang group progressing?" "It has been successful. My current identity is the secretary to the general manager." "Excellent. I will give you a week to gather the information I need. In 1 month, I want the Tang family gone from Suan." Meanwhile, at the Wang family, Tang Yu suddenly sneezed. "Damn it, who is talking about me?" Rubbing his nose, Tang Yu inwardly questioned, "Dog system. What about the rewards for completing the plot?" Ding! The host has successfully survived the second plot. Reward: immunity to all poisons. Tang Yu was quite satisfied with this reward. Immunity to all poisons was a valuable asset in urban fantasy narratives. Which protagonist doesn't know how to use poison? Especially someone like Ye Chen, who possesses medical skills. With this ability, his chances of surviving until the end had increased. In a good mood, Tang Yu was about to make his escape when Wang Yixue blocked his path. "Do you need something?" Tang Yu immediately responded coldly. "Sister, why are you obstructing my way? I know you secretly adore me. But that is not good, because I am a man you can never have. Your fate is not with me, but with Ye Chen. Do you understand? Although I don't know why you found his smile repulsive today, you will eventually be captivated by his charming smile." The corners of Wang Yixue's mouth curled upward slightly. The unattainable man. She was determined to possess him, as for developing an infatuation with Ye Chen's smile. Ugh, she could do without that. Is it so wrong to want to have a chat? "Do you truly despise me? Your ex-girlfriend?" she said with a sorrowful tone, adopting a pitiful expression. "Is it necessary to ask such a question when you already know the answer?" Tang Yu snorted coldly. "If I do not despise you, I must be asking for trouble, little sister. I am merely a villain. To survive, I cannot compete with the protagonist for women. This is what we call fate unfulfilled, understand? So please do not act irrationally. You missed your chance to have me back then. You no longer have any opportunity now. All right, I understand that I want to force you." Wang Yixue nodded, suddenly frowning and pointing ahead. "Ye Chen, who told you to come back?" Tang Yu instinctively turned his head, eyes wide with surprise, thinking Ye Chen was about to confront him. However, upon looking back, he found no one there. Damn, where is everyone? Just as Tang Yu turned back, his lips accidentally brushed against Wang Yixue's face. Seizing the moment when Tang Yu turned, she intentionally leaned in closer. Thus, when Tang Yu turned back, his lips inevitably met her cheek. She also held her phone, recording the moment with the front camera. Consequently, the scene of Tang Yu kissing her cheek was captured on video. "Oh dear, Tang Xiao, how could you do this?" After being kissed, Wang Yixue's face showed a hint of panic mixed with shyness. She bit her lip and took a couple of steps back, quickly saving the video. "Now let us see how you escape." "What the hell? Are you setting me up?" Tang Yu was utterly flabbergasted. "Damn it, are you still the heroine? Is this how a person behaves? You think you're the landlord. I'm not some fool. Recording a video? This is disastrous. If Ye Chen sees this, I might as well be dead." One night as a couple brings 100 days of affection. Even though we haven tea had that night, we at least shared a first love, right? You can't set me up like this. What have I set you up for? Do you think a girl would take the initiative to take advantage of you? Tang Xiao, have some dignity. Please. Wang Yixue feigned innocence with a mischievous smile. Delete the video and name your price. Tang Yu said, his face darkened. Damn it, good thing I'm a wealthy villain now. I can just throw money at the problem. Perfect. Let us make Wang Yixue think I'm just a vulgar person who talks about money all the time. Money? My family has plenty of that. It's not something I'm particularly in need of. Wang Yixue sighed, shaking her head. Seeing Tang Yu's gloomy expression made her want to laugh. However, upon hearing him incessantly mention Ye Chen, her dislike for him deepened. That as a highly intelligent business prodigy, she had comprehended everything after listening to the heartfelt confessions. She realized that the world she inhabited was a fictional one. According to the original plot, Tang Yu was the villain, while she was part of Ye Chen's harem. A harem? What a joke. She had already started investigating Ye Chen's background. Whenever he gets the chance, that guy won't be able to leave Suzhou and Hangzhou alive. With a darkened face, Tang Yu threatened in a low voice. Enough of this nonsense. Delete the video. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Dear Aunt, what exactly do you want? You refuse the money, but what is it that you desire? My pristine and unblemished self. Tang Yu continued, I truly cannot fathom it, aside from my wealthy background, my handsome appearance. Standing at 1.85 meters with an 8-pack and extraordinary charisma, what else could possibly attract your interest? Be sensible and let me go quickly. My family, the Tang family, is the most prestigious in Suzhou and Hangzhou. And our influence is undeniable. Do you understand? Then let us see you turn hostile. If you do, I will post the video on my social media. Wang Yixue shook her phone with a grin. Is this amusing to you? Do you really think I wouldn't strike a woman? Tang Yu feigned ferocity, tightening his fists. Did you see that? My fists are as large as a cooking pot. With someone as charming as you. One punch, and you'd surely cry for a long time. Hurry and delete the video. This is not a task befitting a heroine. Do you not comprehend? Chapter 13. Elbow, come with me inside. Go ahead and hit me. Let us see where you aim. Wang Yixue rolled her eyes. With someone as adorable as me, one punch would indeed make me cry for ages. Stop, what exactly do you want? Just give me a straightforward answer. Tang Yu shook his head vigorously, his tone heavy with concern that if this video were to circulate, he would truly be finished. Have you ever seen a villain kiss the protagonist and live to tell the tale? The bull-headed man stands no chance against the pure love warrior. Elbow, come with me inside. Wang Yixue had already learned how to maneuver Tang Yu, and she was elated, urging him by gripping his arm. No, I absolutely cannot. Tang Yu shook his head with desperation, every cell in his body resisting. Don't expect me to comply with your coercion. Elbow, come with me inside. Under Wang Yixue's repeated threats, Tang Yu reluctantly followed her into the room. Well, it's just going inside. It's certainly better than the video being released. If she truly intends to act recklessly, I will defend my innocence to the death. As a dignified villain, how could he let the heroine push him around? Hearing Tang Yu mumble to himself, Wang Yixue couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This guy really has some high hopes, doesn't he? Wang Yixue was undoubtedly a distinguished young lady of Suzhou and Hangzhou, impeccably flawless in every aspect. However, her room was another story altogether. This was Tang Yu's first time entering her boudoir. The room was in disarray, items scattered haphazardly, and several articles of clothing strewn across the bed and sofa that a glance revealed a pair of black panties. This woman's room is too messy. Everything is tossed about. However, this black silk is quite nice. A cheapao paired with black silk. I could definitely work with that. Wait, what else with these fishnet stockings? I'm not a fan. White silk is far superior. Why is your room so messy? Can't you tidy it up a bit? Tang Yu feigned a stern expression, his voice cold, but he refused to believe it. Even the dog back home would avoid him. How difficult could it be for a proud beauty to harbor some resentment towards him? Isn't it precisely because I was about to have someone clean it? Wang Yixue replied with a charming smile, staring intently at Tang Yu. Tang Yu was bewildered. You want me to clean your room? Quickly, others would jump at the chance to clean my room, And you've helped me several times back in college. Wang Yixue laughed triumphantly, like a little fox who tricked a crow out of its meat. Just this once. Tang Yu snorted coldly, deliberately maintaining a stern face as he began to tidy up. It's just cleaning a room. It's certainly better than doing other things. But speaking of which, could there be athlete-s foot on these stockings? What if I catch it? I'll make sure to wash my hands thoroughly after cleaning. Just as Wang Yixue was reveling in her eavesdropping, her expression darkened. So, during our years apart, aside from being a sycophant for Su Mu Yue, have you been involved with any other girls? I'm not Su Mu Yue's sycophant. That was merely an act. A means to facilitate my private encounters with other girls that, to be honest, I currently have for girlfriends. Tang Yu knew that women detest fickle men, so he unabashedly sullied his own reputation. Are you shocked? Did you think I was disgusting? Laughable. I've been busy playing the sycophant these years. I haven't even touched a girl's hand, all right? If you're displeased, just hurry and kick me out. Remember, a man like me, wealthy and handsome, is not to be relied upon. Is that so? I never expected you to be such a fickle man. It seems I misjudged you. Wang Yixue's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. You did misjudge me. My pursuit of you back then was merely a game. Tang Yu provocatively folded the blankets while taunting her. All right, you can get angry now. Hurry up and kick me out. Why are you making me go through this? Oh, so when you pursued me back then, what was it that attracted you? Because you were easy to deceive. Tang Yu switched to mockery mode. You were beautiful, were it not for your good looks, charm, and figure. Who would have pursued you? You scoundrel. Wang Yixue feigned displeasure, her heart bubbling with delight. The words that escaped her lips were not necessarily true. However, what she truly felt would never lie. That remark about him being a scoundrel made Tang Yu elated. This woman was clearly unable to resist him, that he needed to find a way to provoke her further, to incite her anger, so she would drive him away. Winning a woman's affection was beyond him. Provoking her to spit at him was a far simpler task. His eyes darted, landing on an adorable white lingerie piece. I'll just play the role of a lewd man. I refuse to believe you want to find me disgusting. Your taste is quite lacking. Would you like me to personally help you select a few pieces? He feigned a lewd grin, turning to Wang Yixue with a smirk. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed instantly. Wang Yixue sighed, holding her phone. Oh dear, I accidentally pressed the shutter. I've just captured evidence of a crime. What should I do about my reputation as a young lady? Tang Yu was dumbfounded. What the heck? Why aren't you following the script? Why are you taking candid shots? Isn't the normal plot for you to be called a pervert and told to leave? How have a few years changed you? How have you become so cunning? Sigh, what should I do? My ex-boyfriend is harassing me. If this gets out, I will struggle to maintain my dignity. Wang Yixue sighed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. Tang Yu was numb. This was undoubtedly not something Wang Yixue would do within the original plot. I was joking. Don't take it seriously. He dejectedly set down the lingerie and obediently folded it with the rest of the clean clothes. Phoenix, I concede. I want to do anything, okay? I'll just play dead. I was initially thinking of hiding from Ye Chen. Now it seems I must also hide from these heroines. Wang Yixue cheerfully whistled twice. With these pieces of leverage in her grasp, this guy would have to obediently listen to her from now on, right? He wants to be able to escape. By the way, let us discuss something serious. As Tang Yu finished tidying up, Wang Yixue smiled and said, I'm considering investing in new energy. What are your thoughts? Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Finally, she was onto something. Although Ye Chen was an idiot, it wouldn't hurt to play matchmaker for him today. That's right. I shall repay grievances with kindness as the first villain. The sooner you two fall in love, the sooner I can retire and enjoy my life. New energy, a splendid business opportunity. In the coming decade, the business world will undoubtedly be dominated by new energy, and the government is providing substantial support. This is a trend not to be missed. He praised, giving a thumbs up. Hurry and get involved in new energy. Believe in yourself. This project is bound to be highly profitable. As long as the collaboration partner is reliable, he chuckled. Isn't it with Far's company? That company is a total scam. If the project falls through, then Ye Chen will make his appearance. Ah, I see. I understand now. The plot still holds. Today, Wang Yixue and Ye Chen's conflict is merely a setup for emotional development. Once Ye Chen rescues Wang Yixue, she will undoubtedly feel immense guilt, leading her to fall for him. Truly, you clever author, was this all part of your scheme? Chapter 14. Something is missing. The smile in Wang Yixue's eyes grew even more pronounced. She cheerfully stated, "Since you're so optimistic, I'll invest in this project. However, I'm still hesitating. The current partner I'm considering is Far's company from France, but I can't shake the feeling that they're untrustworthy." You're overthinking it. This company, which I've had dealings with, excels in new energy research. Collaborating with them will grant access to the latest technology. You won't have to worry about making money. Tang Yu replied earnestly. Is this girl's intuition becoming too sharp? Far's company does have issues, but they've been cleverly concealed by Ye Chen. Their fraudulent accounting and tax evasion will take some time to come to light. As for their claims of new energy technology, it has still not matured. There are significant safety concerns. Frankly, they are nothing but a fraudulent company. Ye Chen is truly malicious. He deliberately invested billions to control this wretched company to set up a trap for the Wang family. Wang Yixue was nearly bursting with laughter. She felt as if she had completely mastered Tang Yu's usage, as if she possessed a remote control in her hand. With a mere press of the button, this fellow would respond. All right, since you are so certain, there should be no issues that I plan to delegate the project to Long, that do you believe he is capable of handling it? She looked at Tang Yu and inquired once more. Long is renowned for his intelligence and Su Hang with his talents. There will be no problems, Tang Yu praised fervently, excitement swelling within him. They are back. Everything has finally returned to normal. Letting Wang Long take over this troublesome project should seal the deal. If you don't do it, how will he conceal the project's issues? If I recall correctly, that vice president Lee from your company is closely aligned with Wang Long. He is aware of this matter and has accepted a hefty bribe from Long, deliberately creating a smokescreen. Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. Vice President Lee? The only Vice President Lee in the company is Li Deshan, who has been with the firm for 30 years. Due to his capabilities and loyalty to the Wang family, he has garnered their trust. That he has been an ardent supporter of the new energy project, discussing it with me several times, claiming it could sustain the Wang family's development for the next 20 years. After arranging the cosmetics on the table, Tang Yu coldly remarked, "Now that everything is in order, can I be dismissed?" Quite well done. You may leave." Wang Yixue replied with a cheerful smile. Tang Yu did not hurry to depart. Instead, he glanced at her phone, implying, "Aren't you going to delete the videos and photos? What are you looking at? The photos and videos have been deleted. If you don't believe me, check for yourself." "Do you think I would keep such things for my own glory?" Wang Yixue pouted in dissatisfaction. "Indeed, they must be deleted. I absolutely refuse to allow such a beautiful woman's reputation to be tarnished because of a scoundrel like me." Tang Yu nodded vigorously before turning and fleeing. Damn it, he had finally escaped Wang Yixue's clutches. After swiftly exiting the Wang residence, the first thing Tang Yu did upon returning to the car was to play music in celebration. The most beautiful flower of the grassland, the fiery red sari Ling. He hummed along, his mood delightfully elevated. After working tirelessly all day, he had finally steered the plot back on course. With this, Wang Yixue would undoubtedly follow the storyline and end up with Ye Chen. Although Jiang Xiaoye seemed a bit off, Ye Chen had already stated his intention to challenge her grandfather, suggesting their plot would commence from there today. For Su Mu Yue, that woman was undeniably aligned with Ye Chen. No wonder she was the leading heroine. To protect Ye Chen, she would even resort to theatrics and a marriage alliance with herself. Impressive, truly impressive. However, compared to himself, the cunning king, she still fell short in some aspects. His wise eyes had seen through everything. Once Ye Chen managed to win her over, wouldn't all their misunderstandings be resolved? All right, it's time to clock out. The antagonists should return to their own life. With that, Tang Yu pressed the accelerator, and the car sped onto the road, eager to experience the lifestyle of the affluent. In the Donghai Group's presidential office, Su Mu Yue sat at her desk, reviewing a document. This was a new real estate investment project for the company, requiring an investment of approximately 10 billion, which could be considered moderate for the Su family. Her female secretary stood nearby, occasionally stealing glances at Su Mu Yu's stunning profile. As a beauty herself, she often felt a twinge of inferiority, standing next to Su Mu Yue. Why is it that some women can be so utterly perfect? Much like her name, Mu Yue. It's already 6 o'clock. Aren't you going to clock out? Su Mu Yue suddenly lifted her head to question her secretary. Ah, the secretary responded, somewhat taken aback, offering an awkward smile. I didn't hear the knock and thought it was still early. According to company tradition, every day at 6 o'clock, the young master of the Tang family would come to knock on the door to escort President Su out for dinner. For 3 straight years, as long as there were no holidays, the young master would always come out of course. President Su had never consented to it. Her offhand remark left Su Mu Yue feeling somewhat melancholic. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to tradition, that man should have come to knock. Typically, she found his persistent advances bothersome. However, today, the absence of his presence left her feeling oddly disoriented, as if something significant was missing. Presidenso, I heard you and young Master Tang are engaged. Congratulations on finally being together. I'll be leaving now. After tidying her belongings, the secretary smiled and offered her best wishes that Su Mu Yue merely responded with a non-committal, instantly losing her motivation to continue working, feeling an unsettling heaviness in her heart. Engagement? What a farce. She already knew what that fellow was thinking. After 3 years of professed affection, he suddenly claimed he no longer cared that it left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Of course, she recognized she couldn't blame him. After all, she had indeed ignored him for 3 years. What is happening to me? Su Mu Yue rubbed her temples and gathered her bag to leave the office. As she stepped out, her remaining subordinates greeted her. Good evening, President Su. Thank you for your hard work, President Su. Is President Su off work? I heard you and young Master Tang are together now. Congratulations. Seeing those eager, warm smiles only served to intensify the discomfort in her heart. She was well aware that these individuals privately harbored disdain for her, even nicknaming her Ice Mountain. Aren't you all exhausted from wearing masks? She then recalled Tang Yu. At least he could hear her true thoughts that in this world where everyone donned masks, he was practically naked. Chapter 15. The joys of the wealthy and handsome returning to her Maserati. Su Mu Yue hesitated with her phone for a while before ultimately locating Tang Yu's WeChat. Are you free tonight? I would like to talk. Tang Yu was driving when he suddenly received a message from Su Mu Yue. Glancing at it, he was momentarily taken aback. What the hell does Su Mu Yue want with me? After contemplating for a moment, he decisively pulled over to the side of the road to respond. Are we discussing the annulment? You should have mentioned it sooner. Let us quickly inform our families. Su Mu Yue replied with a string of ellipses, feeling quite speechless. Who wants to discuss an annulment with you? Yet, she was also unclear about what she truly wished to talk about. She simply wanted to see him. What does your ellipsis mean? Are you laying an egg here? Tang Yu initially intended to reply with that, but he felt it was too crass. While he could be disliked, there was no need to tarnish his own reputation. What if she took a screenshot and shared it like Wang, Yixue did? Thus, he summoned the courtesy expected after 9 years of compulsory education and amended his response to, speak plainly. If there's nothing, then let us part ways that we can reconnect when discussing the annulment. This woman's persistence in the annulment had Tang Yu feeling quite vexed. You're acting as a shield for him while pushing me into the fire. Is that a reasonable action? Do you truly despise me this much? Su Mu Yue's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, unable to accept the stark contrast between his cold demeanor now and how he had acted before. Isn't that common sense? Who told you to put me in such a predicament? I dislike being used as a shield. Enough, I need to go drinking with a few sisters. If you want to annul the engagement, just say so that we can communicate through a message in a bottle. After hastily sending a few messages, Tang Yu chuckled to himself. With such an attitude, how could she continue pretending? It was time to lay all the cards on the table. She should just accept her role as the leading lady. In any case, the advantage was on his side. You scoundrel. I refuse to annul the engagement. I am determined to marry into the Tang family. Just you wait. Suddenly, another message popped up in the WeChat chat box. Tang Yu was startled, nearly dropping his phone. This woman was serious. Are you out of your mind? He hurriedly typed a response, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. This nearly made Tang Yu spit blood. In the original story, Su Mu Yue was indeed a stubborn character, unwavering in her convictions. However, shouldn't that stubbornness be directed towards Ye Chen? This is a disaster. This woman can't be losing her mind. Can she? Tang Yu's face paled. He had just begun to feel that his plan was nearing success, and now Su Mu Yue's actions left him dumbfounded. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to send a few more messages to persuade Su Mu Yue, expressing that his previous demeanor had been inappropriate and pleading for her to show some leniency. Yet, every message sent was met with a red exclamation mark. This woman had truly blocked him. Damn, I've pushed it too far. This woman only responds to softness. Don't most women prefer the hard approach? Tang Yu lamented, feeling utterly powerless. Why was it so difficult to discuss an annulment? If they were to marry for real, wouldn't Ye Chen bring a whole entourage to level the Tang family? Just then, another WeChat notification chimed in. Tang Yu widened his eyes, only to notice the contact was Chen Ming. This Chen Ming was not a forensic doctor. He was the young master of the Chen family, one of the 4 prominent families in Su Hang. In the original storyline, he and Tang Yu were dubbed the 4 young masters of Su Hang, and he was Tang Yu's loyal little brother. Typically, characters referred to as ex-city ex-young master in these stories often meet tragic ends. Chen Ming was no exception. He and Tang Yu faced grim fates. Tang Yu had been turned into a vegetable by a kick, while Chen Ming met his demise through poison administered by Ye Chen. Hey big brother, what have you been up to lately? Upon seeing Chen Ming's message, Tang Yu suddenly had a brilliant idea that, of course, he could seek outside help. After all, he was the antagonist. It was time to leverage that advantage to resolve his difficulties. I'm in a bit of a bind. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm at Xinghe. Can you come? If not, I can wait for you somewhere else. The galaxy that Chen Ming spoke of is a grand entertainment venue, teeming with various amusements, albeit rather chaotic and disorderly, frequented by numerous second-generation wealthy individuals that is a devoted admirer. Tang Yu, who once cherished her reputation and would never venture into such places, has now cast aside her reservations. After all, having the chance to enjoy the company of a handsome and affluent man is an opportunity not to be squandered. Just wait, she said. Soon, Tang Yu arrived at the entrance of the entertainment establishment named Galaxy. As the silver Lamborghini Veneno rolled up, many passers-by were left awestruck that a few live streamers stationed at the entrance immediately aimed their cameras at the striking sports car. Wow! Isn't that a Veneno? I heard there are only 2 in the country. Which rich second generation is driving such a flashy car? Damn, when will I get to be reborn into a family like that? You might as well be reborn as their dog. The streamers were abuzz with astonishment, speculating about the identity of the car's owner, that a pure-looking yet provocatively dressed female influencer eagerly approached, fully aware that such venues are often playgrounds for enticing wealthy suitors. When Tang Yu stepped out of the car, several onlookers gasped in surprise, unable to fathom that the owner was a young and handsome man. In terms of appearance, he bore a resemblance to the once popular actor Zhao Enjuan, yet his aura was even more striking. My goodness! Isn't that the heir of the Tang family? I recognize him. The Tang family has been worth trillions for a long time now. This must be his first time in such a place. I simply must go and strike up a conversation. Soon, several young women could no longer contain themselves and approached him. The leading influencer, unwilling to let these alluring vixens snatch away her opportunity, huffed internally and quickened her pace toward Tang Yu. Just as they were a meter apart, she suddenly lost her balance and fell against him. Are you all right? Tang Yu instinctively reached out to steady her. I'm fine and I'm so sorry, young Master Tang. I almost bumped into you. The influencer apologized with a pitiful expression, desperately wishing to press herself closer to him. Being in close proximity was indeed preferable. It's nothing. Just be careful, Tang Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. His smile caused several nearby girls to swoon, captivated not solely by his wealth, but by his sheer handsomeness. Just as the influencer was about to continue her conversation, other girls began to crowd around. Hello, young Master Tang. I'm Wei Wei. Are you here to have some fun? May I add you on WeChat? Young Master Tang. Young Master Tang. They all pulled out their phones, eager to exchange contact information with him. One female streamer even deliberately adjusted her skirt to reveal more of her assets. Even more outrageous was an unidentified girl who discreetly pinched Tang Yu's backside. The surrounding onlookers were filled with envy. How could someone be so wealthy and so handsome? Were they depriving others of a chance at happiness? Tang Yu, too, was taken aback by this treatment. It was all so new to him. Was this the joy of being a high-born and handsome man? It seemed that money and good looks could indeed provoke such eager advances from women. The villains he had portrayed in the past, what were they? Just petty thugs, doormen, or personal bodyguards, none of whom had assets worth over $1 million. As Tang Yu found himself surrounded by a throng of women, a youth standing at the entrance of the galaxy recognized him. "Wait! I sent that my older brother." The young man rushed over after recognizing Tang Yu, who, amidst the crowd of women, resembled a figure in a realm of feminine allure, surrounded by a throng of women. It was nearly impossible for him to approach. "Could you please make way?" he called out in exasperation, the sound of his voice. The women turned to look, their expressions lighting up with excitement. "Oh! I sent that Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao is here too." They greeted Chen Ming with enthusiasm, their demeanor equally warm. Who the county magistrate was mattered little. They simply aspired to be the magistrate's wife. "All right, ladies, let go of my brother. It's his first time here, and your enthusiasm might overwhelm him." Chen Ming laughed as he ushered them aside. With the path cleared, he took hold of Tang Yu's arm and led him away from the throng of women. Smiling as he inquired, "So, brother, what do you think of this place on your first visit?" "It's quite nice. They're all good girls," Tang Yu complimented, despite their smoking, drinking, tattooing, and late-night revelry, that as long as they didn't harbor intentions of marrying him. They were indeed good girls. "Exactly, good girls," Chen Ming chuckled heartily. "Shall we find a quieter spot to chat? We could go inside to converse," Tang Yu suggested, gesturing toward the galaxy, that he had come here to enjoy life. After all, that as a villain, he didn't know if tomorrow or the Dragon King would come first. He might as well relish the moment. "Wait, are you serious, big brother?" Chen Ming said, bemused that he reached out to touch Tang Yu's forehead, noting that his brother had never frequented such places before. "What are you hesitating for?" Tang Yu declared, decisively striding into the venue. Today he intended to indulge himself. Not even Jesus could stop him. "Wow! Something is definitely off with my brother," Chen Ming remarked, following closely behind, a look of concern on his face. The evening had yet to fall, yet the galaxy was already bustling with energy that in the dance floor. Men and women swayed their bodies, releasing their pent-up energy, while several alluring women danced passionately to the deafening music. Chen Ming led Tang Yu to the exclusive VIP area, his personal spot that as soon as they settled in. Drinks were promptly served, accompanied by several beautiful women. However, Chen Ming waved them off, prioritizing his concern for his brother over mingling. After pouring a drink for Tang Yu, he expressed his worry. "Brother, you seem a bit different today." "What do you mean different?" Tang Yu replied. "You've never been to places like this before." "People change." He raised his glass, clinking it against Chen Ming's. After taking a hearty sip, Chen Ming inquired, "But brother, didn't you just get engaged to Su Mu Yue? What will she think if she finds out you're here? All those 3 years of effort would be for naught." "Exactly. That is what I came to discuss with you." Tang Yu quickly set down his glass and opened his WeChat to show Chen Ming the chat history. After reading it, Chen Ming felt a buzzing in his head. "Wait, is this really something my brother would do? How dare he speak to Su Mu Yue like that? Wow, brother, you've finally stopped being a sycophant. Honestly, if it weren't for our deep friendship, I would have cut ties with you long ago." Coming to his senses, Chen Ming was filled with excitement that he poured another drink for Tang Yu, insisting they toast in celebration. They had been close friends for many years, having attended the same prestigious school. During their second year of junior high, they had gone out to play when Chen Ming accidentally fell into a river. While everyone else watched, only Tang Yu jumped in to rescue him. This bond solidified their brotherhood, but Tang Yu's relentless devotion as a sycophant over the past 3 years had left him with a somewhat tarnished reputation. Ordinary people knew that sycophants don't get the girl. For a high-born and handsome man to engage in such behavior was truly humiliating. "You little rascal." Tang Yu couldn't help but slap the back of Chen Ming's head, then added, "What do you think is her mindset? After 3 years of being a sycophant, now she's behaving this way. She's being foolish. People only learn to cherish what they've lost." Chen Ming shrugged. Tang Yu felt something was amiss. After all, she was the heroine. How could she possibly have feelings for a villain? There had to be a plot twist. So how do I make her stop bothering me? Tang Yu asked, looking to Chen Ming for advice. This guy had been quite the charmer since he was 17, having an impressive track record with women. It's simple. Just be a jerk like I was, Chen Ming declared proudly. He hadn't always been this way. He once had a beautiful vision of love, but upon hearing his father discussing a marriage alliance with an elder at the age of 17, which was arranged for when he came of age, his perspective changed overnight. He discovered that the intended bride was a hefty heiress weighing nearly 200 pounds, and he matured instantly to prevent this marriage. He became the most famous prince of the nightclubs in Suhang, leading to the plan's collapse. Exactly, Tang Yu exclaimed, realizing the wisdom in his brother's words that if he played the part of a complete jerk, wouldn't women naturally steer clear of him? He looked at Chen Ming with admiration. Truly, this was a good brother, cut out for the role of a villain. Survive. Merely being low-key was insufficient. The antagonists in those stories were despised by the heroines precisely because they were filled with deceit. Tang Yu's villainous image was evidently not repulsive enough. It was merely the author's device to amplify his sycophantic attributes. Cheers! My good brother. From this day forth, we shall be the unrivaled duo of the galaxy. Tang Yu raised his glass to clink with Chen Ming's. Absolutely, brother. Let us make this our new home. Chen Ming laughed heartily, already beginning to survey the evening's potential conquest. He had never missed a mark in all his time here, though certain online influencers claimed they frequented such venues to unwind. However, who would believe such words? Relax. What kind of serious person would come here to unwind? A man entering a women's bathhouse claiming he's merely washing his hands. Would you trust his ridiculous excuse? After scanning the surroundings, he found himself surrounded by familiar faces, rendering the experience rather dull. Brother, it seems tonight we are among acquaintances. Shall we make do? Chen Ming chuckled that it was rare for his elder brother to visit for the first time without being introduced to a couple of exquisite companions. It weighed on his conscience. All right, you handle it. Tang Yu nodded that it was merely a casual affair, so he held no high expectations. Chen Ming promptly set about arranging the encounter, and soon 7 or 8 ladies of varying beauty approached, each scoring around a 75 in looks and figure. Upon seeing them lined up with their bags, Tang Yu almost let his thoughts stray. You 4, keep my brother company, that it's his first time here. So don't overdo it. Chen Ming pointed to 4 of the girls, who immediately giggled and rushed to sit around Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, may I pour you a drink? Young Master Tang, you must work out often. Your arms are so muscular. Would you like to feel my abs? What type of girls do you prefer? Young Master Tang. The girls practically clamored to sit on Tang Yu's lap, showering him with attention. By the way, brother, aren't you looking to irritate Su Mu Yue? How about I help you film a short video to post? I guarantee it will infuriate her, Chen Ming suggested, having long held a grudge against Su Mu Yue. Hiss, you truly are a genius, Tang Yu admitted, realizing he lacked experience in being the villain. Tarnishing one's reputation was clearly Chen Ming's forte. All right, you all get into position. Brother, embrace the ladies. Make sure their expressions are engaging. And remember your lines, Chen Ming began directing, capturing a 10-second video on his phone. After filming, he handed the device to Tang Yu. Brother, take a look and see if you are satisfied. That if not, I can shoot something even more scandalous, perhaps at a hotel. No, Tang Yu quickly shook his head, that he merely wished to tarnish his reputation a bit, not become a pariah, that he intended to enjoy life after this. After watching the short video twice, Tang Yu found himself quite pleased. His appearance as a ravenous rogue paired with the girls' enthusiastic participation created a perfect atmosphere for a 5-person gaming session that evening. All right, let us go ahead and post it, Tang Yu said, satisfied, returning the phone to Chen Ming, who grinned widely, promptly sharing the video on his account. With over 6 million followers, Chen Ming often showcased his extravagance and occasionally held lottery giveaways worth hundreds of thousands, garnering considerable attention. Among those he followed was Su Mu Yue. Given the ties between the 4 prominent families, it was normal to know and follow one another. My good brother is visiting Xinghe tonight. Being handsome comes with its perks, he titled the post. And within minutes, the video received approval, racking up likes and comments at an astonishing pace. Chen Ge, who is this handsome guy? Can I meet him? Wow, He is really handsome, though I feel like I've seen him before. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? I'd love to meet this brother. To ensure Su Mu Yue saw the video, Chen Ming even tagged her. He had long been irritated by her high-handed demeanor, which had embarrassed his brother in their circle. At that moment, Su Mu Yue was resting at home, her eyes still slightly red from crying in the car for quite some time out of frustration. After scrolling through short videos for a while, her mood improved slightly. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a notification indicating Chen Ming had tagged her. What does he want? Su Mu Yue wondered, having only a nodding acquaintance with him. Upon tapping the notification, the video jumped to Chen Ming's freshly posted clip. Upon seeing Tang Yu surrounded by several women, her expression soured. Brother, isn't this a bit sleazy, embracing so many girls? Sleazy? I'm not sleazy. I merely wish to provide a home for all the girls in the world. Tang Yu's voice echoed from the video. A wave of disappointment and grievance washed over her, causing tears to spill once more, as though she had lost something precious only to realize its significance afterward, after crying for a bit. She suddenly sensed something was amiss. This guy had never been one for debauchery. He went out specifically to have fun, and even had Chen Ming film a short video for her? Something's not right. Wiping her tears, she pondered and rushed to the mirror to retouch her makeup. She had to personally visit the Shinga Club to understand what he was truly up to. After all, she could hear his heart's desires. He couldn't hide anything from her. Once her makeup was perfect, she picked up her phone and called Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, your phone is ringing. One of the girls sitting next to Tang Yu noticed his phone lighting up and quickly handed it to him. Thank you. Tang Yu took the phone, lightly pinching the girl's cheek, but ended up with a handful of foundation. Ignoring it, he quickly grabbed the phone. Su Mu Yue. Seeing her name on the caller ID made him smile slightly, as expected. Everything was going according to plan. She was likely calling to confront him. Answering the call with a cheerful tone, Tang Yu said, Hello. What do you mean by this? Am I really that detestable to you? Su Mu Yue's voice came through, laden with hurt. What did you say? I can't hear you. It's too noisy here. Are you calling off the engagement? All right, let us set a time for tomorrow. I know you can hear me. Just wait. I'm coming to find you, Su Mu Yue replied before abruptly hanging up. Tang Yu frowned, perplexed. What was wrong with this woman? With her proud nature, she should have been berating him and seeking to break off the engagement tomorrow. Then it dawned on him. She must be acting to protect Ye Chen, hence her need to continue the charade. This woman had quite the depth of cunning. Fortunately, he had caught on. Brother, what happened? Did Su Mu Yue call? Chen Ming inquired from the side. Yes. She said she has coming to find me. Let us see if we can rile her up. Tang Yu chuckled mischievously that as long as Su Mu Yue was driven away tonight, everything would go smoothly. Chen Ming joined in the laughter before suddenly slapping his thigh. Damn, brother, I almost forgot something important. What important matter? I've arranged for another beauty tonight. One who is surely a gem, at least on par with Su Mu Yue. After saying this, Chen Ming turned to the girls. Ladies, you can go enjoy yourselves. Just put the expenses on my tab, my brother, and I have some business to attend to. The girls' eyes lit up, and they eagerly agreed. Leaving with their bags. Once they were gone, Chen Ming grinned. Brother, I'm really sacrificing here. I'll have that beauty come over to keep you company. You can hold her and make Su Mu Yue green with envy. Is she really that stunning? Comparable to Su Mu Yue? Tang Yu expressed skepticism. While Su Hang had many beauties, only a few could rival Su Mu Yue. However, if he could bring in a truly remarkable beauty, it would surely irk Su Mu Yue even more. After all, while the girls around him were beautiful, they paled in comparison to Su Mu Yue, making them unsuitable for his act. You'll find out soon enough. Chen Ming smiled mysteriously and began contacting the other party. Tang Yu felt a sense of anticipation that as a villain, he certainly couldn't indulge with the female leads that he'd rather remain single forever than be with them. But other beauties? Now, that was a different story. After about 10 minutes, a graceful figure approached, carrying a bag. Hello, Qin Xiao. The woman greeted warmly as she walked over. Ling Han, you've finally arrived. Let me introduce you. This is my elder brother, Tang Yu, Chen Ming quickly introduced. Tang Yu looked up at the woman and immediately agreed with Chen Ming's assessment that in terms of appearance, she was certainly not inferior to Su Mu Yue, the most beautiful woman in Su Hang. Moreover, Her demeanor was even more alluring, as if she were born with an enchanting allure. Her outfit was equally tantalizing, a semi-transparent white shirt that teased the eyes and a black leather skirt that accentuated her stunning figure. Her long, fair legs captivating all attention. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Tang Yu, and she promptly sat beside him, extending her hand. "Young Master Tang, you're so handsome. I'm Ling Han. It's a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is all mine. Miss Ling, it's an honor to meet a beauty like you," Tang Yu replied, shaking her icy hand, suddenly realizing, what the hell? Isn't this the charming vixen? Damn it. Has Ye Chen been this swift in arranging things? No. Her target should be Chen Ming, not me. At this moment, Tang Yu's heart was profoundly shaken. Similarly, Ling Han, who was shaking hands with him, was taken aback upon suddenly hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts. She nearly believed her true identity had been exposed. Indeed, she was one of the pawns specifically dispatched by Ye Chen, as well as an elite member of the Dragon Soul organization at its highest echelon. What on earth is going on with this guy? Is he speaking to me via ventriloquism? No, this is certainly not ventriloquism. Ling Han thought, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes that as a top-tier assassin, she possessed a plethora of skills. Ventriloquism was one of her specialties. Yet the individual before her seemed utterly incapable of such a feat. Observing the two of them clasping hands without letting go, Chen Ming felt a twinge of envy from the sidelines. Big Brother is indeed remarkable. Exceptionally handsome. Women simply cannot resist him. Just a handshake, and it has escalated to this that wouldn't tonight be a night of fervent passion. Once she regained her composure, Ling Han smiled at Tang Yu, saying, "Mr. Tang, I must say your skin is well maintained. Your hands are even fairer than mine." "Oh, really?" Tang Yu replied awkwardly, hastily releasing Ling Han's hand, feeling a little prickly on the scalp that he glanced at Chen Ming, who wore a smug expression, giving him a thumbs up and mouthing, "What do you think, Big Brother? Isn't this brother loyal enough?" "Loyalty, my foot, this is an assassin. Her target is you, and you're pushing her onto me. I regard you as a brother, yet you act so unprincipled." After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts once more, Ling Han was now 100% certain. This was not ventriloquism. She had actually heard this guy's innermost thoughts. Astonished, she pondered, having been an assassin for so many years, what had she not encountered? Yet this scenario was entirely new to her. "Stay calm. Don't act rashly." Ling Han took a deep breath. Although her identity had been exposed, she was confident in her ability to escape with ease. For now, it was best to remain and observe. This fellow was also a target of the Dragon King. "Come, let us toast to new acquaintances. We should drink a few more glasses." At that moment, Chen Ming, being the good brother, stepped in as a lubricant, beginning to pour drinks for both of them, that he thought, let's help Big Brother get this woman intoxicated. "Cheers." Tang Yu raised his glass, a somewhat forced smile on his face. And the three clinked their glasses together, but he cast a glance at the alluring and captivating visage of the jade-faced fox, now only wishing to make a hasty exit. What is more perilous than the female lead? Naturally, it is the assassins under the protagonist's command. Instinctively, he shifted his body slightly to the side, creating some distance to find a semblance of safety. Initially hoping to remain inconspicuous, he had inadvertently found himself under the enemy's gunpoint. "What's wrong? Mr. Tang, are you feeling unwell?" Noticing Tang Yu's movements, Ling Han inquired with a smile. "I've been sitting for too long. My backside is a bit sore," Tang Yu replied with a hearty laugh. "Please don't come over here. One mustn't forget their original intentions. What is your objective? Is it to avoid cavities?" "Certainly not. Your target is our Chen Ming, young Master Chen." "Yes. Go flirt with him. Understood? A dead comrade does not deter a Taoist. Don't worry. Big Brother will remind you later to flee abroad. He wouldn't leave you to your doom." Ling Han's lips twitched. This guy actually had some loyalty. But how did he know about the organization's plans? Her curiosity about this individual deepened. According to the organization's dossier, he was merely a lovesick rich kid. Yet, it seemed he was not as simple as that. "No worries if you're uncomfortable. I can give Mr. Tang a massage. I am a trained medical professional," she said, extending her hand to rest on Tang Yu's thigh. Smiling sweetly. "Wow, Big Brother is indeed fortunate. Ling Han has never treated me this well." Chen Ming chimed in from the side. What the hell? Do you want this blessing? Tang Yu chuckled awkwardly, saying, Miss Ling is indeed considerate, but it seems my discomfort has vanished. As long as you're feeling better, let us continue drinking and chatting, Ling Han said, raising her glass with a smile. Tang Yu nodded, swiftly contemplating his strategy. According to the original plot, Ye Chen, ambitious after returning home, aimed to subdue the four great families of Su and Hang as his first target. The four great families wielded immense influence in Su and Hang. Once he controlled them, he would reign supreme over Su and Hang. He would be the king without a crown. To dominate the four great families, in addition to charming women, he needed to eliminate the obstacles one by one. Chen Ming, as the male heir of the Chen family, was one such obstacle. Thus, several elite operatives were dispatched. The jade-faced fox, Ling Han, was tasked with the Chen family. After getting close to Chen Ming, she would use her beauty to manipulate him, then seduce another wealthy heir. Eventually, the two would clash, leading to Chen Ming's poisoning and death at the hands of the jade-faced fox. The Chen family would mistakenly believe that the other young master was the culprit, and upon their conflict, Ye Chen would reap the benefits as a bystander. After thoroughly recalling the plot, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. I remember now, the Dragon Soul Organization's regulations are quite strict, and tasks cannot be casually altered. This woman and I are merely playing a part. Her true targets remain Chen Ming and another unfortunate soul. In that case, I need not panic. I simply have to play my role well, making her find me repugnant enough to withdraw. Hearing all this, Ling Han furrowed her brow slightly. This guy, how could he understand the Dragon Soul Organization so well? It should be known that the Dragon Soul Organization is immensely powerful and shrouded in mystery. Outsiders are utterly unaware of the internal regulations of their organization. This Tang fellow is certainly not an ordinary individual. After reorienting her mindset, Tang Yu took the initiative to shift closer to Ling Han, leering as he said, Miss Ling, you are quite beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend? Chapter 19. All actors, not at the moment. Are you suggesting you want to introduce someone, Mr. Tang? Ling Han responded with a cheerful smile, leaning her body against Tang Yu's while subtly sending him flirtatious glances. You wish for me to leave? Not a chance. She was determined to see just how much this guy truly knew about their organization. Damn, this ISNT following the script. If your target is Chen Ming, shouldn't you be casting glances his way right now? Could it be she knows that Chen Ming enjoys being the center of attention, and is deliberately putting on a show for him? Well then, let us play along. Life is but a stage, and it's all about performance, that I might as well use you to deal with that foolish woman. Su Mu Yue. Tang Yu quickly calculated in his mind that he chuckled and casually wrapped his arm around Ling Han, asking, So Miss Ling, what are your interests and hobbies? Perhaps I know someone who shares your passions. Interests and hobbies? I enjoy dancing and music. How about you, Mr. Tang? We're quite similar. I enjoy listening to music and watching films that aren't suitable for children, Tang Yu stated earnestly. Chen Ming, who was drinking, spewed his beverage everywhere. Big brother, your flirting skills are at the same level as a caveman S. Ling Han feigned shyness, saying, Mr. Tang, you're so annoying. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Tang Yu burst into laughter. I knew there was no way Mr. Tang could be that type of person. Exactly. How could someone like me possibly enjoy music? Both Ling Han and Chen Ming were left utterly cold. Mr. Tang, you're quite humorous. Ling Han felt compelled to compliment him as she nestled against him. Acting coy, don't try that with me. I've had my fill of sweet talking. Women only hinder my enjoyment of life, especially those associated with Ye Chen. However, Ye Chen is rather shameless himself, not sparing any of his organization's women. He deliberately assigns them perilous tasks, only to swoop in as the gallant hero, making all the glory his own. Tang Yu mused to himself. Meanwhile, Ling Han was utterly stunned. How could this guy know about that? Over the past 2 years, she had experienced 2 failed missions, both of which had resulted in the Dragon King rescuing her. He had even sustained serious injuries to save her. This had deeply moved her. Yet now, after hearing Tang Yu's remarks, she suddenly sensed something was off. The difficulties of her failed missions had indeed been greater than she had been led to believe. Thus, she had faltered. Just how much do you know? Ling Han found herself exceedingly curious. However, she could not openly ask, so she continued to play her part while quietly listening. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Mu Yue finally made her grand entrance. Storming into the Xinga Club with her bag in tow, she headed straight for the first elevated platform. As she walked, many were awestruck by her beauty, with several individuals attempting to engage her in conversation. A few men relentlessly pursued her, determined to make their intentions clear. However, once Su Mu Yue reached the first elevated platform, they dared not act out of line. Tang Yu. Upon her arrival, Su Mu Yue spotted a woman whose beauty rivaled her own, nestled in Tang Yu's embrace, and her eyes blazed with fury. What is going on? Did you come to discuss the annulment of our engagement? Tang Yu smiled slightly, finally pleased that this insufferable woman had arrived. Did you see that? I'm holding such a stunning beauty. Can you endure this? Don't hesitate. Go ahead and explode. Today, I permit you to douse me in alcohol. Come on. Don't hold back just because I'm a delicate flower. Assert your dignity as the female lead. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Mu Yue instantly grasped his intentions. Indeed, he had intentionally shared a short video to provoke her, hoping to compel her to abandon the engagement. She would not grant him that satisfaction. Her expression softened slightly as she sat beside Tang Yu, saying, "What annulment? We've finally come together. What are you thinking? I noticed you drinking alone, so I thought I might join you." Chen Ming stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, he finally understood why Big Brother had said Su Mu Yue was acting strangely. The typically aloof Su Mu Yue. It is truly astonishing that one can tolerate their fiancé embracing a beautiful woman and still speak so calmly that as Tang Yu noticed Su Mu Yue seated beside him, pouring herself a glass of wine. He was utterly bewildered. Are you really going against the script, sister? Your head is already adorned with green, and you can still endure this? Quickly, heed your true feelings. Remember who you are. You are Su Mu Yue. Do you understand, Su Bingshan? Let us make an exception today and have a grand farewell. I permit you to slap me and call me shameless, and then we can cancel the wedding. Shall we? Do not hesitate. This is a splendid opportunity for you to prove yourself. If you do not take action, how will Ling Han report to the Dragon King, claiming our relationship is pure and untainted? Then go drink somewhere else. Your presence here disturbs my drinking with Miss Ling. Tang Yu wrapped his arms around Ling Han, wearing a lascivious and provocative expression. Do you see that? This is what it means to be a shameless beast. If you cannot endure it any longer, leave quickly. Do not force me to become more shameless. That my moral boundaries are quite flexible. I can stoop to any level. Ling Han trembled slightly, nearly striking Tang Yu in a fit of rage. This scoundrel, calculating and conniving, seeks to exploit her. She gritted her teeth in silence, vowing that this man was doomed, but Su Mu Yue felt a mix of anger and amusement within her heart. This fellow, with his clumsy performance, truly believes she is a fool? You think you could drive me away? Not a chance. You may continue drinking. I am not concerned with you. When you tire of your games, we shall return home together, all right? Su Mu Yue said softly, grasping Tang Yu's arm. Tang Yu seriously doubted that Su Mu Yue was acting like herself. Was she possessed by Wu Daolong? Is this something a carbon-based life form would say? What happened to your identity and stance? Calm down. Those obsequious lines are mine. Do not confuse identities. Quickly, after this glass, sweep away your hunger and return to your true self. Do not look at me like that. I have come to a realization. In these past 3 years, I have put you through too much for the sake of testing you. But from this moment on, I shall make you the happiest man in the world. You may do as you please. And I will not blame you. Su Mu Yue spoke tenderly. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his legs weaken slightly. This woman was truly going to ruin him. Are we being serious? Very well. It is merely a contest of limits. I'll be damned if I can still walk after this. Forget it. I'll first take Ling Han away. If she continues to listen, there will be no way to salvage this. Having made up his mind, Tang Yu sneered and said, Do as you wish. Take your time drinking. Miss Ling and I will take a trip to the restroom. So do not disturb us. With that, he stood up, wrapping his arm around Ling Han, and left the elevated platform. Chen Ming stood by, dumbfounded. Damn, brother, why is everyone so wild today? Even I, the king of the nightlife. cannot match your level of openness. Su Mu Yue, however, did not follow them. Instead, she leisurely sipped her champagne, feeling a mix of happiness and complexity. She was glad that this guy was not truly misbehaving and was merely putting on a show. Yet his attitude of resistance towards her left her feeling quite conflicted. Was his affection for her over the past 3 years merely a facade? Chapter 20. The courageous security manager Ling, held by Tang Yu, was poised to strike at any moment. During her missions, she would often use her beauty to entice her targets, but she would never allow them to engage in any real intimacy. Fortunately, after a brief spin, Tang Yu led her out through the back door of the Star River Club. "Young Master Tang, what have you brought me here for?" she asked shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Tang Yu removed a watch worth millions from his wrist and handed it to Ling. "A gift for you. I appreciate girls like you who are understanding and do not constantly ask for money. Women like Su Mu Yue, who approach me solely for my wealth, disgust me. I'll go back and discuss the annulment with her. Let us drink together next time." With that, Tang Yu returned to the Star River Club. His mood considerably lifted, and no matter how skilled Su Mu Yue was at acting, he still had the upper hand. After hearing these words, Ling would surely inform Ye Chen. Surely, that fool Ye Chen would not think he was competing for a woman with him? Ling casually tucked away the watch given by Tang Yu-as an assassin. She still had a fondness for money. She quickly returned to her car and dialed Ye Chen's number. The call connected promptly. "What's up, Han Air? Is the mission going smoothly?" Ye Chen's voice came through the line. Normally, hearing Ye Chen call her Han Air brought her joy, but after hearing Tang Yu's words, her feelings had shifted slightly. The familiar intimacy in Ye Chen's tone now felt somewhat distasteful, even hypocritical. "I am nearing the target, but I encountered Tang Yu and Su Mu Yue while getting closer," she reported into the phone. "Tang Yu? What is he doing with Su Mu Yue? They are drinking at a bar. Is that rascal trying to get Su Mu Yue drunk and then take advantage of her?" Ye Chen was seething with rage on the other end of the line. The woman he liked. He would never allow anyone to lay a hand on her. Otherwise, the wrath of the Dragon King would flow like rivers of blood. Ling hesitated for a moment before replying. "They haven't drunk much, but they are hugging and holding each other, and Su Mu Yue seems quite proactive." "Impossible. Su Mu Yue only holds feelings for me. How could she actively approach another man? Keep an eye on her and ensure her safety. Do you understand?" Ye Chen shouted into the phone. "How about this, Dragon King? Should I change my plan and infiltrate the Tang family to get close to Tang Yu? That way, I can better protect Su Mu Yue." Ling proposed. She was no longer interested in continuing her mission. She simply wanted to get closer to Tang Yu to gather more information. This man seemed to know secrets about the Dragon Soul organization. Perhaps he could provide answers to the information she had been seeking. "All right, Han Air, go ahead and change your plan. The Qin family can wait. Just remember, you must not let him touch my woman. Understand?" Ye Chen commanded loudly over the line that moment. He was patrolling a high-end residential area in Suzhou and Hangzhou, dressed in a security uniform with a walkie-talkie hanging from his body. After leaving the Wang family, he had rushed over to secure a new job. Yes, this was also a common tactic employed by the Dragon King to woo women, approaching them with a humble identity before revealing his formidable strength to pique their curiosity and win their affection. However, just as he finished shouting, a plump man rode over on a patrol vehicle. This man was none other than Liang Fei Fan, the security manager of the community. He approached and kicked Ye Chen in the rear, scolding, "Newcomer, are you brain dead? Who told you to make calls during work hours and shout like a madman? What do you mean by touching your woman? Did you lose a doll or something?" After receiving the kick, Ye Chen was instantly filled with rage that a mere security manager dared to lay hands on the illustrious Dragon King. If this were not in his homeland, that man would have been a corpse by now. But for the sake of his plan to woo women, he had to endure, gritting his teeth and saying, "Manager Liang, the company has regulations allowing phone calls during work hours. The company also has regulations stating that subordinates should not argue with their superiors." "I'm not arguing. I'm just stating the facts." "State your mother-s facts. If you don't want to work, then get lost, you idiot." Liang spat on the ground and swaggered away on his vehicle. Ye Chen stood there, trembling with fury. Once his plan to woo women was completed, that man would be the first to perish. The Tang family could wait a little longer. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Ling Han hung up with a look of disdain. After hearing a few of Tang Yu's heartfelt words, her intelligence seemed to have significantly increased. Her attitude towards Ye Chen grew, increasingly contemptuous that a man who would stoop so low for the sake of wooing women truly deserved to lead an organization. When Tang Yu returned to the elevated platform, he found Su Mu Yue sprawled over the table. Indeed, her alcohol tolerance was extremely low. After just 3 drinks, she had already succumbed. Chen Ming stood nearby, keeping watch over her, and upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, he exclaimed in shock, "Damn, brother, did you finish everything in 3 minutes? Finish your sister. I didn't even go. I just sent her away. This woman is extremely dangerous. You must not associate with her in the future." "Understood," Tang Yu admonished with a frown. After taking over this body, he had also inherited its memories that he held a great deal of affection for his brother Chen Ming, a villain. Chen Ming's demise was rather unjust. He simply refused to let his family business be seized, becoming an obstacle that Ye Chen had to eliminate. Ultimately, the concept of a villain is merely a matter of perspective. Readers who immerse themselves in the protagonist's role as the Dragon King would naturally revel in the experience. But when one stands in the position of the antagonist, opposing the Dragon King, the feeling is quite sour. "All right, brother, whatever you say goes," Chen Ming replied with a smile, choosing not to inquire further. Women were plentiful. He could always find another. He pointed at the sprawled Su Mu Yue and asked, "So what do we do now?" "I'll take her home." Tang Yu sighed heavily. This woman should know her limits. If she cannot drink, then she ought not to force herself. Coming here to act was unnecessary. What if he took advantage of her vulnerability? Wouldn't he that make the Dragon King a cuckold? Yet upon further thought, it seemed amusing. Shaking his head, Tang Yu dismissed the dangerous idea that it was better to remain a villain and bide his time. Competing with the protagonist for a woman is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. As Tang Yu hoisted Su Mu Yue onto his back, he immediately felt a soft expanse against his back. The fragrant aroma of her perfume mingled with the scent of alcohol, creating an unexpectedly delightful bouquet. Chapter 21. So wild you are, due to the effects of the alcohol. Tang Yu called for 2 bodyguards from the Tang family to come and drive him home. Never drink and drive. Each urban fantasy novel features a villain who meets a tragic end due to drunk driving. To survive until the grand finale, one must possess sufficient safety awareness to outlive the protagonist. When a sleek black Rolls-Royce arrived, Tang Yu, carrying Su Mu Yue, settled into the back seat. One of the bodyguards exited to retrieve his intoxicated companion's vehicle back to the Tang residence. As the 2 luxury cars cruised down the road, Tang Yu felt quite content. Being wealthy truly is exhilarating, that if only this world were devoid of Ye Chen, it would be even more perfect. With her cheeks flushed from inebriation, Su Mu Yue appeared far more endearing than her usual perpetually sullen demeanor. Suddenly, she let out a giggle, tilting her head and resting it on Tang Yu's shoulder. "Get off." Tang Yu promptly pushed her head away. The bodyguard driving nearly swerved the car into a river upon witnessing this scene in the rearview mirror. Goodness, is this still the same love-struck young master we know? Previously, he had devotedly pursued her for 3 years, undeterred by any obstacles. Even the most loyal of dogs would be in awe of his dedication. He had even heard from colleagues that the young master had once helped Miss Su with her high heels. In fact, the young master's father had once been so incensed by his son's lack of dignity that he had given him a good thrashing. That day, it was said that several belt straps had snapped, sending the young master to the hospital. Yet the very next day, he had stealthily escaped the hospital, bouquet of roses in hand, waiting for Miss Su to finish work. After being pushed away, Su Mu Yue simply giggled foolishly and leaned back against Tang Yu. In a tone too sweet to be believed, she said, "I just want to stick to you." Tang Yu was utterly perplexed, but then he recalled. This woman had lost her mother to cancer at a very young age. Her father, Su Chongshan, was a fiercely ambitious man, too consumed with revitalizing the Su family to spend time with her, and he had placed exceedingly high expectations upon her. Under the weight of loneliness and pressure, she had developed a stubborn and competitive nature, growing increasingly cold and independent. This icy facade shielded her from others while simultaneously protecting her. However, once intoxicated, she would completely shed this mask, revealing her delicate and clingy side. Akin to a puppy that unconditionally trusts. But why show me this side of yourself? What the hell? Why are you getting so handsy? Seeing Su Mu Yue attempting to climb onto him, Tang Yu desperately tried to push her away. Yet he had grossly overestimated his own strength. According to the absurd premises set by the author, as the villain, he was merely an ordinary wealthy young man with rather lackluster combat abilities. In contrast, Su Mu Yue, as the primary female lead, possessed considerable martial arts skills. She could easily handle 2 or 3 burly men. For Tang Yu, whose strength was inferior to that of a single robust man, to compete against her was nothing short of humiliating. Once Su Mu Yue was atop him, she began to giggle. "Come on, give me a kiss." She pouted and swayed closer to Tang Yu. "Oh no! Don't come any closer. Lao Wang, pull her back." Tang Yu struggled in vain, his hands firmly pinned down by her. He could only attempt to dodge with his head. Heaven forbid she manages to plan a series of passionate kisses on him. What would happen when she sobers up and recalls this? "Young master, I'm driving. Can't help you on the overpass." The bodyguard muttered helplessly, secretly scornful of his young master. Seriously, when a beautiful woman is throwing herself at you, why pretend to be so serious? If you're that impressive, why spend 3 years as a love-struck admirer? Despite Tang Yu's relentless squirming, Su Mu Yue failed to land a kiss on his lips, but left several red lipstick marks on his cheek. After a few attempts, she seemed satisfied, burping contentedly, and fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. "I've kissed you so many times. Why haven't you kissed me back? Are you really that wild?" Tang Yu was on the verge of tears. How could she act this way? This wasn't Su Mu Yue. This was a desperate seductress. "Who told you to stop pursuing me? You promised to adore me for a lifetime." Her tone tinged with sadness. "But I pursued you for 3 years and still haven't succeeded. Then why not try for another 3 years? And if I do, you'd become a great love-struck dog." Su Mu Yue chuckled. Tang Yu felt that this woman had truly gotten tipsy. Her mood swings were extraordinary. Suddenly, she pressed her face against his, rubbing softly and pleading. "I'm sorry, I know you're upset. Let me adore you. Okay, don't ignore me." She unexpectedly acted coy, and Tang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. However, mere seconds after saying this, she collapsed onto him, fast asleep. Tang Yu exhaled a long breath, at last. She had quieted down. If this continued, his pristine reputation would surely be tarnished by her antics. After another 10 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at the Tang residence. Tang Yu had no intention of returning Su Mu Yue to her home in such a drunken state. It would be difficult to explain to the Su family. The Tang house was spacious enough, and they had no shortage of places for her to rest. Just as he stepped out of the car with Su Mu Yue on his back, he spotted his father, Tang Gangcheng, standing at the entrance. At that moment, Tang Gangcheng's face was as dark as coal. Half an hour prior, while resting at home and browsing his phone, an old friend had sent him a video link. Upon clicking it, he was greeted with the sight of his son lewdly embracing 4 women while drinking. His son had even shouted something about not being a scoundrel, merely wishing to provide them with a home. This infuriated him immensely. How could this ungrateful wretch, after all the effort he had put into arranging a marriage, reveal his true nature so quickly? Now, seeing Tang Yu emerge from the car carrying a woman, with a face smeared in lipstick, he slowly withdrew his belt. "Father, please calm down." Tang Yu was nearly startled into jumping. He had already guessed his father's intentions. "Calm down, you little rascal. You just finalized the marriage arrangement. And you're already showing your true colors, are you? Bringing a woman home for fun?" Tang Gangcheng sneered, gripping his belt tightly. "This isn't just anyone. It's Su Mu Yue. I went drinking with her. That short video was just for fun. Chen Ming asked me to help him film it to gain followers." Tang Yu hurriedly shifted the blame. Tang Gangcheng scrutinized him for a moment, realizing that it was indeed his future daughter-in-law, which softened his expression slightly, allowing him to gradually return the belt to its place. The bodyguards lurking nearby stepped out of the shadows, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. They had been stationed around by Tang Gangcheng to prevent Tang Yu from escaping. Tang Yu's mother, Hanyan, also emerged, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao. Well, a complete service for treating a beating. Chapter 22. No matter who you choose, it's a dead end. Tang Yu, with a face full of frustration, carried Su Mu Yue into the house. Tang Yu frowned and admonished, "How much alcohol did you pour into Mu Yue? How did she get so drunk? She wanted to drink. She couldn't handle just 3 glasses. Nonsense. Mu Yue never frequents such places for alcohol that don't think I can't see through your little schemes." Tang Yu scolded without reservation to ASA man. He could easily discern his son's ulterior motives. Tang Yu felt like crying. Didn't his father notice all the lipstick marks on his face? Surely, he couldn't have been the one to lean in. Once home, Tang Yu's mother supported Su Mu Yue, saying, "I'll take Mu Yue to your room to rest that you're not to take her drinking again. Why send Mu Yue to the guest room? What's wrong with letting her rest in your room?" Tang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. Though he loved his wife dearly, her indulgence of their son was excessive. She had been the driving force behind this marriage arrangement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to swallow his pride. Tang Yu's mother nodded, understanding her husband's intentions. Tang Yu then looked at Tang Yu with a serious expression, saying, "I know you've liked her for years, but some things cannot be rushed. She must be willing. If you try any funny business, I'll break all 3 of your legs. You're overthinking it. I truly have no interest in her, I swear." "Then who do you have your eye on? The girl from the Wang family? Or the one from the Chen family?" Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. Tang Yu felt that any choice would lead to ruin. Among the 4 major families, aside from the Tang clan, the other 3 had daughters who had caught Ye Chen's attention. This man had, without a doubt, charmed his way into the hearts of these 3 families. This was one of the most absurd aspects of urban fantasy novels. How could prestigious families abandon all dignity, allowing their daughters to serve a single man while pouring their family resources into him? Utter nonsense. After being lectured extensively by his father, Tang Yu finally escaped the fate of a beating. Once back in his room, he washed up and lay down on his luxurious bed worth several $100,000, drifting off into a deep sleep. The life of the wealthy is, after all, so refreshingly mundane and monotonous. Once Tang Yu's mother left the guest room, Su Mu Yue, who had initially fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes. She had awakened, or rather, she hadn't been as drunk as she initially appeared. While she had been tipsy in the car, her rationality had still been intact. However, under the influence of alcohol, she found herself less inclined to maintain her composure. Instead, she yearned to succumb to her instincts, to do what she dared not do and to speak what she dared not say. She attempted to remove her own mask, much like that fellow. Yet as clarity returned, she felt a pang of embarrassment at the memory. All she had wanted was to converse with him, yet somehow, she had taken the initiative to kiss him. "Oh no, I want to be able to face anyone tomorrow." She covered her flushed face with her hands and let out a soft sigh. She should never have indulged in drinking. Lost in thought, she tossed and turned in bed until nearly 3 before finally drifting into slumber. The following morning, a knock on the door roused her from her dreams. "Mu Yue, are you awake? It is time for breakfast," came the voice of Tang's mother from outside. "Okay, Annie," replied Su Mu Yue, rubbing her bleary eyes as she reluctantly got up to freshen up. Due to her restless night, the dark circles under her eyes were quite pronounced. As she stepped outside, she inadvertently collided with Tang Yu, who was clad in his pajamas. He appeared quite energetic, though his expression turned peculiar upon seeing Su Mu Yue. "Good morning," he greeted casually. "What is this woman staring at me for? Could she be recalling last night's events? Alas, that drunken fool. I must never drink with her again. Otherwise, I might lose this pristine reputation of mine." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Mu Yue felt her face heat up again as memories of the previous night's escapade in the car flooded back. She hesitated to meet Tang Yu's gaze, merely muttering a greeting before lowering her head and walking ahead. "Yes, this is the reaction I expected. Keep your distance from me, all right?" The female lead ought to maintain her dignity. "I have begrudgingly forgiven you for yesterday's antics." Tang Yu followed behind, feeling rather pleased. This woman finally seemed somewhat normal. When they reached the dining table, breakfast had already been laid out. Today, Tang's mother had personally prepared the meal, not allowing the chef to intervene. As it was the first time the future daughter-in-law would be having breakfast at home and deserved special treatment. "Good morning, uncle and aunt," Su Mu Yue greeted as she approached Tang's parents. "Morning, Mu Yue," they replied in unison, smiling warmly at her. They were quite fond of Su Mu Yue. She was both beautiful and capable. However, her demeanor was a bit too aloof, having made their son a devoted admirer for 3 long years. Tang Yu also greeted them, pulling out a chair and diving into a plate of steamed buns. "What are you doing? Focus solely on your own meal. You ought to serve Mu Yu as well," Tang's mother chided upon seeing Tang Yu devour his food. "If she wants something, she can take it herself. She's not a child," Tang Yu retorted dismissively. "Serving her food is out of the question. It will never happen in this lifetime. If she wants to eat, let her. If not, then so be it that I am not a caretaker, and I have no interest in managing anyone's harem. Women, they only serve to distract me from reaching my ultimate goal." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Su Mu Yue felt a twinge of annoyance. This scoundrel, it was merely a matter of serving a dish. It wasn't tea, as if she was consuming him. With a guilty look, she softly interjected, "It's all right, uncle and aunt, I can manage on my own, that I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble by drinking too much yesterday. It's nothing at all. It's all this rascal's fault for dragging you out to drink, that if he ever pressures you again, let me know, and I shall deal with him," Tang's father replied amiably. "It wasn't me who encouraged her to drink. You can ask Chen Ming if you don't believe me," Tang Yu protested, feeling like he was being unfairly blamed. "Indeed, it was my own decision to accompany him for drinks. It's my fault, uncle, please don't scold him." Su Mu Yue bit her lip, appearing quite pitiful. Upon hearing her words, Tang's parents grew even fonder of her. Look at how considerate and understanding this prospective daughter-in-law is. She would rather lie than let this boy face reprimands. What the hell? This woman is starting to act again? Isn't she? And now she is trying to win favor with my parents. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? I see. You read deliberately setting me up, trying to avoid the pressure of a broken engagement, and let me take the fall. Cunning woman, I can see. After contemplating this internally, Tang Yu finally understood. After finishing off a steamed bun, he said, "Dad, Mom, as you can see, we're not quite compatible. Perhaps we should reconsider this alliance." Before he could finish, Tang's father had already pulled out his belt, glaring at Tang Yu. "What did you say?" Tang Yu swallowed the remainder of his sentence. "It was a bit inappropriate to be punished first thing in the morning. Please, Dad, don't hit him. It's probably my fault for not doing something right that made him unhappy." I will improve," Su Mu Yue said, looking at Tang's father with a pleading expression. "Why are you catering to him? He is just being insufferable." Tang's father sighed, his gaze softening as he looked at Su Mu Yue. He ultimately decided to retract the belt. His son had stubbornly refused to heed advice and had become a devoted admirer for 3 long years. Now that he had finally won over a beauty, the boy was acting up again. It was truly a case of asking for trouble. Amidst the laughter and joy of Tang's parents and Su Mu Yue, breakfast finally came to an end. Tang Yu felt like an outsider, too intimidated by the threat of the belt to utter a single word. At the Tung Wang group, in the general manager's office, Wang Yixue was reviewing an investigative report concerning the French company. Fowls, after gleaning insights from Tang Yu's thoughts, she had gained access to an increasing amount of information. After several days of investigation, the truth was laid bare before her. The Fowls company indeed harbored significant issues. Moreover, the vice president, Li Chen, who had been pushing the business forward, had recently seen a sudden influx of 20 million into his wife's bank account. She had someone trace the origin of the funds, discovering they had been transferred from a celebrity named Hanyan. The benefactor of this celebrity was none other than her cousin, Wang, that if her deductions were correct, this 20 million was likely a down payment for Li Chen. What a bold Wang, daring to collude with outsiders. A glint of cold fury flashed in Wang Yixue's eyes. Her rise to power at such a young age was due to her intelligence and cunning. She would show no mercy towards those who betrayed her, even if it meant confronting her own cousin. However, more than Wang, she was concerned about another individual, Ye Chen. This man had already made it on her hit list, yet she had not uncovered his true background. His identity remained shrouded in mystery, veiled by a fog. The only lead she could trace was a company named Huajin, which had invested heavily in Fowls half a month ago, becoming its largest shareholder. Yet this company was not under Ye Chen's name. This individual was well concealed. Forget it, there is no need to act rashly. Wang Yixue was a patient woman. She understood that patience would yield greater rewards. After some contemplation, she made a phone call. About 10 minutes later, a distinguished middle-aged man entered. The vice president, Li Chen. You summoned me, President Wang? He inquired with a smile, his gaze subtly scrutinizing Wang Yixue, since the young lady took the reins of the company. The executives had been treated to quite the spectacle. Li, how long have you been with our company? Wang Yixue asked. Exactly 30 years. I have dedicated my life to this company. Li Desen chuckled heartily. Is that so? Wang Yixue suddenly slammed her hand on the table and spoke coldly. Did you dedicate it to the company? Or to Wang Rulong's 100 million? A flicker of panic crossed Li Deshen's eyes. The figure of 100 million was a sensitive topic for him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, feigning confusion. President Wang, what do you mean by that? I have no patience for idle chatter. You know precisely how our Wang family deals with traitors. Even if you don't care for yourself, think of your family. Wang Yixue warned frostily that Li Deshen's legs weakened, and he quickly knelt, pleading, President Wang, this has nothing to do with my family. I was coerced into this by young Master Rulong. Before long, Li Desen divulged every detail. Upon hearing his account, Wang Yixue leaned back in her office chair, her expression unreadable. She was somewhat astonished. Everything had been perfectly articulated by Tang Yu's thoughts. What a Ye Chen. Plotting against me, is he? She thought, a cold smile forming in her heart as she devised a plan for retribution. Li Desen, I can give you a chance to go to Wang Rulong and inform him that I have agreed to this collaboration. The finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. Li Desen was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. President Wang was fully aware of the trap, yet was willing to leap into it. Just do as I say. Have him urge Fowles to expedite the transfer to the collaboration account. Wang Yixue was unwilling to elaborate further. Understood. Thank you, President Wang, for this opportunity. I will execute it diligently. Li Desen nodded repeatedly, sighing in relief as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. After leaving the office, he was about to take the elevator down to find Wang Rulong when the elevator doors opened to reveal Wang Rulong stepping out with a document in hand. Li, how did it go? Wang Rulong eagerly inquired, wrapping an arm around Li Deshen's shoulders. President Wang has already agreed. She is in the process of signing the contract and instructed me to notify finance to proceed with the transfer. Li Desen replied promptly. Wang Rulong's face lit up with elation. He was finally able to secure his cousin's approval. Thus, once the plan comes to fruition, the position of general manager shall soon fall into one's own hands. As for my cousin, she can obediently get married. What purpose does a woman have in vying for power? By the way, President Wang also asked me to remind you to contact Fowles Company and urge them to expedite the fund transfer for the project, Li Desen advised. All right. Thank you for your hard work, President Li. I will transfer the remaining 80 million to you later, Wang Rulong said, giving Li Deshen's shoulder a hearty pat before returning to his office to call Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen was patrolling the community. Upon receiving Wang Rulong's call, his mood instantly brightened. Understood. Just wait for your takeover of Tungwang Group, he promised before hanging up, although a cold expression crossed his face. Fool! With a disdainful snort, he dialed the phone number for the Longhun organization that end this collaboration between Fowles Company and Tungwang Group. The latter was to provide 500 billion in funding, while Fowles Company was required to contribute 300 billion along with technical personnel. Currently, Fowles Company had become a mere shell of its former self. Therefore, this sum must be procured from the Longhun organization. Patience is a virtue. This money is merely a temporary investment. Once I have conquered Wang Yixue, the Wang family's wealth, amounting to trillions, shall be mine. As the call connected, a deep male voice resonated. Dragon King, what is your command? Transfer 300 billion to Fowles Company. Understood. Should it be from your personal account or? Of course, it should be from the organization's account, that it'll be transferred back soon. It's merely 300 billion, after all, Ye Chen replied, slightly irked. His personal funds were locked in a foundation, yielding substantial returns daily. If he could use the organization's money, he would certainly not dip into his own. Very well. The man on the other end of the line spoke with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 24. I am an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, specializing in treating braggarts at that moment. A patrol car approached, driven by manager Liang Feifan. As he arrived, he overheard Ye Chen on the phone exclaiming, It's just 300 billion. causing him to furrow his brow. He halted the vehicle and glared at Ye Chen, scolding, "Newcomer, are you out of your mind? Do you think you can boast all day without consequence? It's just 300 billion. The paper in your trash bin wouldn't even amount to that," he continued. "This is your final warning. If I catch you boasting again while on duty, this old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner will have to teach you a lesson." He jabbed at Ye Chen with his rubber baton, clearly unimpressed by the newcomer's demeanor. Ye Chen, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly turned pale with anger, but he glared at Liang Fifan, reminding himself to bide his time. Until his romantic pursuits were fulfilled, it was not yet time for revenge. After Liang Fifan departed, Ye Chen resumed his patrol with a simmering resentment. Once the Longhan organization transferred the funds to Fao's company, Wang Yixue, who had been closely monitored, received the news immediately. "Finally, we've hooked them." A smile graced Wang Yixue's face. Once the funds reached Fao's company, reclaiming them would prove a formidable challenge. She had thoroughly investigated the tax evasion issues plaguing Fao's company, in France. Such conduct is viewed with severe disdain, and if caught, they would face exorbitant fines. By her estimates, the 300 billion might not even suffice to cover the penalties. But that wasn't all. She looked at a Huajin investment company, which boasted assets of around 500 billion, that a mere 300 billion would hardly constitute a significant loss for them. Her revenge was just beginning. Contemplating her next move, she sent a WeChat message to Tang Yu. "Let's have dinner. I have a business proposition to discuss." At that moment, Tang Yu had just arrived at his own company, barely settling in when he received Wang Yixue's message. "Business? I might consider discussing a deal worth several billion," he chuckled, but after a moment's reflection, he deemed it unwise. Maintaining distance from the female lead was the only path to survival. He had finally begun to enjoy the lavish life of a wealthy man and wished for tranquility. "Not free," he replied curtly, sending a panda emoji along with his message. "Oh, is that so? Well, it seems there is no choice then. While cleaning my phone yesterday, I accidentally stumbled upon some old photos I forgot to delete that I wonder how it would fare on social media." Wang Yixue quickly shot back, even attaching an image. Tang Yu glanced at it, and his expression darkened in an instant. "What the hell? Isn't that a photo of me in her room? In the picture, I'm holding a cute little white piece of lingerie, wearing a lewd grin. Any passerby would mistake me for a perverted thief. Damn it, didn't you say you deleted them? What happened to basic trust between people?" Tang Yu lamented. Would you like a chance to rephrase that?" Wang Yixue responded almost instantly. "Where shall we meet?" "Deep Sea Restaurant." "Be good, Mua." Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu wiped away a tear and left the company. Upon arriving at the Deep Sea Restaurant, he found Wang Yixue waiting at the entrance, spotting Tang Yu from a distance. She waved at him with a smile. Today, she wore a white three-quarter sleeve blouse, which, due to her ample figure, left one wondering if the buttons would hold. The light gray professional skirt clung to her curvaceous form, and her legs, encased in black stockings, were positively alluring. Whether in a cheap how or professional attire, she exuded a unique charm. Many men in the vicinity were discreetly stealing glances at this stunning beauty. They had previously attempted to approach her for contact information, but were met with the response that she was waiting for her boyfriend. Thus, they stood by, admiring her beauty, while also curious about the lucky man who could win her heart. When they saw Tang Yu approaching, their expressions shifted to one of resignation. Not to mention, the Bugatti Veyron he drove marked him as belonging to an entirely different league. Furthermore, he was tall and handsome. "Damn it, why do all the good women end up with dogs?" they muttered in frustration. "Must we conduct business here?" Tang Yu said with a frosty expression, clearly displeased. "Damn, isn't the Deep Sea Restaurant a place that devours people? Even as a master of stealth, I can't handle this. Are we discussing business or a multi-billion-dollar deal?" Master of stealth, a multi-billion-dollar deal. Upon catching Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips twitched. Was this guy afraid she'd devour him? Even if she did, it would be he who benefits, right? Exactly, it's a romantic setting, she said, extending her arm towards Tang Yu. "What now? Link arms? Or do you prefer to hold hands directly? Or perhaps I could wrap my arm around yours? Please maintain some decorum. Let's just focus on the business discussion." Tang Yu coldly refused. Linking arms? This woman is definitely up to something. In such a public place, if word gets out that I'm involved with her, I am done for. Control yourself. I know it's natural to feel desire, but one must exercise restraint. Oh, and what about the person in that photo? Wasn't either a lack of decorum in taking my personal belongings? Wang Yixue remarked, feigning innocence. Tang Yu realized this woman was subtly threatening him. Reluctantly, he extended his arm and linked it with Wang Yixue's. The deep-sea restaurant resembled a vast aquarium, yet it was not open to the public and operated on a membership basis. Dining here felt akin to being submerged underwater, a luxurious yet romantic experience. Many affluent individuals favored bringing their companions here for meals. The ambience was romantic, and the lighting was deliberately dim, with candlelight illuminating the dining area. People often indulged in secretive endeavors in the shadows, pursuing thrills that if one were to venture into a university grove at night with a flashlight, they would undoubtedly stumble upon several delightful surprises. Many patrons opted for private booths, and before the meal even began, some had already begun to indulge in one another. Were the fish in the aquarium sentient, they would have undoubtedly learned all the positions of human reproduction by now. Thus, Tang Yu had always believed that the owner of this restaurant was quite the lecher. Don't go into a booth. Dining outside is perfectly fine. Even if we enter a booth. I won tea yield. Have any booths available? She inquired of a waiter. Hello. All booths have been fully booked. The waiter responded respectfully. No matter, let us dine outside then. Tang Yu's spirits lifted at this news. Relieved that the restaurant was busy today, he felt much safer now. That works, we can eat outside. Wang Yixue agreed, not particularly insistent on a booth. Noticing Tang Yu's cheerful expression, she understood precisely what he was pleased about. Soon, he would have even more reason to be happy. After being seated, the waiter brought 2 fresh scented candles for the table. Darling, what would you like to eat? With a smile, Wang Yixue inquired while holding the menu. Anything is fine. But I'm not particularly hungry for dinner with you, and please don't call me dear. Tang Yu replied coldly. Damn, this woman is really off. Aren't we here to discuss business? What sort of business is this? I'm not selling myself. Teacher Wong, please don't act this way, that we are simply not suited for each other. You are a good person, and you deserve someone better than me. Oh, then let us order a couple less meal. Wang Yixue cheerfully handed the menu to the waiter. Her high heels slipping off as she playfully kicked Tang Yu's calf with her foot wrapped in black stockings. What are you doing? Tang Yu immediately displayed a wary expression. Goodness, my dear friend. This is not the place for such antics. In public, maintain your decorum. All right, don't wipe your foot sweat on my leg. My foot itches. Wang Yixue laughed in annoyance. It has your feet that are sweaty. You pamper them daily, don't you? Then why are you rubbing them against me? It's disgusting. Tang Yu retorted, his gaze subtly assessing Wang Yixue's feet. What a sin. How could you wear stockings like that? I have been gutting fish at the supermarket for 10 years. My heart is colder than a blade, and nothing can move me. Except for those stockings. I was just joking. Walking in heels for too long is exhausting. Hurry, help me massage my feet. Wang Yixue urged playfully. She was curious to see how long this reserved individual could endure. Not a chance, Tang Yu scoffed. Didn't you say we were here to discuss business? Let us get on with it. I need to return to work afterwards. I am too tired to talk now. If someone could help me massage my feet, I wouldn't feel so fatigued. Wang Yixue shamelessly declared, placing her foot on Tang Yu's lap. Her legs were long and fair, slender, yet possessing a hint of softness, the kind that would make professional leg models envious, for women with less than flattering legs. Stockings served as a means of concealment. For someone like Wang Yixue, they carried a hint of allure. Damn, how can you do this? If your foot comes any closer, this is no longer dinner, is it? No wonder this enchantress chose such a venue for dining. Had I known, I would have preferred a private room. Being seen would lead to social demise. I can call a waiter over to help you massage. Tang Yu feigned discontent as he lowered her leg. The moment his hand grasped Wang Yixue's leg, she shivered slightly, as if electrified. Her tremor made Tang Yu's hand jerk as well. Why are you touching my feet? You're such a weirdo. Wang Yixue bit her lip, her expression bashful. Tang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment, wondering how it seemed he was the one acting lewdly. However, a thought crossed his mind. Indeed, I have been too passive. Always trying to avoid her makes her think I'm easy to tease. If I take the initiative, can her skin be as thick as mine? I'm the most shameless in the village. Even the most audacious would steal glances at me. Why should I fear her? Are you sure you wanted to massage your legs? Tang Yu deliberately imitated the Dragon King, flashing a charming smile, though his execution fell short. The Dragon King Ye Chen could elevate a smile to a perfect 90 degrees. Tang Yu managed only 30. Just do it, Wang Yixue replied. Her face tinged with shyness, her heart already delighted. Humph, today I want to see just how thick your skin is. The dim lighting makes it difficult for anyone to notice our little antics beneath the table. Tang Yu took a deep breath, grasping this woman's leg and gently kneading it a few times. Though separated by a layer of stockings, his fingertips could still feel her soft, supple skin. Goodness, her skin is exceptionally well maintained. Wang Yixue occasionally shivered, her face shyly lowered, remaining silent. Tang Yu was quite pleased with her reaction, that he knew this woman was all talk. In a genuine showdown, she was no match for him. Oh, now you know how to feel bashful? You wanted to tease me. This is your retribution. Well, woman, you kindled this fire. Now you must extinguish it yourself. 10 minutes passed, and Tang Yu began to feel something was amiss. Wang Yixue still lowered her head, maintaining her silence. What the hell? Why is she still unresponsive? It's as if we could start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Where is your sense of shame? Why are you still being stubborn with me? Quick, drop your final defiance and surrender to me immediately. Loudly declare, I am sorry, Tang Yu. Tang Yu mentally criticized. What on earth is this woman doing? Does she possess no sense of shame at all? Or is her threshold simply too high? Just then, a waiter approached with their dishes. Here are your couple meals, esteemed guests. After placing the dishes on the table, she proceeded to open a bottle of red wine. Thank you, here is a tip for you. Tang Yu expressed his gratitude, hurriedly placing Wang Yixue's foot down, pulling out a thick stack of cash to hand to her. If this continued, he would genuinely reach his limit. Thank you, Mr. Tang. The waiter gratefully accepted the cash. Truly, Mr. Tang was both handsome and generous. Tang Yu stood up and told Wang Yixue, I'll go wash my hands. You can start eating. All right, Wang Yixue raised her head, a mischievous smile on her face, wanting to burst into laughter. This guy had just massaged her feet for ages, all while muttering to himself about why he hadn't surrendered it was hilarious. He would never concede. Damn, I was careless. This woman is incredibly thick-skinned. Seeing her smile, Tang Yu realized he had fallen for her trick and left with a darkened expression to wash his hands thoroughly. When he returned, Wang Yixue had already poured him a glass of red wine, and the steak was neatly sliced. She appeared like a gentle, considerate girlfriend, winking at Tang Yu. Go ahead and eat. You've worked hard today. Thank you, Tang Yu responded coolly, indeed feeling a bit hungry. During the meal, Wang Yixue refrained from teasing Tang Yu further, focusing instead on her food. The atmosphere grew quiet, under the dim lights, observing the man, and under the moonlight, admiring the beauty. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Wang Yixue suddenly halted her movements. Chapter 26. Oh dear, you're blushing. She couldn't help but gaze at Tang Yu's handsome face, her eyes filled with warmth, according to this guy's inner thoughts. The world she inhabited was akin to a novel. She didn't mind, as long as she existed authentically. However, she was less pleased with the plot's development. Serve as a harem for that individual who looked as if he were gravely ill when he smiled. Only someone mentally unwell would engage in such a venture. Her little Tang Yu was far more adorable. Just in terms of looks, he could easily overshadow that guy. Why are you staring at me? Tang Yu suddenly noticed Wang Yixue's gaze as he ate. Being so intensely scrutinized by such a stunning beauty made him feel somewhat bashful. Oh dear, you're blushing. Come, let me see. No way. Tang Yu turned his face away. Let me see. Wang Yixue giggled. Just eat your meal. Weren't we supposed to discuss business? What business? Unable to endure this woman, Tang Yu had to shift the topic. Having had his fun teasing, Wang Yixue no longer continued to provoke Tang Yu, stating, I am planning to invest in a project. But I still need 300 billion. How about you join the investment? 300 billion. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Considering the Tang family's assets, producing 300 billion in liquid funds posed no significant challenge. However, what on earth did she need 300 billion for at this moment? Clearing his throat, Tang Yu replied with utmost seriousness. 300 billion is no small sum. First, tell me what project you intend to invest in. In renewable energy. Remember you thought it was quite good last time? Wang Yixue smiled brightly. Oh, fine, I'll consider it an investment in this project, but you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, unless absolutely necessary, don't bother me. Understand that men and women should maintain a distance. Tang Yu articulated his first condition, feeling that he might not fare well against this wily woman, so he opted to rein her in a bit. I was only acting flirtatiously to seek your assistance. Wang Yixue nodded vigorously. After all, she had no intention of keeping her word. Today you ignore me. Tomorrow I'll come looking for you. Heh. Tang Yu let out a cold snort and continued, Second, hand me your phone. I need to delete all the videos and photos. Damn, so you were deliberately setting me up. This cunning woman. However, I fell for her trick on purpose. Didn't you expect that? Once I delete the photos and videos, you won't be able to threaten me anymore. Wang Yixue hesitated for a moment before finally handing her phone to Tang Yu, saying, Then delete them, remember your promise. Of course, Tang Yu replied readily, taking the phone that he first opened WeChat and deleted the photos from the chat records. After removing the photos, he opened the file manager to locate the videos. Delete. After erasing the videos, only the photos in the album remained that he opened the album and was taken aback. The first photo featured Wang Yixue in a bunny girl outfit. This alluring ensemble, adorning her voluptuous figure, was utterly captivating. The black attire accentuated her exceptionally fair skin, making her appear even more enticing. Moreover, she had deliberately donned a pair of suspender stockings that in the frame. Wang Yixue displayed an incredibly seductive smile, as if teasing him. Holy crap, this is something I can view for free. Her figure is utterly outrageous. I truly underestimated her. His fingers swiped across the screen repeatedly, flipping through more than 10 images before finally moving past the Bunny Girl series. However, next came a set of nurse outfits. The only difference was that this time the black stockings were replaced with white ones. Ah, this is truly overwhelming. I didn't expect you to be so audacious in private. It's a pity our positions differ. So I can't photograph you myself. By the way, who took these photos? I hope it wasn't TA man, just the thought of it is infuriating. Tang Yu felt his face heating up as he continued to look. Damn, this is a bit too stimulating. The person in question is sitting right across from him. Fortunately, after flipping past the set of nurse outfits, he finally managed to locate the candid photo of himself. He quickly deleted the embarrassing history before returning the phone to Wang Yixue. Did you delete it? Wang Yixue asked with a sly smile. At this moment, her heart was filled with delight that a woman adorns herself for the pleasure of her admirer. These photos were specifically taken to tease him. Little did she expect him to take the bait willingly, and even scold the photographer in his mind. Heh, all these were taken by her, without any photographer involved. Well, it's good that he is jealous. It's deleted. Please refrain from such trivial pursuits in the future. Tang Yu coughed awkwardly, his gaze betraying a hint of guilt that in his eyes. Wang Yixue seemed to transform her attire with each glance. Thank goodness she didn't come to me dressed like that. Otherwise, who could withstand such a test? All right then, hurry up and transfer the money. Once the project succeeds, I will notify you, Wang Yixue urged. Tang Yu nodded and made a call to the company. He was now the head of the Tang Group. The author had crafted his character to be a remarkably capable villain, flawless in every aspect, an archetypal rich and handsome man. All these traits were laid out as a foundation. A high and mighty tycoon, unable to win over the woman he had been pursuing for 3 years, while Long Wang Ye Chen could easily charm her. Doesn't that just highlight Ye Chen's prowess? All right, I'll transfer within an hour at most. After hanging up, Tang Yu's mood improved considerably. The bunny girl is indeed delightful, if only she wore even less. Cough. I'll ask Chen Ming to arrange something later. Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. Chen Ming? She had almost forgotten to settle accounts with that rascal. Last time, he took Tang Yu to the Xinga Club and arranged for a bunch of girls for him. She would find someone to deal with him later. At that moment, Chen Ming was in a hotel, embracing a supermodel and discussing life ideals when he suddenly sneezed. After exiting the deep-sea restaurant, the two drove back to their respective companies. That be why the time Wang Yixue returned, the funds from the Tang Group were already in place, coupled with the 500 billion she had prepared. That amounted to a staggering 800 billion. This time, she intended to make a significant move. She would make that scoundrel Ye Chen bleed profusely that he is the protagonist. Tang Yu is the villain. Let us see how he fares when he has played against. P.S. Oh, you're blushing. Let me take a look at that 5-star rating. Here is the third update. Chapter 27. I really don't want to make money. France, Le Figaro is a forward-thinking media outlet. They began developing their online presence early on, amassing more than 20 million followers across various social platforms. Today, they unexpectedly published a news article that garnered millions of views in just 1 hour. The content of the news was a public denunciation of the Fars Company for tax evasion. The financial situation of Fars Company over the past 7 years was meticulously reported. Upon learning of Fars Company's actions, French netizens were enraged. Is the French government incompetent? How could such matters go unnoticed? They're too busy feasting on the spoils, those bastards. Fines, they must be penalized severely. Relevant departments quickly dispatched personnel to Fars Company to detain a number of executives for investigation and freeze all funds in their accounts. The following day, the investigation results were released. Fars Company was found to be guilty of egregious tax evasion and would face exorbitant fines. The 300 billion the Huajin Company had just transferred was insufficient to fill this cavernous deficit. Following Fars Company's collapse, Huajin Investment Company, as the primary shareholder, also suffered severe damage. They were exposed for illegally misappropriating funds, prompting an investigation by relevant authorities that as soon as this news broke, the stock price of Huajin Investment Company plummeted. When Ye Chen received this news, he was in the restroom, furious that he spent at least 2 to 3 hours here daily, taking paid breaks. How did this get exposed? Who provided the information? He bellowed in the restroom while clutching his phone. The collapse of Fars Company obliterated his plans to woo Wang Yixue. The 300 billion in funds hadn't even been invested in the project and now directly filled the coffers of the French government. 300 billion for him. Not picking up money when leaving the house felt like a loss. He couldn't sleep if he hadn't gained any advantage. Losing such a significant sum made his heart bleed. Even more intolerable was the heavy loss endured by Huajin Investment, with stock prices plunging wildly and the company desperately trying to inject funds to stabilize the market. Huajin Investment is one of the major companies under the Long Spirit organization. With total assets around 500 billion now, with the stock market crash, their losses were at least nearing 100 billion. Dragon King, there is another situation I need to report. The primary reason for this loss is that someone has taken the opportunity to short sell us. The opponent invested a total of 800 billion Huaxia coins. Our organization has investigated and found that this money was contributed by Tongwang Group and Tang Group. The report continued on the other end of the line. Hearing about Tongwang Group and Tang Group, Ye Chen's face turned ashen. How could those two companies do such a thing? Where did the problem arise? His plan should have been flawless. Wang Rulong would never dare betray him. Wang Yixue should also be in the dark. Could it be that Tang Yu, that good-for-nothing, discovered something? Just him. My identity hasn't been exposed. Has it? Ye Chen asked coldly. No, the Dragon King's identity is absolutely confidential. That's good. It's just a loss of 1,000 billion, right? Once I take down the 4 major families, this money will come back tenfold. Once he finished, Ye Chen hung up the phone. As long as his identity remained undisclosed, he would find another way to win Wang Yixue's heart. He had 1,000 ways to conquer a woman. As for Tang Yu, the money he earned this time would one day be repaid with his life. He then pulled out his phone and sent a text message to his subordinate. Keen, within half a month, you must uncover the Tang family's secrets. I want the Tang family to suffer. After sending the message, he exited the restroom. Walking onto the lawn downstairs, he quickly spotted a half-meter-long snake. After catching it, he easily removed its fangs, rendering it harmless. He smirked as he approached Building 8, where the eldest Miss Chen Curson resided. He found a chance to get close to her these past few days. If that's the case, he would create an opportunity. Seeing that there was no one around, he effortlessly tossed the snake into the second-floor window of the villa, then stood downstairs, silently waiting for the chance to be the hero who saves the damsel in distress. Creating an accident to garner affection, allowing the other party to gradually fall in love with him. This was his forte. Beep, host has successfully survived the plot. Reward, a building of Mingyue Hotel, has been transferred to the host's name. Just as Tang Yu, lounging at home like a salted fish, heard the system prompt, he instantly sat up from his bed. What? How did I survive the plot? He appeared utterly bewildered. Having done nothing at home. System, what did I do? He mentally inquired. Successfully survived the plot of Chapter 88. The system's voice rang out. Tang Yu thought for a moment and recalled the plot of Chapter 88. In this chapter, Dragon King Ye Chen's scheme succeeded, Wang Yixue fell into his trap, and the 500 billion from Tongwang Group was frozen. Next, Wang Rulong would begin his power struggle, leading into his own romantic escapades. Got it. Tang Yu smiled with satisfaction. After laboriously playing his part for so long, he finally received the reward he deserved, that in a remarkably good mood. He stood up, tidied himself, and prepared to check out his new reward. Mingyue Hotel, despite its ordinary name, was quite renowned in Suzhou and Hangzhou. That it was the only 7-star hotel in the region. In all of Huaxia, it was considered a top-tier establishment. Its value was approximately 200 billion. He hadn't expected the dogged system to be so generous. While the Tang family was already quite wealthy, who would ever complain about having too much money? Of course, if the system could have rewarded him with some ancient martial arts techniques or life-preserving skills instead. That would have been even better. As he walked into the garage, just as he was about to pick a sports car to set off, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from the company. What is the matter? Young Master Tang. The 300 billion investment transferred to Tongwang Group a few days ago has been returned, along with an additional 150 billion in profits. What? Tang Yu started to sense something was off. Shouldn't this money have been invested in the new energy project by Wang Yixue and frozen? How could it come back with an additional 150 billion in profits? While making money is a joyous affair, this was simply suspicious. Could it be that the plot has collapsed again? Tang Yu hurriedly hung up and dialed Wang Yixue's number. What's wrong, darling? Do you miss me? The sweet voice of Wang Yixue came through the phone. Instantly, Tang Yu recalled her photo in the bunny girl outfit. He cleared his throat and said, What's the status of our last investment project? Oh, I suddenly discovered some issues with the partnering company. Upon investigation, I found that someone was trying to deceive our Wong family. Thus, I took the funds intended for investment and used them to short the opponent, making a modest profit. Next time, should there be another lucrative opportunity, I shall summon you again. Meanwhile, Wang Yixue blew a kiss to Tang Yu over the phone. Chapter 28. Child, the eyes never deceive. Did the plot truly unravel once more? Damn it, I miscalculated. The difficulty of surviving has just increased exponentially. Tang Yu felt a surge of frustration. Was it so challenging to allow him a moment of peace to earn some rewards? Hey, darling, why are you silent? Wang Yixue inquired upon sensing the stillness on the line. Nothing. I'm simply overwhelmed with joy to the point of being speechless. Is that so? Then I'll seek you out again next time I profit. Thank you. Tang Yu wiped away a tear as he ended the call. In the sweltering heat, he was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet icy. The abyss was desolate, and the Dragon King roamed the earth. The rest was a blur. In essence, this world was rife with oppression towards those like him. And when would he truly rise? The Su family, one of the 4 prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, once flourished comparably to the Tang family. However, in recent years, they had experienced a severe decline, to the point that they were on the verge of losing their esteemed status, were it not for the outstanding performance of the younger generation. Particularly Su Mu Yue, everyone might have believed that the Su family's fall from grace was imminent. After a long day's work at the company, Su Mu Yue returned to the Su residence in her Maserati. A figure approached her. It was Ye Chen, who had been waiting in the car. After parting ways with the Tang family, he could no longer remain as a bodyguard for the Su family. Mu Yue, it has been a while, he greeted her with a smile. What brings you here? Su Mu Yue's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing her frown made Ye Chen's heart swell with sweetness. Did she adopt this cold demeanor to protect herself from him? Silly girl, I missed you, so I came to see you. Ye Chen replied with a smile. Please refrain from speaking like that. We are not close. Kindly maintain your distance. Su Mu Yue pushed open the car door and stepped out. Visibly impatient to return home, Ye Chen quickly blocked her path, gazing at her with earnestness. Stop pretending, child. The eyes cannot lie. You care for me. You are merely afraid of me being harmed by the Tang family. But I can assure you, the Tang family is insignificant before me. I am far more formidable than you can imagine. Soon, you shall know who truly holds sway in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Su Mu Yue nearly lost her lunch at his overly flattering words. Her murderous gaze indeed did not lie that moment. Several members of the Su family emerged from the house. Upon seeing Ye Chen blocking Su Mu Yue, they erupted in anger as Yu Zhongshan gritted his teeth in fury. You again! Last time, you embarrassed our family. How dare you return? He then directed his gaze at the two bodyguards at the entrance. Throw this scoundrel out! The two bodyguards charged forward, fists raised at Ye Chen stood with an air of arrogance. Allowing their punches to land on him, that he then subtly shifted his weight, causing the two bodyguards to stumble backward, crashing to the ground in disarray. The two men regarded Ye Chen in terror. Still bewildered by what had transpired, the Su family members were equally astonished. This fellow possesses such remarkable skills. Who exactly is he? Noticing the shock in their eyes, Ye Chen offered a devilish smile. I initially intended to keep a low profile, but your disdain for others has compelled me to reveal myself. Today, I shall inform you that the Tang family is but ants before me. I, Ye Chen, am the true dragon's son-in-law of your family. How can a waste like Tang Yu compare to me? 3 days hence, it is Mu Yu's birthday, and I shall host the celebration. I intend to reserve the top floor of Mingyue Hotel, providing her with the finest birthday banquet. He paused before continuing. Moreover, I will present your family with a grand gift. Have you not long conspired to acquire that land in the west of the city? I shall secure it for you. He had initially planned to maintain a lower profile, but the Su family's reaction left him dissatisfied. The Tang family was hardly a source of fear that if he were abroad. Annihilating the Tang family would be an overnight affair. A once mighty family, far wealthier than the Tang family, had crossed him, and the Dragon Soul organization had dispatched merely 8 elite members to By Dawn. That family had been utterly eradicated. Thus, from this moment forward, he would gradually unveil his strength to expedite his control over Suzhou and Hangzhou. Is this man out of his mind? Who has the number for a mental institution? Someone should send him there. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a braggart, claiming to reserve the top floor of Mingyue Hotel. Who does he think he is? If you can secure land that our Su family cannot, I will gladly lick your shoes. The members of the Su family erupted in laughter, mocking him. They regarded Ye Chen as a mere jester, believing him to have lost his mind, setting aside the notion of reserving the top floor of Mingyue Hotel. Such a feat was utterly impossible. 2 years prior, during Su Mu Yue's birthday, the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Yu, sought an audience with the owner of Mingyue Hotel, offering $3 billion to reserve the top floor for Su Mu Yue's celebration. With the Tang family's power and such exorbitant terms, Mingyue Hotel had still refused, explicitly stating that the rules could not be broken unless the Tang family purchased the hotel outright. If the Tang family could not accomplish that, what right did he have to succeed? In the face of their ridicule, Ye Chen merely smiled coldly. He retrieved a prepared document from his pocket and tossed it to the Su family members. Take a look at this document, and you shall know whether I am capable. Su Zhongshan grasped the document, and upon glancing at it, was instantly taken aback that it was the confidential information regarding the land in the west of the city. The document also contained details about 2 other plots slated for development by the municipal government in the upcoming 6 months. How had he obtained such top-secret information in the realm of big business? Information was paramount. With this information in hand, should the Su family seize the opportunity, it could yield profits in the hundreds of billions. The other members of the Su family, upon examining the document, looked at Ye Chen with newfound respect. This man, it seemed, truly had connections that extended beyond the ordinary, that if they were to ally with the Tang family, could the Tang family offer the Su family such substantial benefits? From the perspective of family interests, their thoughts swiftly altered. Su Mu Yue, however, did not contemplate this deeply. She was entirely indifferent to Ye Chen. Yet his boastful claims presented a perfect opportunity to rid herself of him. Thus, she coldly stated, "Very well. As you say that if you fail to deliver, you shall never trouble me again." After all, reserving the top floor of Mingyue Hotel was absolutely unattainable. When the time came, should he prove untrustworthy, he would have no face left to continue pursuing her. Even if he did manage to secure it, she would refuse him. A promise is a promise. Ye Chen nodded proudly, looking at the members of the Su family. With me as your dragon son-in-law, the Su family shall become the second prominent family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. With that, he swaggered away. As they watched his retreating figure, the Su family members burst into laughter. This was indeed an excellent opportunity to test the man's capabilities. Should he truly accomplish these two tasks, selecting a more suitable son-in-law for the family would not be a poor choice. After leaving the Su residence, Ye Chen had not walked far when a black Rolls-Royce came to a halt before him. Chapter 29. Dragon Chen Group. A tall man stepped out of the car and bowed respectfully to him, exclaiming, "Dragon King, Long Ye, how have matters progressed?" Ye Chen inquired nonchalantly. An aura of dominance emanated from him, placing the man before him under considerable pressure. The man referred to as Long Ye was one of the 8 formidable generals of the Dragon Soul organization. Due to his unappealing appearance, loyalty, and business acumen, he had gained Ye Chen's trust that he typically accompanied Ye Chen wherever he went. It was convenient for command and also highlighted Ye Chen's own handsomeness. Long Ye quickly reported, "I report to the Dragon King that the Haishi Group has been successfully acquired and has been renamed Dragon Chen Group, following significant losses at Huajin Investment." The Dragon King had summoned him back from Europe and mobilized a staggering 500 billion in funds to successfully acquire the Haishi Group in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Dragon Soul organization possessed an unfathomable depth. Ye Chen pondered for a moment before stating, "Then I shall leave its management to you. I do not wish to reveal my identity prematurely. Thank you for your trust, Dragon King. I shall ensure the Dragon Chen Group is well managed," Long Ye replied. Clasping his fists in excitement, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suzhou and Hangzhou were not as he had envisioned. Relying solely on discretion would be too slow. He resolved to expedite his conquest of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Dragon Chen Group was merely his vanguard. "Long Ye, in 3 days, I wish to host a birthday banquet for my woman. Under your name, as the head of the Dragon Chen Group, secure the top floor of Mingyue Hotel. Once secured, release the news, letting all of Suzhou and Hangzhou know that the owner of the Dragon Chen Group is hosting a birthday banquet for his beloved. And procure that land in the west of the city for the Su family, showcasing my strength. Should anyone resist, they shall meet their demise," Ye Chen declared with unwavering authority. Long Ye takes his leave. Long Ye responded, his hands clasped, his eyes glinting coldly. Any who dared to obstruct the Dragon King would be ruthlessly eliminated. Mingyue Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou, was indeed a landmark of the region. The hotel featured 2 curved towers connected by an archway, resembling a colossal ring standing proudly upon the lake's surface, embodying the harmonious elements of Chinese philosophy. Each night, the hotel would reflect upon the lake like a bright moon, an incomparably beautiful sight. Indeed, the reward from the system is quite generous. I recommend going for a super double next time. As Tang Yu drove, he gazed at the hotel that belonged to him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After navigating through numerous rounds of the dog system's narrative, this reward was indeed lavish. However, the sudden largesse made him feel somewhat uneasy. Upon arriving at the hotel, the general manager, Wang, was already waiting at the entrance. "Young Master Tang," he called out, bowing respectfully as Tang Yu stepped out of the car. "There's no need for such formality." "Manager Wong," Tang Yu replied, smiling as he patted Wang's shoulder. After the hotel was placed under his name by the system, it had thoughtfully replaced the management team with members of the Tang family. "Shall I take you inside for a tour?" "Young Master Tang," Wang offered, gesturing invitingly. Tang Yu nodded, following him as they explored the hotel. Upon entering, the grand crystal chandelier immediately captivated Tang Yu's attention. The entire lobby was crafted from yellow crystal and various gemstones, epitomizing opulence and luxury. Wang led Tang Yu through the hotel facilities, eventually arriving at the hot springs area. The hotel boasted over 100 hot spring pools, with more than 40 villas dedicated to hot springs. Frequently frequented by wealthy patrons from Suzhou and Hangzhou, he pointed to one villa and inquired, "Young Master Tang, should we reserve a few hot spring villas for private use?" One will suffice, Tang Yu replied with a smile. All right, I'll make the necessary arrangements, and that villa will be off limits from now on, Wang Defa affirmed, nodding. After touring the hot springs, they returned to the general manager's office. Barely seated, Wang Defa's tea had yet to steep when his secretary rushed in. Manager Wang, the head of Launching Group has arrived at our hotel, requesting to book the top floor for a birthday celebration. The secretary reported. Booking the top floor? Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of Mingyue Hotel was a significant attraction, drawing esteemed guests daily. Due to its breathtaking views, that to reserve it for a single individual would undoubtedly offend other patrons. Just as he was about to decline, Tang Yu interjected. Launching Group? Yes, Launching Group, formerly known as Haishi Group, was recently acquired and renamed. The secretary promptly clarified. The Haishi Group was well known in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and its sudden acquisition piqued the curiosity of many. Who was this newcomer with such audacity to spend 500 billion to purchase such a large enterprise? Tang Yu inwardly exclaimed, Damn it, isn't this the plot from chapter 95 of the original book? In that chapter, Ye Chen ceased to play the fool and began to reveal his true potential. To prove himself to the Su family, he rented the top floor of Mingyue Hotel, hosting an extravagant birthday celebration for Su Mu Yue. This event, the Su family was thoroughly humiliated, and no one dared to underestimate him again. Su Mu Yue was utterly enchanted by his romantic gestures, falling head over heels for him. After securing the Su family, his influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou grew exponentially, leading him to set his sights on the Tang family. Dog system. Damn you, are you trying to screw me over again? Tang Yu cursed silently, though he had suspected that the system's sudden generosity was too good to be true. According to the original plot, Ye Chen sent Long to take over the top floor for Su Mu Yue's birthday celebration. The hotel manager adamantly refused to break the rules, prompting Long to threaten him with death. Faced with such peril, the manager realized he was dealing with someone not to be trifled with and had no choice but to comply. Now, the pressure rested on Tang Yu. Refusing would incite Long Ye's wrath, who would stop at nothing to secure his demands. However, acquiescing would lead to complications that if Ye Chen succeeded in winning Su Mu Yue's heart, the Su family would become his ally, coupled with Launching Group and other factions. The Tang family's position would become precarious. It was a dead end either way. He couldn't afford to be passive. He needed to devise a plan. Yet, personally intervening could be perilous. Taking a deep breath, his gaze fell upon Wang Defa. That if memory served him correctly, this fellow had quite the knack for scheming. One of the archetypes for villains is that their subordinates excel at stirring trouble. Wang Defa was no exception, and Tang Yu saw this as a prime opportunity to showcase his talents. What's the matter, young Master Tang? Wang Defa queried, noticing Tang Yu's unusual expression. Manager Wang, I believe we can agree to the top floor booking, but we must ensure that the birthday celebration does not take place. Do you understand my meaning? Tang Yu grinned mischievously, raising his eyebrows. If the celebration proceeded successfully, it would lead down the path of the original plot's doom. Not agreeing would only bring more trouble from the relentless Long Ye. Thus, it was best to let Wang Defa handle the situation. With his cleverness, he was bound to concoct a brilliant plan, leaving Long Ye trembling in fear. Understood, Wang Defa nodded, though he remained somewhat perplexed. What was young Master Tang's intention? If he was unwilling, couldn't he simply refuse? With lingering confusion, he exited the office to meet Long Ye, who was waiting in the reception area. May I ask how to address you? I am Wang Defa, the hotel's manager, he greeted warmly, extending his hand to shake with Long Ye. Who, with an air of arrogance, replied, I am Long Ye. My boss wishes to book your top floor for a birthday celebration for Miss Su Mu Yue. What is your price? Aware of Mingyue Hotel's policy against such bookings, Long Ye understood that the Dragon King had issued a directive. Whatever the Dragon King desired must be accomplished. He was prepared to assert dominance, making it clear to Mingyue Hotel that some individuals were not to be denied. The Dragon King shall prevail. Wang Defa's demeanor darkened instantly. So, the young lady was his boss's woman. Was he here to vie for young Master Tang's affections? Realizing the implications, he quickly understood why Tang Yu insisted on agreeing first and then sabotaging the arrangement. It was a deliberate attempt to humiliate the opposition. An opportunity to rise above has presented itself, Wang Defa thought to himself. a smile of triumph forming. Longzong, I believe we at Mingyue Hotel would like to establish a good relationship with your esteemed company. Therefore, we are making an exception to allow the top floor booking without any charges. Wang Defa's attitude astonished Longya. However, he quickly deduced the reasoning. Surely, the presence of Longshan Group stirred a desire for appeasement. After all, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize the significance of such a colossal acquisition. Given your hotel's sincerity, I, on behalf of Longshan Group, accept your offer, and I will send the birthday celebration plan to manager Wang shortly. Longya replied with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent, Wang Defa affirmed, both grinning like children at a fair. Once the arrangement was finalized, Wang Defa hurried back to report to Tang Yu. Upon learning that the deal was secured, Tang Yu nodded in approval. Did the dog system think it could outsmart him? With his superior intellect and capable subordinates, how could a mere system pose a threat? After passing through this hurdle, Tang Yu contemplated briefly. According to the original narrative, to showcase his power, Ye Chen had also helped the Su family acquire a parcel of land in the western city. However, that land was already under his control. After Longya left the hotel, he would proceed with that matter to prevent this mad dog from causing trouble. Tang Yu resolved to employ the same tactic. Manager Wong, please call General He and request that he temporarily relinquish the western city land to the Su family. He instructed Wang Defa. Let Ye Chen flaunt his prowess to the Su family for now. Once Wang Defa sabotaged the birthday celebration, they could reclaim the land. By then, the Su family would feel deceived and would certainly not offer him any goodwill. Regardless, he could not allow this dog to continue growing in power in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Understood, young Master Tang. Wang Defa nodded vigorously that he now grasped that Tang Yu intended to use that land as a birthday gift for Miss Su, a grand gesture indeed. Arrangements must be made. At that moment, Tang Yu heard the system's alert. Ding, host, you are indeed cautious. Due to an unyielding spirit triggering a special reward, you have obtained the perfected ancient martial art immovable king technique, usable once. Tang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Ancient martial arts? In urban narratives, if there is no mention of cultivation, ancient martial arts are undoubtedly the most formidable presence for the immovable king technique. Upon reviewing its description, it is a defensive technique, once mastered to perfection. The body becomes as unyielding as the immovable king. In other words, no one can break through my defenses, but it can only be used once, which is rather unfortunate. System, could you perhaps remove the one-time limitation? Tang Yu proposed with a grin. The system remained silent. Sighing, he acknowledged that the system was indeed troublesome. However, having it once was better than having it not at all. From this day forth, no matter how skilled an opponent may be, they would not be able to take him down with a single blow. At least two would be required. I wonder what rewards will come after the birthday celebration. This is a significant plot point. With anticipation, Tang Yu left the office with a hearty laugh, exclaiming joyously as he stepped outside. Unbeknownst to others, he felt like a ripe lychee. After Tang Yu departed, Wang Defa remained in his office, his excitement palpable. Being assigned to oversee Mingyue Hotel was undoubtedly a promotion. The task assigned by young Master Tang must be executed to perfection. Crush that dog of a rival. Make young Master Tang proud. He sat before his computer, eagerly awaiting the birthday celebration plan from Longya. After 2 hours of waiting, the plan finally arrived. He hurriedly opened his email, and upon unveiling the birthday party plan, a mischievous grin spread across his face. That little rascal, the proposal is rather romantic indeed. That Ye Chen, is it? Very well, if I do not trample your face beneath my feet at this birthday celebration, then I, Wang Defa, do not deserve the Wang surname. With a chuckle, Wang Defa felt a surge of impatience. After departing from the Mingyue Hotel, Longya, assuming the role of the Dragon Chen Group's leader, sought to connect with a prominent figure to secure a parcel of land for the Su family. This was initially a rather troublesome endeavor, and he anticipated that it would require unconventional methods to resolve. However, upon contacting the individual, he was met with swift agreement as soon as the purpose of his call was revealed. Remarkably, no conditions were stipulated. The person merely stated they would extend a favor to the Dragon Chen Group. The seamless execution of both tasks filled him with pride. The mere acquisition of a 500 billion yuan conglomerate had garnered the attention of the entire Su and Hangzhou region. How trivial Su and Hangzhou appeared. It was no wonder that the Dragon King chose this locale as his first point of return to Huaxia. Conquering Su and Hangzhou would be a mere stroll in the park. He hastily dialed Ye Chen, and once the call connected, he reported, "Dragon King, everything has been successfully arranged. Excellent. Your capabilities continue to inspire confidence. Quickly disseminate the news. Let everyone focus on this birthday celebration." Understood. Dragon King. With Long Ye's initiative, the news swiftly spread throughout Su and Hangzhou. The previously unattainable top floor of the Mingyue Hotel, which even the scion of the Tang family could not secure, had surprisingly been booked by the owner of the Dragon Chen Group. The upper echelons of society buzzed with curiosity. Who exactly was this enigmatic owner of the Dragon Chen Group? And who was his woman? To be celebrated in such a lavish manner. The women of Su and Hangzhou were particularly envious, filled with jealousy and longing. How could such a romantic affair not involve them? 3 days later, several Rolls-Royces came to a halt at the gates of the Su family estate. Long stepped out of the vehicle and proceeded through the entrance. Night had fallen, and the Su family awaited Ye Chen's arrival. They were eager to ascertain whether this individual truly possessed strength surpassing that of the Tang family. Upon learning of Long Ye's visit, the Su family members were taken aback. Long Ye? Wasn't he the owner of the Dragon Chen Group? What could he possibly want? Long Ye approached Su Mu Yue and bowed in greeting. "Miss Su Long, young Master Yi has sent me to escort you to the Mingyue Hotel for the birthday celebration." Ye Chen. Indeed. Su Mu Yue's expression shifted slightly. Could it be true that he had indeed reserved the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel? The Su family members also appeared astonished. The mysterious magnate who had acquired the Dragon Chen Group was none other than Ye Chen. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu Yue resolved to attend. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to clarify her feelings with him today. She had no romantic interest in him. She rose and said, "Very well, let us depart." Seeing Su Mu Yue's intent to go, Su Chongshan quickly intervened. "Mu Yue, are you truly going? This might not be appropriate, considering you and Tang Yu have already... What is Tang Yu in comparison? If young Master Yu wishes to eliminate him, it would be but a matter of a single finger." Long Ye interjected with a disdainful scoff. How could a mere second-generation wealthy heir from Su and Hangzhou dare compete with the Dragon King for a woman? Su Mu Yue frowned slightly at this remark and turned to her father. "Father, it's fine that if there are issues, I will handle them." "Very well." With a sigh, Su Chongshan acquiesced to his daughter's wishes. Soon, a group of them boarded the vehicle and headed towards the Mingyue Hotel. By the time they arrived, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Outside the hotel, a throng of reporters and onlookers awaited, eager to discover which fortunate woman was receiving such special treatment. The arrival of several Rolls-Royces failed to draw much attention. In a place like the Mingyue Hotel, even luxury vehicles were treated as mere chauffeur cars. "Please follow me. Young Master Yi is awaiting you on the top floor." Long Ye led the Su family members to the elevator. Just as they entered, Su Chongshan's phone rang. After answering, his expression transformed to one of excitement. "Mu Yue, we have secured the land in the western city." He looked at Su Mu Yue with fervor. The successful development of that land could yield profits exceeding 100 billion for the Su family. This was a rare and significant project for them. The Su family members were immediately electrified. Fully aware of the project's importance, young Master Yi truly wielded remarkable influence. Perhaps choosing him was a better decision than aligning with the Tang family. Long Ao was quite pleased with the Su family's reaction. With a slight smile, he remarked, "This is merely a casual favor from young Master Yi. His capabilities far exceed your expectations by 10,000-fold." At that moment, Ye Chen had donned an elegant high-end suit. Meticulously prepared for the occasion, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine in hand, quietly enjoying the night view, his mood tinged with anticipation. This evening, he sought to prove to the Su family that he was indeed their rightful dragon son-in-law. However, at present, the top-floor venue was occupied solely by him and the staff, that he had only invited the Su family to this event, that he could not afford to be overly ostentatious. Should the entire Su and Hangzhou region learn of his pursuit of Su Mu Yue, it would jeopardize his intentions of establishing a harem. Thus, he deliberately crafted this scenario to demonstrate his prowess to the Su family while preserving his romantic endeavors. Once the Su family arrived, Ye Chen set down his glass of red wine and approached to greet them. Mu Yu, you have finally arrived. Did I not deliver on my promise? As Su Mu Yue entered, Ye Chen's lips curled into a charming smile, a sense of triumph washing over him. He clapped his hands. And immediately, a large cake was wheeled in. I know you adore fruitcake, so I had this specially made for you. However, before we indulge, I have a gift for you. He gazed at Su Mu Yue with warmth. Su Mu Yue sighed, her expression earnest. Ye Chen, I am unaware of your identity, but I must clarify. Before she could finish, the sound of fireworks erupted, interrupting her words. The night sky was instantly illuminated. Everyone's attention was drawn to the dazzling display. As the first firework burst forth, countless others followed, transforming the night into a sea of color. The crowd below was equally captivated, gazing upward until they noticed the fireworks forming a message. Su Mu Yue. Happy birthday! Oh my! The one celebrating today is indeed the eldest daughter of the Su family. How romantic! How much must this cost? This extravagant fireworks display was visible to nearly half of Su and Hangzhou. Countless individuals whipped out their phones, hastily capturing the moment for social media. Many streamers abandoned their broadcasts, directing their cameras toward the spectacle. Wow! Is this what it's like for the affluent to date? These fireworks have lasted nearly 10 minutes. How is there still more? Impressive. This birthday celebration must have cost millions. The light show left the onlookers in awe. Watching from the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel, the Su family members were entranced. When the fireworks finally concluded, thousands of drones ascended into the night sky, resembling a vibrant swarm of fireflies. Once they reached a certain altitude, they began to perform a light show. Wow! There is more entertainment. How many drones are there? At least 3,000, I reckon. Unbelievable. This birthday celebration must have burned through tens of millions. The light show left the spectators stunned, overwhelmed by the lavish display of affection, while Ye Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This spectacle was indeed grand. And Wang had not disappointed. Observing the Su family's wide-eyed expressions, he silently reveled in his triumph. From this day forward, the Su family should understand who truly deserved their respect. After the light show, which lasted around 10 minutes, it culminated in 7 large characters. Su Mu Yue, happy birthday. Just as the audience believed the light show was concluding, the drone formation shifted once more, morphing into a heart shape alongside 4 characters. Love you. You. Ye Chen smiled, pleased with the conclusion, until his expression soured, akin to having bitten into something foul. What the hell? Why was that scoundrel's name included in the finale of the birthday celebration he had meticulously orchestrated for Su Mu Yue? The Su family members also shifted uneasily at the mention of Yu. Was this not Tang Yu's name? The onlookers below were surprisingly unfazed. Yu? Isn't that the Tang family's young master? My goodness! How romantic of young Master Tang. I had suspected it was young Master Tang all along. At that moment, in a corner, Wang Defo observed everything with a satisfied smile. This should certainly please young Master Tang. Tang Yu had just arrived at the hotel, hurrying over upon learning that the birthday celebration had indeed taken place. What trick was Wang Defo playing? Hadn't he been instructed to thwart this birthday event? As a traitor, shouldn't he have stirred up some trouble? When he finally reached the top floor, all eyes turned toward him. Su Mu Yue gazed at Tang Yu with a look of profound gratitude. She had not anticipated that the elaborate birthday celebration had been orchestrated by him. She had messaged him the night before, and he had not replied. Little did she know, he had been secretly preparing a surprise. How infuriating! Blushing, she approached Tang Yu and said, Thank you, I am truly happy with this birthday. Happy? Tang Yu found herself somewhat bewildered, yet a sense of panic began to engulf her. What on earth had Wang Defo done? With a face as pale as death, Ye Chen strode purposefully towards Tang Yu, fixing his steely gaze upon the instigator and intoning gravely. Did you orchestrate all of this? I did. Tang Yu, utterly perplexed, instinctively glancing back to behold the swarm of drones hovering above. Is this a gift from your dear Yu? Indeed, it is a grand present from our young Master Tang. If you disagree, then suffer in silence. Wang Defa's voice suddenly rang out. He approached with a cadre of bodyguards, encircling Ye Chen to prevent this rabid dog from harming young Master Tang, that he then turned to Tang Yu with an expression of delight. Seeking affirmation. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with the birthday celebration? Merely thwarting the birthday festivities was insufficient. If one were to trample upon another, it must be done thoroughly, ensuring that the consequences of vying for a woman against young Master Tang were unmistakably clear. Was this your doing? Tang Yu asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, pride swelling in him for the elaborate scheme he had devised. He regarded Ye Chen with derision. What did it matter if he was the CEO of Longchen Group? Did he dare to compete with young Master Tang for a woman? Tang Yu felt a tightening in her chest, a sensation akin to wanting to spit blood, while her brother wished to covertly strike. Wang Defa had opted to drop a bombshell instead. How unexpectedly thorough was this man with the thick brows and large eyes? At this moment, Ye Chen's face contorted with rage, his eyes fixated on Tang Yu. Filled with venom. This scoundrel. He was doomed. As several bodyguards shielded him, he lunged forward, throwing a flurry of punches, sending bodyguards flying in all directions. When he charged towards Tang Yu, Su Mu Yue, unable to contain her fury, interposed herself, shouting, "Is physical intimidation all you know how to do?" Realizing Su Mu Yue stood protectively before him, Ye Chen's eyes blazed with fury, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. How dare his own woman defend another man? But then a realization washed over him. She was not protecting Tang Yu, but rather safeguarding her own interests. Should he act impulsively and strike Tang Yu here, the repercussions would be monumental. If he were to eliminate this fellow, it must not be in front of such an audience. Barbarians are indeed barbaric. This is utterly lawless. We live in a society governed by law. Let us call the police. Let them handle this. I refuse to believe he can escape justice. What a joke. If you lack the ability, don't pretend to be grand. What is there to be enraged about? The members of the Su family began to hurl insults from the sidelines. Their attitudes shifted with remarkable swiftness. This fellow had preened for so long, yet it turned out that the lavish banquet was all arranged by young Master Tang. How dare he stand here? Puffed up with pride. What could a man like him possibly use to contend with the Tang family? How dare he claim to be the dragon son-in-law of the Su family? Did he even deserve such a title? Long understood that now was not the time for reckless actions, that if he truly intended to take drastic measures, it must not be in front of so many witnesses. He quickly grasped Ye Chen's arm and said, "Ye Xiao, do not act rashly. Let us remain calm." He then turned to Wang Defa, his voice booming with indignation. "What is the meaning of this at Mingyue Hotel? Ye Xiao is hosting a birthday banquet for Miss Su, and you dare to behave this way? Do you believe I cannot ensure your establishment's closure?" Wang Defa scoffed, utterly unconcerned. "A birthday banquet. Is today not the day we celebrate Miss Su on behalf of young Master Tang? As for you, I have not taken a single cent from you. What grounds do you have to complain?" Long Ye's expression darkened. Finally, he understood why the other party had not charged them. Wang Defa then turned his ire upon Ye Chen, bellowing, "Moreover, our Tang family has already formed an alliance with the Su family. You, Ye Xiao, are the one who lacks shame, pursuing a girl who is already betrothed. A mere cur. How dare you bark here? In my decades of life, I have never encountered such unmitigated audacity." Ye Chen trembled at the insult. A.S. the Dragon King. When had he ever been subjected to such public humiliation? Indeed, you possess no self-awareness. Your shamelessness is truly revolting. Well said, Wang. It is precisely as you describe. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. The Su family members chimed in, echoing their agreement. Seeing the Su family join in the mockery only incensed Long Ye further. He pointed at them, practically jumping with anger. "Do you all have the audacity to scold Ye Xiao? Without him, your Su family would never lay claim to that land in the West City." The Su family members suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed. While this fellow had flaunted his unwarranted arrogance, it was indeed true that the Su family had benefited from Ye Chen's influence regarding that parcel of land. Su Zhongshan's expression darkened as he prepared to step forward and offer to relinquish the land. However, Wang Defa interjected with a sneer, his demeanor dripping with disdain. That land in the West City has nothing to do with you. It was only due to young Master Tang's intervention that the Su family was able to acquire it. Should you doubt this, feel free to make a call for confirmation. Young Master Tang was a man of modesty. Therefore, as his subordinate, it was his duty to uphold Tang's reputation. Upon hearing this, Su Zhongshan hastily dialed a number. Hello. Director Wang, this is Su Zhongshan. May I inquire about the land in the West City? After a few inquiries, receiving confirmation, he turned to Tang Yu with gratitude in his eyes. Little Yu, Uncle thanks you on behalf of the Su family for your assistance in this matter. Su Mu Yue regarded Tang Yu with tender admiration. This fellow had sacrificed so much for her behind the scenes. Perhaps she would invite him for drinks next time. What else do you have to say? Wang Defa sneered, directing his question at Longya and Ye Chen. This matter had been meticulously arranged by him. How dare they attempt to claim credit? Long Ya's face turned a deep shade of crimson that he gazed at Ye Chen, speaking in a hushed tone, Dragon King. I am unworthy. Please punish me. Ye Chen's composure was crumbling. Yet, after a wave of intense anger, he found himself oddly calm. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to reprimand Long Ya, but instead addressed Su Mu Yue. Mu Yue. Soon you shall see who your most fitting choice truly is. With that, he strode out of the humiliating venue, Longya hastily following in his wake. Once they departed, Wang Defa gleefully adjusted his hairstyle. To challenge young Master Tang. They were hardly worthy. He alone could dispatch them. Well then, the irritating ones have left. Let us continue to celebrate Miss Su's birthday. Wang Defa clapped his hands. Initiating the festivities, the Su family members laughed and began to celebrate Su Mu Yue's birthday. Approaching the cake, she closed her eyes to make a wish. Upon completing her wish, the cake was distributed, and she handed a slice to the despondent Tang Yu, saying, "Try this cake. It's quite delicious." All right. Tang Yu accepted the cake and took a bite. It was indeed quite tasty. Thank you for today. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. I believe I will remember this day for the rest of my life. Su Mu Yue smiled radiantly at Tang Yu. She was genuinely delighted that he had attended the birthday banquet. No need for thanks. Your happiness is what matters, Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. By the way, can you guess what I wish for today? Su Mu Yue gazed at him with intensity. What was it? Don't tell anyone. Su Mu Yue lowered her voice conspiratorially, leaning in before unexpectedly planting a kiss on Tang Yu's cheek. This time, Tang Yu was caught off guard and did not pull away. Oh! Nearby, Wang Defa erupted in cheers, relishing the moment internally. His efforts to assist young Master Tang in winning over a lady had been remarkably successful. Su Mu Yue, her cheeks flushed, stuck out her tongue playfully at Tang Yu before shyly retreating. Tang Yu touched the spot where she had kissed him, his emotions swirling in a complex mix. Once the birthday celebration concluded, Tang Yu opted not to return home, but instead took a respite in the general manager's office. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with today's events? Wang Defa, brimming with excitement over his performance, could hardly contain himself. Quite satisfactory, Tang Yu nodded. He was immensely pleased. After scrutinizing Wang Defa from various angles, he concluded that this fellow could no longer remain in this position. This man was undoubtedly a top-tier lackey, and Tang had underestimated him. Thus, he took a deep breath and said, Wang, I have considered that your talents are wasted in this role. Coincidentally, our family has recently launched a new venture in Siberia. I would like you to be the regional manager, with a threefold salary increase. Young Master Tang, I cannot accept such an offer. I merely performed a trivial task, Wang Defa replied humbly, though internally he was elated. Young Master Tang was a commendable individual, easy to work with. Do not be so modest. This honor is rightfully yours. The Tang family will not neglect a meritorious servant. Prepare to depart after completing the handover tomorrow. Tang Yu clapped Wang Defa on the shoulder before departing. Damn it, if another such lackey appeared, he would be promptly dispatched to Syria. Once Tang Yu left, Wang Defa leapt with excitement. Once again, he had received a promotion and salary increase. Ecstatic, he opened his WeChat group to share the good news with his colleagues, all of whom were part of the Tang family's management. Brothers, helping young Master Tang woo a lady truly pays off. I've only just been promoted a few days ago, and young Master Tang has already elevated me further. Remember, When young Master Tang seeks to win a lady's favor, be proactive. Do you understand? Anyone who dares to compete with young Master Tang for women, crush them, especially that fool named Ye Chen. After imparting this wisdom to his colleagues, Wang defa similit fainte. I can only assist you up to this point. Thank you, Director Wong. I've learned a lot. Much appreciated. Understood. Ye Chen, is it? The group erupted with joy, eager to glean insights and learn from one another. They were all brimming with excitement as they discussed tonight's birthday banquet. Upon hearing their animated chatter, Ye Chen felt as if he might grind his teeth to dust. What audacity, Tang Yu had to so humiliate himself. Long Ye, pale-faced and trembling, trailed closely behind Ye Chen. The first task entrusted to him by the Dragon King had been executed in such a manner. The image of the Dragon King, being ridiculed by the crowd, sent cold sweat trickling down his back. When the Dragon King is enraged, blood will flow like rivers. After walking a short distance from the hotel, they paused in a nearby park. Long Ye wiped the cold sweat from his brow and approached Ye Chen, filled with remorse. Dragon King, today's failure is entirely my fault. Long Ye willingly accepts punishment. With that, he raised his left hand to strike his chest heavily, just as his palm, infused with profound internal power, was about to make contact. Ye Chen swiftly grasped his wrist. There is no need for that. You are my brother. It's merely a trivial matter. The term brother from Ye Chen deeply moved Long Ye. The Dragon King truly regarded him as a brother. He wasn't even going to punish him. I, Long Ye, have drifted through life longing for a wise leader. Now that I can serve the Dragon King, I shall dedicate my life to you. Long Ye choked on his words. However, today's incident cannot simply be overlooked. Ye Chen snorted coldly. His tone turned icily serious. You must immediately prepare for retaliation. Within a week, I want the Mingyue Hotel to shut down, and that Wong fellow must die. Having suffered such humiliation today, if he did not repay it 100-fold, he would no longer be called Ye Chen. Understood. Long Ye revealed a sinister smile. Orchestrating the downfall of a hotel was a trivial task. He then inquired, by the way, Dragon King, what about that fellow named Tang? For now, he is of no concern. I have dispatched Ling Han and Qi Yin to approach him. His demise is assured. Ye Chen replied coldly. Not only did he intend to kill him, but he also wanted Tang to witness the downfall of the Tang family before his demise. Upon hearing that Ling Han and Qi Yin were involved, Long Ye grinned. The Dragon Soul Organization's 8 great warriors had the Dragon King as their leader. Ling Han and Qi Yin were respectively ranked 3rd and 4th, with both of them working together. Success was guaranteed. As for him, it was only due to the Dragon King's favor that he held the 8th position. Yet, because his strength was insufficient, he had remained in that position for a millennium, leading many in the organization to refer to him as Dragon Old 8. After Long Ye departed, Ye Chen, with a sullen expression, could not help but mutter under his breath, useless. Upon returning home, Tang Yu lay on his bed, feeling utterly drained. That it was yet another day of barely getting through. Recalling Ye Chen's expression earlier, Tang Yu realized that the difficulty of surviving in the coming days had escalated. Ding! Host has successfully survived the storyline. Reward: 1 volume of the Qing Nong Tianjing. Automatically learned. Just as he settled down, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Instantly, a wealth of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge flooded his consciousness. What the hell? The system unexpectedly bestowed such an impressive reward. Had it maxed out his medical talent? He sat up in bed to inspect his body. His eyes seemed to pierce through his flesh to see his meridians. Any minor ailments within his body were easily discernible. An abundance of medical remedies, acupuncture techniques, and various treatment plans filled his mind. In simple terms, his medical prowess now ranked among the very best in all of Huaxia. However, receiving such a generous reward did not immediately elate Tang Yu. There was something off about this system. Is this Qing Nong Tianjing reliable? Tang Yu questioned in his heart. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? I can't sell you a raw egg with this system. The system's tone was somewhat displeased. Cut the nonsense. You sent me to the hotel, and now you've dug a pit for me. Tang Yu cursed. The system fell silent. Seeing no response from this troublesome entity, Tang Yu resolved to keep his newfound medical skills a secret for now. Who knew if the system had ulterior motives? After lying back down, he soon drifted into slumber in his dreams. He envisioned Wang Yixue and Su Mu Yue donning bunny girl outfits, vying to cuddle him. The little piglet. Just as he was caught between pain and pleasure, someone gently patted his face, calling his name. Brother Tang Yu. Time to get up, breakfast is ready. The sweet voice roused Tang Yu from his dreams. He opened his eyes to a dazzling view. In that moment, he recalled a saying from Yasuo. I have touched the peaks and ventured into the depths. Both have greatly benefited me. The quote may have been slightly misquoted, but Tang Yu felt it conveyed a similar sentiment that moment. Jiang Xiaoye stood by his bedside. Today, she wore a JK uniform. Her pure and sweet appearance combined with her petite figure indeed resembled that of a high school girl. However, despite her youthful face, her development was somewhat astonishing. Leaning over the bed, she playfully rubbed Tang Yu's face, urging him to rise. As Tang Yu opened his eyes, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Xiaoye, are you testing me with this? Just as the still groggy Tang Yu was about to let slip his innermost thoughts, he quickly corrected himself. Good morning. What brings you here? I came to check on Grandpa Tang. His stomach issues have flared up again these past few days. Hasn't he? Jiang Xiaoye stuck out her tongue and gently nudged Tang Yu, asking, What was that about a test? Nothing, just talking in my sleep. Tang Yu shook his head vigorously. Sister, could you please be more mindful of your image? So early in the morning, making a pure-hearted boy like me see this, is that appropriate? It's utterly fitting. You probably aren't growing taller because all your nutrients are focused in one place. No wonder someone said that a woman's beauty is unmatched when she bows her head. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye felt her ears flush with heat. She glanced down at her outfit's neckline, stood up straight, and blushingly urged, Hurry up and get dressed for breakfast. Annie asked me to wake you. All right, you go out first. I'll get dressed. Tang Yu, accustomed to sleeping nude, found it difficult to get up in front of Jiang Xiaoye. Jiang Xiaoye stuck out her tongue and hurriedly exited. Once outside, she took a deep breath and rubbed her face, muttering, Brother Tang Yu has changed. Since she first overheard Tang Yu's thoughts, she had been unable to shake off the memory. Today, she had come to treat Grandpa Tang, hoping to confirm her suspicions about him. Now that she had confirmation, she felt a bit embarrassed. She certainly didn't want to linger too long. Walking was exhausting. After freshening up, Tang Yu took Jiang Xiaoye to have breakfast. Upon entering the dining room, a long-haired youth with a ponytail was already eating. Spotting Tang Yu, he promptly stood up to greet them. Brother, Dr. Jiang, long time no see. After a brief moment of surprise, Tang Yu nodded and smiled. It's been a while. Come, let us eat. The breakfast is almost cold. After we finish, we'll go visit Grandpa. The long-haired youth enthusiastically helped set the table for Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoye. As Tang Yu sat down and silently began his meal, he observed the smiling, ponytailed youth from the corner of his eye. This individual, who referred to him as brother, was not his biological younger brother, but rather the son of his second uncle, his cousin, Tang Ryu. Tang Yu had a rather vivid impression of him. According to the original storyline, shortly after Tang Yu's death, the old man Tang became gravely ill from the distress and soon passed away. In their quest for revenge, Tang Yu's parents spared no effort in mobilizing all their resources. Yet, no matter how powerful the Tang family was, they could not compete with the favored child of destiny. The Dragon Soul organization backing him was far superior to the Tang family. The act of playing the fool to eat the tiger was only possible with a strong background. Thus, the long-suppressed ambitions of Tang Ryu found an opportunity to ally with Ye Chen, becoming a dog for the Dragon King while backstabbing the Tang family. The sinking of the Tang family ship was largely attributable to this fellow. I need to find an opportunity to bury this little brat. Tang Yu mused inwardly. Damn it, the Tang family's trillion-dollar assets are the rewards I'm supposed to take back in the end. The favored child of destiny cannot confront me head-on. Is it difficult to handle a traitor? I, the uncle, most enjoy bullying the weak. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoye, sipping her porridge, glanced at Tang Yu with a puzzled expression. What was her brother Tang Yu scheming? After finishing breakfast, the three of them headed to the small courtyard at the back to find the old man. As they approached, they found him seated in a grand chair, engrossed in his phone. Sounds of battle and character voices emanated sporadically from the device. The old man's face contorted in rage as he shouted, Come on, you useless piece of meat. Can't even initiate a team fight? Are you a primary school student, marksman? Shouldn't you be in school during the day instead of playing ranked? A bunch of trash. Even at 80, I wouldn't he make such a brain-dead move. The three of them were clearly taken aback upon entering. This old man was surprisingly trendy. After a game concluded, Grandpa Tang slammed his phone down on the table, rubbing his chest in frustration. Grandpa, perhaps it's best if you refrain from gaming. It's not good for your health, Tang Yu quickly advised. Yes, Grandpa Tang, you must take care of yourself, Jiang Xiaoya chimed in as well. You should get plenty of rest, she added earnestly. I know. I'll uninstall it and stop playing, Grandpa Tang nodded, picking up his phone to delete the troublesome game, clearly still seething. First, let me drink some tea and rest a bit. I'll check your pulse. Jiang Xiaoya poured a cup of tea for Grandpa Tang and sat beside him to begin her examination. Meanwhile, Tang Yu silently scrutinized his grandfather. After receiving the reward of the Qing Nong Tianjing, he now only needed to focus his eyes to discern any physical ailments. Grandpa's stomach issues are a long-standing problem. There is clearly cold energy lingering in his stomach. According to the Qing Nong Tianjing, this indicates a deficiency of stomach yin, resulting from a lack of yin and fluids. The treatment plan should primarily focus on nurturing, utilizing the precious black, century-old Ling as the medicinal guide, complemented by 6 herbal ingredients including Huangjing and Shashan to create a herbal tea, to be consumed over the course of a month. However, is the Qingyang Tianjing truly reliable? Upon hearing this inner thought while taking the pulse of the old gentleman, Jiang Xiaoya couldn't help but narrow her eyes in astonishment. She cast a surprised glance at Tang Yu. Her brother Tang Yu, capable of such medical skills, and without even needing to take the pulse. He could discern the issue merely by observing. The highest realm of traditional Chinese medicine, observation, reaches a state of divine insight. Only by attaining such a state can one achieve this level. Moreover, her grandfather had mentioned that no one had entered this divine realm in traditional Chinese medicine for hundreds of years. As for the Qingyang Tianjing, it is a revered scripture long coveted by practitioners of Chinese medicine. As a fervent enthusiast of traditional medicine, she found herself swallowing hard, eager to engage in a profound dialogue with her brother Tang Yu. Xiaoya, are you done? Seeing Jiang Xiaoya remain silent while taking the pulse for quite some time, the old gentleman Tang smiled and inquired. Yes, I'm finished. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Xiaoya quickly responded. It's a deficiency of stomach yin, Grandfather Tang. Have you been experiencing frequent dryness of the mouth and an unsettled stomach lately? Indeed, it is an old ailment. Jiang Xiaoya smiled sweetly. For such chronic issues, nurturing is key, that I will prepare a herbal tea for you to consume regularly. However, this herbal tea requires a black, century-old Ling as its medicinal guide, which we currently do not possess at home, that we will need to have it delivered from afar. It should arrive the day after tomorrow. At that time, let Brother Tang Yu come to my house to fetch it. Having just heard the prescription Tang Yu had recited, she concluded that it was indeed a formidable remedy, with almost no side effects on the human body. Every medicine carries a degree of toxicity, and the pinnacle of a prescription lies in curing the ailment without harming the patient. Truly, it is worthy of the Qingyang Tianjing. Tang Yu, standing nearby, felt somewhat astonished. Was the herbal tea this girl intended to make aligned with his own thoughts? The Qingyang Tianjing indeed seemed to be no sham. All right, it's perfect to have this young man visit your grandfather. The old gentleman Tang nodded with a smile. Sure. My grandfather was just mentioning Brother Tang Yu a few days ago. Jiang Xiaoya's eyes crinkled with joy as she planned to inquire more about the art of medicine from him at that time. After exchanging a few words with the old gentleman Tang, she bid farewell and returned to the clinic to attend to her duties. The old gentleman Tang's gaze shifted to Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoya. Is there anything else you two need? Grandfather, I wish to work at Milei Foods, Tang Ruiyu spoke up. The Milei Foods he referred to was one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which had been thriving in recent years. The old gentleman Tang did not rush to respond. Tang Ruiyu, being the second child, had worked at a branch of the Tang Group for many years without touching the core business, as a direct descendant of the Tang family. His marginalization stemmed from his father. 7 years ago, his father had embezzled company assets and secretly transferred them to his own name. Upon discovering this egregious act, family rules dictated that he should be crippled and cast out. Had it not been for Tang Yu's family pleading for leniency, the Tang family would have severed ties with them long ago. After pondering for a moment, he pointed at Tang Yu. Ask your brother. He is currently in charge of the Tang group. Brother, what do you think? If you believe my abilities are insufficient, I would be willing to start as a middle manager and gradually hone my skills. Tang Yu said with a gentle smile as he looked at Tang Yu. Well, that should not be an issue. I trust your capabilities that in the future, our family will rely on our brotherly cooperation. Tang Yu responded cheerfully, putting an arm around his shoulder. Damn, has he already begun to rebel? Let us see how I can handle him. Knowing the original plot, he understood precisely what kind of scheming character his seemingly harmless cousin was. Thank you, brother. I shall not betray your trust, Tang Yu expressed gratefully. Then turned to the old gentleman Tang. As long as your brother agrees, that is sufficient. Work diligently and do not let us down again, the old gentleman Tang replied calmly. Having aged, he did not wish to dwell on past grievances. After all, they were family. Thank you, grandfather. I shall head to the company to familiarize myself with the work. Tang Yu quickly bowed to the old gentleman Tang, as he stepped out of the Tang family gates. His expression darkened, resentment flickering in his eyes. Despite being a member of the Tang family, he felt like a servant in their presence. Why was this old dog so partial to Tang Yu? In what way was he inferior? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu may have slightly surpassed him, but in talent, was he truly outdone? During the college entrance exams, he had only missed the perfect score by 500 points. He snorted coldly and drove his Porsche towards Miley Foods. This was the core business of the Tang family. If Tang Yu was foolish enough to let him manage this operation, he would not hold back. Ye Xiao had already promised him that as long as he cooperated, once Tang Yu was out of the picture, everything belonging to the Tang family would be his. After Tang Yu's departure, the old gentleman Tang's gaze turned profound, but he pulled out an old pipe, lit it, and looked at Tang Yu, advising, recently, Suzhou and Hangzhou have been somewhat unsettled. Be cautious. Understood, grandfather, I will be vigilant. Tang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. This elder was the stabilizing anchor of the Tang family, and possessed great wisdom that he inferred that his grandfather had likely sensed some underlying issues. However, he had already formulated a strategy for dealing with the rebellious Tang Yu. After leaving home, Tang Yu drove back to the headquarters of the Tang group. Upon entering his office, he noticed two young women in professional attire tidying up his desk. Young Master Tang, one of the short-haired, attractive girls, greeted him promptly upon his arrival. Lulu, it's been a few days. Have you gained weight? Huh, where have I gained weight? The short-haired girl exclaimed with wide eyes. She had just weighed herself last night, and her weight hadn't changed. Right here. Tang Yu puffed out his chest. The short-haired girl understood and playfully huffed, rolling her eyes at him. Tang Yu chuckled, enjoying the lively atmosphere of the Tang group, where beautiful women were plentiful, and he often teased a few of them, as long as they were not the female lead. He felt free to engage in playful banter that, of course, the premise was that one must possess the charm and confidence to do so. Otherwise, a mere average Joe should refrain from provoking women. Young Master Tang, this is our new secretary, Qiyin. She has completed her training and officially starts today, the short-haired girl, Lulu, introduced. Hello, young Master Tang, Qiyin promptly greeted, her eyes momentarily flickering with disdain as she regarded Tang Yu. Qiyin, is it? Welcome to our big family at the Tang group, Tang Yu said with a hearty laugh, extending his hand to shake hers while appraising her. With an oval face, willow-like brows, and a pair of pure, spirited eyes, she exuded an air of innocence and naivety. In terms of looks, she would easily score a solid 95 out of 100. Ah, this girl is indeed beautiful, exuding a delicate charm. But alas, how unfortunate that she is a lesbian. If she were to marry, what would become of the children? If only I could divide half of Xiaoya's qualities and bestow them upon her. As they shook hands, Qiyin was momentarily puzzled. Was she imagining things? If you have any questions as you start working, feel free to ask me. I'm quite friendly towards girls, so there's no need to be overly nervous, Tang Yu said, noticing Qiyin staring blankly at him, and gently patted her shoulder. Younger Master Tang, I shall take my leave now. Are you free tonight to come over for dinner? I bought a bottle of red wine and would love to share it with you, Lulu. Standing by the door, sweetly invited. I have plans tonight, perhaps another time, Tang Yu chuckled, as he had dinner plans with Chen Ming. In this day and age, young men must be cautious to protect themselves. Really believe you. Who knows whether you'll be serving me red wine or white wine? Upon hearing this thought, Chen finally confirmed it was not a figment of her imagination. Did she just hear his inner voice? This revelation excited her immensely. This time, the Dragon King had dispatched her to infiltrate the Tang group to uncover its secrets. Being able to hear this guy's thoughts made her mission exceedingly simple. Just as Tang Yu opened his computer and began to access a business document, he suddenly recalled Chen. Chen, isn't she the spy sent by Ye Chen? Damn it, I almost forgot about that amidst teasing Lulu. It can't be a mistake. She is too beautiful and a lesbian. It has to be her. As Tang Yu's inner thoughts echoed once more, Chen was astonished yet furious, wishing she could eliminate him on the spot. Why must he keep bringing up her sexual orientation? Could he not show a bit of restraint? After her embarrassment subsided, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. If her identity were exposed, wouldn't her infiltration plan be jeopardized? Even worse, she had already revealed herself. A highly dangerous situation. Stay calm, don't act recklessly. She took a deep breath to quickly adjust her mindset. What concerned her most was how this guy had come to know her information. The Dragon Soul organization's confidentiality was formidable. As one of the 8 great generals, she shouldn't easily be recognized. There were not many women like her in the world. Young Master Tang, is there anything you need me to do? She managed to put on a calm smile and asked softly, please brew me a pot of tea. Tang Yu promptly assigned her a task. Pondering his next steps, according to the original plot, the downfall of the Tang group was not solely due to the traitor Tang Yu. Chen had also played a significant role. She was not only skilled but also possessed hacker techniques that were top-notch globally. Hence, Ye Chen had specifically sent her to infiltrate the Tang group to extract confidential information. Isn't it just a desire for confidential information? I shall simply steal it for you, and shortly, I will prepare a counterfeit version. As Chen, who was brewing tea, overheard this conversation, an expression of incredulity washed over her. Do you truly believe I am so naive as to not discern between the genuine and the fake? With a beaming smile, Tang Yu swiftly tapped away at the keyboard, altering various pieces of data on a confidential document. Thus, even if Ye Chen obtained this information, it would be utterly useless. Once the modifications were complete, he printed the document and neatly placed it in a file that he then set the file on the table and said, Chen, could you please deliver this document to Director Zhou of the business department? Certainly. Chen brought the brewed tea to Tang Yu and, with a look of disdain, took the document to deliver it. How foolish. Only a fool would take the bait. Laughing out loud, keep this counterfeit document safe. There is plenty more for you to steal in the coming days. Bring it back and ensnare Ye Chen. However, this is also for your benefit, a roundabout way of avenging you. He is your true adversary. Speaking of which, our Tang family has even done your father a favor, so it's only fitting to repay kindness with enmity. As Chen grasped the document, she trembled at the implications of these thoughts. The Dragon King is my enemy. The Tang family has done my father a favor. P.S. Here is the third update. Seeking a favorable review, don't fret about the male lead being cowardly. Survival is for rewards, and rising to the occasion is inevitable. Chapter 36. Assassin's Diary. In that moment, she could no longer restrain herself and felt compelled to inquire. However, as she opened her mouth, she realized she was utterly voiceless. Departing the office with a tumultuous heart, Chen found herself in a state of daze. Having grown up within the Dragon Soul organization, personally nurtured by Ye Chen's master, her loyalty to Ye Chen was unwavering. Yet, as an orphan, she yearned to uncover the identity of her family. Had they abandoned her, or was there another reason? Thus, she had been secretly investigating. But no matter how hard she delved, she could unearth no information regarding her parents, as if they had never existed. After all these years, she had nearly given up hope. Yet today, Tang Yu's sudden mention left her bewildered. What does he know? Why is the Dragon King my enemy? What connection does he have with the Tang family? A whirlwind of questions swirled within her. After taking a deep breath, she swiftly regained her composure. First, I must investigate the Tang family. Since the Tang family has a connection to my father, surely this thread will lead me to the truth. Just then, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from the Dragon King. Hurriedly, she ascended to the rooftop of the office building and answered. Dragon King. How may I assist you? Qin, what are the results of your investigation? Ye Chen's voice came through. She hesitated for a moment before responding. I have obtained the first document. I will send it to you shortly. Good. Thank you for your hard work. You are the one I trust most. Hearing the conversation go smoothly, Ye Chen finally sighed in relief. With a sly smile, he remarked, as long as you complete the task before Ling Han, you can be my woman before she is. Qin, holding her phone, found herself at a loss for words in response. Suddenly, she felt a strange aversion to eating. Tang Yu's revelation that the Dragon King was her enemy had dramatically altered her perspective. Why are you silent? Noticing Qi Yin's lack of enthusiastic gratitude, Ye Chen's tone grew slightly displeased. Regaining her composure, Qi hurriedly replied, Someone just arrived, so I didn't hear you. I must go deliver the document now. With that, she swiftly ended the call. After snapping a quick photo of the counterfeit document, she rushed to the business department to deliver it. Upon returning, she found Tang Yu engrossed in preparing more fake documents. Noticing Qi Yin's prolonged absence, Tang Yu couldn't help but grin. This silly girl must have secretly taken a copy of the document. It's hilarious. They say that a large bust often accompanies a lack of brains. Her A-cup intellect isn't exceptional either. No wonder she has been deceived by Ye Chen and his master for so many years, poor thing. Qi, hearing these thoughts, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Could you please refrain from mentioning my A-cup again? It genuinely makes me want to strike someone. Yet upon hearing Tang Yu speak of Ye Chen and his master, she found it hard to dismiss Tang Yu's words. This fellow even knows of the elder within the Dragon Soul organization. After toiling for a while on the counterfeit documents, Tang Yu stretched lazily. Observing Qi standing by, he pondered for a moment and instructed, By the way, the company intends to venture into the gaming business. I need you to conduct some research. How should I conduct this research? Qi recognized that this fellow was likely concocting another scheme. Tang Yu hurried over to the television mounted on the office wall and powered up the gaming console. There are 25 games available here, all of which are currently the best sellers on the market. I hope you can complete them all and provide me with daily work reports. Additionally, the company supplies snacks and milk tea for free, and all takeout is reimbursable. Eat whatever you desire. Focus solely on this for the time being. If you get tired from playing, feel free to take a nap in the adjacent lounge. It's perfectly acceptable. Qi was left dumbfounded by Tang Yu's arrangements. All right, begin playing quickly. Do not slack off. There are cameras in the office, and I can see you. After imparting his serious instructions, Tang Yu left the office with a smile. Haha, it wouldn't be appropriate to reassign you, to prevent you from causing trouble elsewhere. I'll have you play games every day. Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts as he departed, Qi sat in silence, bemused, and began to immerse herself in the gaming world. July 13th. Playing games. July 14th. Playing games. July 15th. Playing games. July 16th. Qi, how could you have fallen so low? Have you completed your investigations? July 17th. Playing games at the Mingyue Hotel, on the 12th floor of a certain guest room. A female attendant stood at the door, gently knocking. Hello, guest, the checkout time has passed by 2 hours. May I ask if you are still in? It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the checkout time was originally set for 1. According to hotel regulations, if a guest had not checked out 2 hours past the deadline, staff needed to inquire about their status. After knocking several times with no response, the attendant reluctantly used the hotel key card to open the door. Upon entering, she was immediately greeted by a blast of cold air from the air conditioning, the temperature chillingly low. The attendant shivered, noticing that the bathroom light was still on, approaching to take a look. She discovered a woman lying in the bathtub, the water now stained a deep crimson. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. Within minutes, hotel medical personnel rushed over to provide assistance. It's hopeless. After a brief attempt at resuscitation, the medical staff exchanged resigned glances. News of a suicide at Mingyue Hotel spread like wildfire, prompting a throng of guests to check out immediately. Tang Yu arrived on the scene without delay. By the time he got there, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting. Seeing Tang Yu approach, he quickly expressed his remorse. Young Master Tang, it is my failure in managing this situation. Such an incident has occurred so soon after I took charge of the hotel. Having just begun his tenure, He was already facing this thorny issue that, if mishandled, it could have a significant impact on the hotel's reputation. "It's not your fault," Tang Yu reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. "What is the current situation?" "The scene has been secured, and the police are gathering evidence. Initial assessments suggest it was a suicide," Zhao Li replied. "Suicide?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Guests who could afford to stay at the Mingyue Hotel were typically among the wealthiest. There's a saying that wealth does not guarantee happiness, as the joys of the affluent are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Thus, in all the years the Mingyue Hotel had operated, there had never been a suicide. Who would choose despair when life is so comfortable? Zhao Li glanced around, lowering his voice to confide. However, the police found that a portion of the victim's hair was missing, and it is highly likely she was assaulted, but there is no evidence to substantiate this. What about the surveillance footage? The footage did not capture anyone entering or exiting her room. Tang Yu's brow tightened. Something about this situation felt decidedly off. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sat down to contemplate for a moment, suddenly recalling a name. Ye. Chapter 37. Considering the purchase of a hotel as one of the 8 warriors of the Dragon Soul organization. Ye had a significant presence in the original storyline. His strength was undeniable, having earned his position among the elite that to enhance his character's significance. The author crafted a peculiar persona for him. After killing someone, he would take an item from the victim. For men, he would sever a pinky finger. For women, he would cut a lock of hair. Moreover, this fellow, like his master, was a ravenous lecher. The difference lay in Ye Chen's status as the protagonist. The Dragon King, who sought only the finest women, while Long Yu would settle for any woman who merely resembled a human, that he even had a catchphrase. "Whether she is beautiful or ugly, once she enters my mouth, she is merely meat. It has to be him." Tang Yu's expression darkened. After Ye Chen's recent humiliation at the hotel, it was only natural for him to seek revenge. However, framing him for murder is a level of madness that cannot be overlooked. I must find an opportunity to bury this scoundrel. Attacking the master is difficult, but dealing with a mad dog should be manageable. At that moment, 2 figures caught Tang Yu's attention. 2 middle-aged men, one missing an ear and the other blind in one eye, walked side by side, chatting and laughing. It was hard not to notice such a pair. Tang Yu recognized them. They were notorious figures in the underground world of Su Hang. A pair of brothers known as Heaven's Scar and Earth's Flaw, wielding considerable power in the original storyline. These 2 individuals are despicable villains, having arrogantly offended the Dragon King, leading to their demise. "Young Master Tang, do you suspect them?" Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Zhao Li inquired in a hushed tone. Tang Yu shook his head with a smile, responding, "It's not them. I have a hunch about who it is. Just comfort the victims' families, and I shall deal with the perpetrator." Zhao Li nodded, refraining from further questions. The next morning, the victims' families caused a scene at the hotel entrance that a crowd of dozens blocked the entrance, escalating the commotion and severely impacting the business of Mingyue Hotel. Surprisingly, the hotel took no action beyond offering comfort. After several days of turmoil, Long Yu felt the time was ripe that he arrived at Mingyue Hotel to find Zhao Li, coincidentally joined by Tang Yu. Upon seeing Tang Yu, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes as he sneered. "Oh, if it isn't young Master Tang. It seems your hotel's business has taken a nosedive after a few days of absence. Shouldn't we thank you, Long, for bringing your entourage to create such a ruckus every day?" Tang Yu retorted, visibly angered. "What can I do? The deceased was a senior executive from our Longchen group. I must defend her rights." Long Yu smirked, brazenly admitting his role in the chaos. "Do you really think the Tang family is a pushover in Su and Hang? Do you think we can be bullied by a mere Longchen group?" Tang Yu coldly threatened Long Yu, his gaze unwavering. "The Tang family, merely a frog at the bottom of the well," Long Yu scoffed dismissively. "The Tang family is nothing more than a small fry in this pond. The background of young Master Yi is beyond your imagination. My purpose for coming today is quite simple. I find your hotel unappealing. Either close it down or sell it to me." After the humiliation the Dragon King suffered here, merely causing the hotel to lose business was insufficient that he wanted to acquire the hotel at a bargain. Ensuring the Tang family suffered a significant loss and avenging the Dragon King, he extended a hand, declaring 50 billion. Either sell the hotel or await its closure. Why don't you go rob someone? Zhao Li, standing nearby, darkened his expression and exclaimed angrily, "To even think about that price being quadrupled merely to acquire Mingyue Hotel was outrageous. Do you think you have a say here? You're merely a dog raised by the Tang family," Long barked at Zhao Li. As one of the 8 warriors of the Dragon Soul organization, his fury carried considerable weight. Zhao Li swallowed hard, choosing not to speak further. "You're overestimating yourself. Even if you create a ruckus for a year, I will not sell you this hotel." Tang Yu gestured toward the door, indicating Long Yu should leave. Suddenly, Long Yu erupted with fury, akin to a rabid dog whose tail had been stepped on. He leaped and kicked a marble coffee table, which instantly cracked into countless tiny fissures, reducing it to debris. The sheer force of his kick startled Zhao Li. Was this man a monster? A glimmer of amusement crossed Tang Yu's eyes. This was a tactic Long Yu often employed in negotiations. Using intimidation to breach his opponent's psychological defenses, that he feigned terror, exclaiming, "Where are the bodyguards?" At Tang Yu's call, 4 bodyguards rushed in, their vigilant eyes fixed on Long Yu, ready for combat. Upon seeing the bodyguards, Long Yu's expression turned contemptuous. Such watchdogs guarding the premises were incomparable to someone like him, who had emerged from a pile of corpses. With just one hand, he could easily dispose of them. He glared at Tang Yu, coldly threatening, "Young Master Tang, even if you called 20 of these worthless fools, it would be futile. Young Master Yi values propriety. I, Long Yu, do not if need be. I will kill your father and leave Huaxia." Tang Yu chuckled inwardly at the absurdity of it all. He feigned fear and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "Fine, I will sell." Seeing Tang Yu concede, Long Yu smirked triumphantly. Before the Dragon Soul organization, everything was but an ant. He tossed a pre-prepared contract at Tang Yu, saying, "Sign it and affix the official seal. I will have the money transferred to you promptly." "Zhao, go fetch the official seal," Tang Yu instructed, holding the contract. Zhao Li begrudgingly opened the safe to retrieve the seal. After signing and stamping the contract, the ownership of the hotel shifted from Tang Yu to Long Yu. Now that he was the head of Longchen Group, the hotel was officially under his name. Once the contract was finalized, Long Yu smiled with satisfaction, but he pointed toward the exit, addressing the disgruntled Zhao Li and Tang Yu. "You 2 worthless fools can leave now. Remember, this is merely the interest for offending young Master Yi." Zhao Li's face turned ashen with rage, while Tang Yu remained silent, his countenance dark as they exited the hotel together. Once outside, Zhao Li could no longer contain himself. "Young Master Tang, why did you agree to his terms? How can our Tang family allow him to trample upon us at will?" As the foremost family among the 4 great clans of Su and Hang, the Tang family certainly would not be easily subdued by the likes of the Longchen Group. Tang Yu's submission was utterly illogical. "You'll understand in a few days," Tang Yu replied with a relaxed smile, lighting a cigarette and adding, "Don't rush. The real show is just beginning." "All right." Observing Tang Yu's composure, Zhao Li's mood began to settle as well. "By the way, has Director Wang and his family moved out?" "Tang Yu incite." "They left for Siberia the night before last. As per your instructions, we fabricated their travel records to Africa," Zhao Li promptly answered. "That's good." Tang Yu smiled slightly. Knowing how petty Ye Chen and his associates were, they would undoubtedly retaliate against Wang Defa as well. With Wang Defa now safe and the hotel handed over, it was time to show Long Yu a taste of his own medicine. Returning to his car, he pulled out a laptop and rapidly typed out an email. Chapter 38. Mingyue Hotel faces a major crisis after Tang Yu and Zhao Li exited the office. Long Yu displayed a contented smile in the general manager's office that he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, took out his phone, and dialed Ye Chen. Once connected, he respectfully stated, "Dragon King, the retribution against Mingyue Hotel has been completed. I've forced that Tang brat to sell the hotel to us for 50 billion. "Oh!" Ye Chen's voice on the other end conveyed a hint of delight. Mingyue Hotel had been a place of his humiliation. Acquiring it at such a low price would net him over 100 billion, that his capabilities were indeed impressive. "You did well on this matter. But remember, this is merely a fraction of the interest owed." Ye Chen smirked arrogantly, then inquired, "By the way, what about that Wang fellow?" A dog of the Tang family dares to publicly reprimand him. He must die. I've had someone check. He flew to Africa a few days ago. Send someone to kill him. Those who insult me must die without exception, Ye Chen commanded. After hanging up, he tucked away his phone with a sinister smile. After suffering so many losses in Su and Hang, he finally felt a sense of relief. This was just a taste of the interest. The real drama was yet to unfold. Qin had already procured some confidential information for him, and other pieces were being set in motion. The entire Su and Hang region was merely a testing ground for him. At the Xiqing precinct, an exceptionally beautiful policewoman sat before her computer, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized several documents. The investigation into the Mingyue Hotel case was still ongoing. This case was undoubtedly a homicide, yet Wang struggled to find evidence, which left her feeling increasingly frustrated as she pondered how to crack the case for days on end. Captain Bai, why not take a break? You probably didn't rest well last night, a young officer approached her with concern. No need. Why should one sleep long before death, when eternal rest will come afterward? Wang waved her hand, pushing her cup toward her colleague. Please brew me another cup of black coffee. All right. The young officer felt a pang of sympathy. Captain Bai was far too dedicated to her work. It would be nice if she could relax and perhaps even fall in love. After the coffee was brewed and delivered, Wang took a sip, its bitterness revitalizing her. Just then, her laptop emitted a notification. She glanced at it, realizing someone had sent her an email. Her intuition told her that this email, sent to her personal account, contained a crucial lead. She quickly opened the email, and her pupils widened in shock. The email pertained to Mingyue Hotel, but it was not about the murder case. Instead, it involved drug trafficking. Quick, summon Director Wong, she exclaimed, slamming her hand on the desk, looking at her colleague. The startled colleague rushed off to fetch their superior. Director Wong, a middle-aged man with a square face, approached with an air of integrity. Upon reaching Wang, he expressed concern. Wang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're a beautiful young lady. Working late every night has left you with dark circles under your eyes. Just look at this, Wang replied, moving her chair aside for her superior to see the email. After glancing at it, Director Wong's expression turned grave that if the clues in this email were accurate, it could lead to a significant case. We need to hold a meeting immediately. Form a task force for the investigation, and I will lead it personally, he commanded loudly. Soon, the entire Xiqing precinct sprang into action. After a 2-hour meeting, the investigation team departed the precinct to begin their inquiries. Wang wished to join the task force but was denied by Director Wong, who insisted she take a break and eat first. Feeling somewhat dejected, she changed into casual clothes and went out for a meal. She wasn't too picky about food and usually ate at a roadside stall across from the precinct. Just as she reached the entrance of the stall, someone called out to her, Officer Bai. She glanced back and, after a few moments of contemplation, recalled the other person's name. Chuckling, it's Ye Chen, right? She had met him some time ago when a pickpocket attempted to steal on the bus that he had bravely intervened to thwart the thief. But afterward, the pickpocket returned with accomplices for revenge, and several of them found themselves bested by him. She had been quite surprised when she tried to apprehend the thief, realizing that this fellow possessed remarkable skills, thus leaving her with a lingering impression. However, what remained most vivid in her mind was his smile, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. I thought Officer Bai might have forgotten my name, Ye Chen remarked, instinctively flashing a charming grin, his lips curling upward at that moment. He was holding a ragged sack, filled to the brim with various plastic bottles. Are you diversifying your ventures? Wang couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing him like this. No. I just encountered an elderly lady who was struggling to collect bottles, so I helped her return them and even bought her some fruit. Ye Chen sighed. His words endeared him to Wang a bit more. This man exhibited a certain kindness. Are you going to have a meal? How about we eat together? I'll come over after delivering the bottles, Ye Chen suggested, gesturing toward a nearby food stall with a smile. No need, I'll just take it home to eat. I have work to attend to, Wang replied, flashing a carefree smile as she waved and stepped into the restaurant to place her order, though Ye Chen chose not to pursue the matter further. When it comes to courting women, one must know the right balance. A woman who can be won over with a single meal can easily be swayed by another man as well. The more stunning the beauty, the more patience one must exercise to win her heart completely, even to the point of her willingly becoming part of one's harem. After walking a distance with the bag of plastic bottles, he casually discarded it into a trash bin. He had purchased that bag for 10 yuan from an elderly woman scavenging. As he had no smaller denominations on him, that entire bag of bottles wasn't worth even 5 yuan. If I arrange a few more meetings, I should be in the clear. This type of woman is rather easy to pursue, Ye Chen mused with a self-satisfied smile. After 2 carefully orchestrated encounters, he felt confident enough. Baiwani was a woman he simply had to win over. Not only was she stunning, but she also belonged to a distinguished family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Although the Bai family was not one of the 4 major clans in the region, their influence was undeniably formidable. The family was politically connected, with half of Suzhou and Hangzhou's political scene comprised of their former students and associates. To gain control over Suzhou and Hangzhou, one could not overlook the power of the Bai family. After washing his hands by the roadside, he hurriedly made his way to the next destination. Seeking to build rapport with other beautiful women. P.S. Here is the 3rd installment. Let's continue to slap the Dragon King. Chapter 39. I've come to find a jail to sit in. The Mingyue Hotel has now been renamed Longshan Hotel. Upon taking over the hotel, Longya immediately instructed the troublemakers to return to their respective homes. These individuals were relatives of the woman who had perished, and she was an executive at their company. After spending several million to placate them, the situation has calmed down considerably. He worked diligently to mitigate various negative impacts, and the hotel's business gradually began to return to normal at this moment. He was seated in his office, embracing a beautiful secretary and preparing to indulge in some passion. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. The office door was then forcefully swung open, and a group of police officers stormed in. What is the meaning of this? Can you not even knock? Upon seeing the group, Longya remained unfazed, instead wearing a haughty expression. What was his current status? He was the head of the Longshan Group, a prominent entrepreneur in Suzhou and Hangzhou. A bunch of minor police officers meant nothing to him. Are you the hotel manager? The leading officer, Baiwani, pulled out her credentials and inquired coldly. Yes. What is the matter? Long Ya's gaze brazenly scrutinized Baiwani that if he had known she was the woman coveted by the Dragon King, he would have dared not look at her so boldly. Your hotel is suspected of harboring illegal drugs. You need to come with us, Baiwani commanded, gesturing for the officers to bring out handcuffs to restrain Long Ya. You must be joking. Long Ya's expression darkened, glaring menacingly at Baiwani and her colleagues. Do you know who I am? I'm the head of the Longshan Group. Dare you lay a finger on me? No sooner had he finished speaking when a special police officer seized his wrist, attempting to cuff him on the spot. Just as he was about to retaliate, several heavily armed officers raised their guns. Aiming at him, he quickly raised his hands, his eyes filled with fury that if this were abroad, no one would dare treat him in such a manner. Cuff him and take him away. Baiwani waved her hand, and a group of officers led the humiliated Longya out of the hotel. Once brought downstairs, Longya was completely taken aback. The surrounding area had been cordoned off. Police cars lined the streets like 2 long dragons. And dozens of individuals were handcuffed, sitting on the ground, their faces filled with dread. Among them were the infamous duo, Tian Can and DK, who were the masterminds behind this incident. Even Longya, no fool, recognized that this matter had escalated significantly. I want to call a lawyer. Let me make a call to my attorney, he exclaimed nervously. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. After all, the remaining individuals had been apprehended. They were swiftly loaded into police vehicles and whisked away, and soon this major news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. The renowned Mingyue Hotel was suddenly implicated in drug-related charges as the hotel's manager and legal representative. Longya found himself thoroughly ensnared. The Mingyue Hotel was also promptly sealed off. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Tang Yu, lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone, that he was already aware of the actions taken by the Qingxi police station. Upon encountering Tian Can and DK, he recalled that in the original storyline, these two were by no means virtuous characters. For the sake of money, they were audacious enough to engage in perilous activities. Upon recognizing them, Tang Yu discreetly ordered an investigation within the hotel. After uncovering the slightest hint of evidence, he decided to pass this hot potato on to Longya. The latter accepted the task eagerly, and Tang Yu conveniently reaped a windfall of 50 billion that had he not acted. The hotel would surely have been lost after the truth emerged, and he would have suffered the consequences as well. As for offending Ye Chen, Tang Yu had gradually become accustomed to it. He would endure as long as possible. When it was no longer feasible, he certainly wouldn't stick his neck out for the axe. What a pain! Who told you to frame me with a life? Tang Yu cursed, then recalled the pesky system and continued to vent his frustrations. Damn system, you also betrayed me. I knew you had ulterior motives in giving me such good rewards. I'm just an emotionless reward distribution machine. Barking dog. Keep barking. Get lost. You nuisance. After Tang Yu vented his anger, the system ceased to respond. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside and sleep, it suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was by Wang calling. What does she want? Tang Yu wonder curiosity. Could it be that she discovered the anonymous email he had sent her? After obtaining a lead, he had deliberately chosen to send an anonymous email to Bai Wan, considering they both hailed from prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and he was relatively familiar with her. However, Bai Wan held a rather negative impression of him, largely due to his close friendship with Chen Ming, the most notorious playboy in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Their close bond had led to Bai Wan harboring resentment toward him. After pondering for a moment, he answered the call. Oh, is this not the esteemed Miss Bai? Looking for me for a heart-to-heart at this late hour? Cut it out. You were the former owner of the Mingyue Hotel, correct? Come to the Qingxi police station immediately for questioning. Bai Wan replied brusquely from the other end of the line. What have I done? Just come over, no more nonsense, or I'll bring people to your house to arrest you. After Bai Wan hung up, Tang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. This woman remained as fiery as ever. She had quite the reputation in the circles of Suzhou and Hangzhou, having caused considerable trouble for many young masters due to her unwavering sense of justice. Yet, she was untouchable, as her family was immensely powerful. Even Tang Yu had to concede to her. Power, indeed, proved far superior to wealth. This was precisely the archetype of the virtuous female police officer in a thrilling tale. Hailing from a prestigious family, she was bursting with a sense of justice, spending her days apprehending criminals. Ironically, such a paragon of justice had become part of the Dragon King's harem. Tang Yu couldn't help but scoff at this absurdity. The premise was utterly nonsensical. Nevertheless, this was also why he had chosen her. He would use the heroine's spear to strike at the Dragon King's dog. When it was time to bide his time, he would bide it well. When it was time to act, he would act decisively. Cheerfully dressing himself, Tang Yu prepared to head out. After all, he was neither the legal representative nor the manager of the hotel. He was merely going through the motions. When his father saw him all dressed up, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you up to at this hour? Going to see that Chen Ming fellow again?" "No, I'm just going to sit in a cell for a bit," Tang Yu replied with a chuckle. His father felt something was amiss, but before he could inquire further about the personality correction of the 7 wolves, Tang Yu had already slipped away by the time he voluntarily arrived at the Qingxi police station. It was already quite the scene. Given the magnitude of the incident, city officials had shown up. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the leaders exchanged knowing smiles. "Isn't this young Master Tang? What brings you here? What brings you here so late?" "Little Yu, I've come to find a jail to sit in," Tang Yu replied with a wry smile as he greeted the elders and hurried inside. Bai Wan was already waiting for him upon his arrival, holding a gleaming pair of handcuffs and casting a disdainful look in his direction. Although the gentleman profoundly sensed the contempt directed towards his character, he remained unfazed, expressing his enjoyment of the situation and hoping for a more vigorous approach. If possible, a spit would suffice, yes, mouth to mouth. Bai Wan wondered if she had been overly fatigued lately and had not rested properly. Whose voice was that just now? It seemed to belong to this fellow. P.S. Here is the first update, brothers. No rush in reading. The Dragon King seeks to enhance his rapport with the female lead, while Tang Yu is tasked with ensuring it plummets to negative values. Some plot lines are lengthier and cannot be completed all at once, which is somewhat challenging for a clumsy typist. Chapter 40. Listening to the heart's voice can also solve cases. Miss Bai. Oh no. Officer Bai, could you refrain from using handcuffs? I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Tang Yu approached her with a cheerful smile, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Unfortunately, he did not spot Longya. "Serves you right for being in this hotel." Bai Wan shook her head to clear her thoughts and coldly cuffed Tang Yu, stating, "Stop grinning. You are also a suspect to go inside and wait for me. She pointed to an adjacent office. The interrogation room was already full tonight, so they had to make do with the office. Tang Yu obediently walked in. Shortly thereafter, Baiwani entered with a cup of black coffee. After taking a sip, the bitter taste invigorated her significantly. "Are you aware of the incident at Mingyue Hotel today?" she inquired, gazing at Tang Yu once seated. "Yes, it's all over the news," he nodded. "Well then, as the former owner of Mingyue Hotel, you are also considered a suspect. Let us begin taking your statement." Baiwani prepared to record with her pen. "Wait, why am I a suspect?" Tang Yu feigned innocence. "You're the real suspect. My family is wealthy enough. Why would I engage in such matters? That email was sent to you by me, you know? Am I supposed to report myself for a crime?" Having heard his thoughts again, Baiwani was finally certain that she was not hallucinating. This unmistakably was this fellow's snarky voice. She slightly furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, momentarily disregarding her astonishment at being able to hear his thoughts. What mattered more was the email. That email was sent by him to her. She was not one to engage in incessant bickering, and with the Tang family's wealth, she indeed had no need to involve herself in such sordid affairs. "All right, I concede that labeling you a suspect may be somewhat inappropriate, but you must cooperate with our investigation." Baiwani twirled the pen in her hand, fixing her gaze on Tang Yu. "Do you possess any leads regarding this case?" "I don't know. Did I purchase the hotel recently just to celebrate Su Mu Yue's birthday? I intended to sell it afterward," Tang Yu replied with a grin. "Using Su Mu Yue as a shield. I've already informed you of everything I know, all right? However, I did indeed find out that the scoundrels associated with Tian Kandike were causing trouble, which prompted me to sell the hotel. Under normal circumstances, I would have reported them directly, but Long Yu insisted on purchasing the hotel, leaving me with no choice. That scoundrel, in an attempt to frame me, committed murder at my hotel and pretended it was a suicide, then brought people to cause a ruckus. If not for the lack of evidence, I would have reported him alongside it. No question." Baiwani shuddered slightly, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Long Yu. The murder case she had been diligently investigating at the hotel was orchestrated by him. She had sensed something amiss when apprehending Long Yu earlier. This fellow bore several calluses on his hands that in her judgment. This was a characteristic of someone who had practiced shooting for years. What a Long Yu! Baiwani bit her teeth in frustration. As a police officer, she loathed such criminals the most. However, she felt somewhat irked with Tang Yu as well. This fellow knew so much yet concealed it from her. Luckily, she could hear his thoughts. What else with this silly girl gritting her teeth? I haven't said anything wrong. Could it be she's jealous because I celebrated Su Mu Yue's birthday? Sigh, it's understandable, being busy with work. She hasn't dated anyone. Jealousy is normal. You can be jealous, but don't take it out on me. Destruction comes when one cannot obtain. I know you women too well. Noticing Baiwani suddenly radiating an aura of hostility, Tang Yu began to mutter to himself. Baiwani almost slapped him in exasperation. Who would want you? Taking a large sip of black coffee to invigorate herself, she fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. I am curious. Why did you suddenly sell the hotel to Long Yu at such a low price? That action is highly suspicious. Money and whims, Tang Yu replied with a devil-may-care smile. He has been causing trouble daily. I couldn't run the hotel properly, could I? If he continued to wreak havoc, what would happen if he framed me for murder? People like him, with a mercenary background, lack humanity. A mercenary? Baiwani's expression shifted once more. She had conducted an investigation on Long Yu, and according to the information gathered, he was an entrepreneur abroad, returning to the country to invest. However, she had not uncovered any mercenary connections. She quickly noted this vital piece of information. It would surely align with her deductions. What do you know about Long Yu? Baiwani continued her questioning. Not much. But Officer Bai, I sense he is not a good person. He looks like someone who has taken lives. He was eager to buy the hotel from me, and I suspect he might be connected to a criminal organization. You must investigate him thoroughly. Tang Yu unhesitatingly began to smear Long Yu's reputation. What do I know about such scum? He is a mad dog, collecting body parts of his victims after killing them. Oh, I remember now. The woman he killed may have had her hair hidden in his home. I'll send you an email later. I almost forgot about that. Baiwani swiftly recorded this critical lead. With so many clues gathered, they were finally on the verge of solving the case. She found Tang Yu slightly more agreeable now. He had indeed been quite helpful. But how did he know so much? After a few token inquiries, she hastily put away her pen, saying, "All right, let us conclude the investigation here. Thank you for your cooperation. It's no trouble, but it would be unfortunate if Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue as compensation." Tang Yu grinned, shaking the handcuffs in his hands. "Sure, but that'll have to wait until next time. I'm busy now." Bai Wani replied as she unlocked his cuffs with her key. Her quick agreement left Tang Yu somewhat puzzled. "Wait, she really intends to treat me to a meal? Perhaps not. I can't accept such courtesy. What if you become enamored with my handsome visage and it affects my ability to survive?" Bai Wani looked at him in confusion. "Would I be attracted to your handsome face?" Has spit. She had to focus on the case and had no time to dwell on his thoughts. As for her newfound ability to hear his thoughts, she intended to ponder that later. First, she needed to deal with Ye, just as they were about to rise and leave the office. The door was pushed open. Ye Chen entered with a lawyer, his expression somewhat grim. Half an hour prior, he had received news that Ye had been arrested. After reviewing the Mingyue hotel case, he hurried over in a frenzy. Ye had spent most of his time abroad and was not particularly familiar with domestic laws. He was well aware of the implications that in Huaxia. Any involvement with drugs could lead to a complete reset of one's life. Chapter 41. Dragon King. In a prison, men upon entering the office and seeing Bai Wani and Tang Yu together. His gaze immediately fixed on Tang Yu. That bastard. Why is he with Bai Wani? Noticing Ye Chen's glare, Tang Yu coughed lightly as if oblivious. "What is with the staring? You think I'm competing with you for, Bai Wani? Damn it. You think all the beautiful women in the world belong to you?" Bai Wani raised an eyebrow and shot Tang Yu a fierce glare. What was this guy mumbling about again? She then turned to Ye Chen and asked, "What brings you here? Are you here to report a case?" "Not exactly," Ye Chen replied, his expression slightly awkward as he forced a smile. "I came to visit a friend who has been detained by you." "Ah, one of my murderer friends." Tang Yu silently reveled in the misfortune. "Who is your friend?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wani's previously favorable impression of Ye Chen evaporated. Anyone associated with criminals could only be considered trash. Ye Chen, sensing the coldness in Bai Wani's gaze, felt like he might vomit blood, that he spoke with frustration. "His name is Ye." As a skilled flirt, he was acutely aware that his actions today could easily draw Bai Wani's ire. However, as the leader of the Longhun organization, he could not simply ignore Ye's predicament, that if this issue was not resolved properly, Ye would find himself reincarnated. How would the organization view him then? Returning to Huaxiao without accomplishing anything, only to send a brother to serve Buddha. As expected, upon hearing Ye's name, Bai Wani's impression of Ye Chen plummeted. She looked at him with a disapproving expression and stated, "What is your relationship with him?" "He is currently a suspect. He is my employee. I am the owner of Longshan Group." Ye Chen reluctantly disclosed his identity. However, Bai Wani showed no signs of surprise. She was uninterested in power or influence. No matter how high and mighty one might be, rules must be followed. Her tone remained cold as she said, "The nature of his crimes is exceedingly severe. Visitation is currently not permitted. Please return." Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen grew somewhat anxious. That he pointed at Tang Yu and declared, "Officer Bai, I must clarify something. If Ye has indeed committed a crime, I shall be the first to report him." He continued, "However, in this instance, he is innocent. He has only recently taken over Mingyue Hotel. The previous owner of Mingyue Hotel is this young Master Tang. He is the one you ought to apprehend." Tang Yu's eyes widened in confusion as he exclaimed, "What does this have to do with me? I was not involved. Officer Bai has already concluded her investigation, and I am innocent. What does this have to do with Guan Linbei? Foolish Long Wong, do not attempt to shift the blame onto me. I did not commit murder at the hotel. If someone should be apprehended, it should be you. Your vile presence in this world only serves to drive up prices. Damn it. Speaking of which, they are in cahoots. I hope that wretched woman Bai Wan is not truly conspiring against me." Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Bai Wani was genuinely inclined to strike this scoundrel. What did he mean by saying they were in the same boat? They had only recently met. After all, she would never stoop so low as to frame an innocent person. With a fierce glare directed at Ye Chen, she stated, I do not require your guidance in my duties. The legal entity and person in charge of the hotel is Ye, and he is the one I will apprehend. You are his employer, which means Mingyue Hotel is your property. Therefore, you too shall be subject to investigation. Ye Chen's face turned an alarming shade of green with rage. What kind of logic was this? To conceal his identity, the legal person and shareholders of the Long Chun Group were not him. After all, were it not for having chosen her as his own consort, he would have dearly liked to give her a piece of his mind. His woman should merely obey him. What use was integrity? Wait, is the plot not unfolding correctly? Does Baiwani appear to harbor ill feelings towards him? This cannot be right. By now, Ye Chen should have already garnered sufficient affection. This fool deliberately orchestrated an encounter with a pickpocket. He even went to buy a bag of plastic bottles, claiming he was helping an elderly woman collecting them. With those two acts, Baiwani should be head over heels for him by now. The storyline is clearly derailed. Hurry up and detain him, Officer Bai. A man like him deserves to be behind bars. Tang Yu, on the sidelines, was merely observing the spectacle, almost wishing to see the two engage in a physical altercation. Life encompasses joy and sorrow, and even the mundane adds color to existence. Indeed, magic must be employed to vanquish magic. Baiwan Yi's expression darkened. Had the initial encounter truly been a contrived event orchestrated by this Ye Chen? This man was utterly revolting. Officer Bai, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. The innocent are exonerated. However, you should thoroughly investigate this young Master Tang, as I suspect he has maliciously undervalued the hotel to frame my friend. The valuation of Mingyue Hotel should be around 20 billion. He sold it to Longya for 5 billion, which serves as the best evidence. Suppressing his fury, Ye Chen vehemently pointed at Tang Yu, asserting, "Damn it, can you not possess even a modicum of shame? Were it not for your instigation of chaos at my hotel, would I have sold it for such a pittance? Longya's framing of me has at least 89 of your responsibility." After all, just as Tang Yu was about to retort, Baiwani preempted him, saying, "What of it if his family is wealthy? He purchased the hotel as a declaration of love for his girlfriend." Ye Chen trembled with rage, feeling his hands and feet grow cold in the sweltering heat. He recalled the humiliating scene from that day at the hotel. Baiwani snorted disdainfully, choosing not to engage further with Ye Chen, having listened to his inner thoughts for quite some time. She had concluded that Ye Chen was undoubtedly no good. If the hotel incident was tied to him, she would not hesitate to personally see him imprisoned. Turning her gaze to Tang Yu, she spoke softly. "Tang Yu, thank you for cooperating with the investigation today. It's late, and you should return to rest. Allow me to treat you to a meal next time." After listening to his inner thoughts, she was convinced of Tang Yu's innocence. Moreover, upon discovering the criminal leads, he had promptly emailed her. What did this signify? He deemed her worthy of unconditional trust. It was indeed a delightful feeling to be trusted by someone. Tang Yu was left utterly bewildered. "What the hell? Why are you suddenly being so kind to me? Stop it. Do not pamper me. This is not your usual demeanor. Calm yourself. Where is your notorious temper?" Meanwhile, Ye Chen's forehead was throbbing with veins bulging. Baiwani was treating this fellow with such warmth, yet she regarded him with the same coldness one reserved for an enemy. He glared at Tang Yu with resentment, his heart ablaze with hatred. That moment, the office door swung open, revealing an exceptionally beautiful woman accompanied by bodyguards and a lawyer. That was none other than Su Mu Yue. Upon seeing Su Mu Yue enter, Ye Chen's previously simmering anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a tinge of gratitude. This girl, though she often distanced herself from him, had still come to his aid in times of trouble. Truly, she was the woman he had chosen. That a devilish smile graced his lips as he said, "Mu Yue, you came. Are you all right?" Before he could finish, Su Mu Yue stepped in front of Tang Yu, her voice laced with concern. "P.S. Here is the third update. Please show me some mercy and give me a 5-star review. If I say I won't send a girl, then I won't send a girl. No worries." Chapter 42. Don't be jealous of me, okay? She had just been busy working overtime at the company. After acquiring that piece of land in the west of the city, she had a myriad of tasks to tackle. Suddenly, her secretary informed her of an incident at Mingyue Hotel. Knowing that Tang Yu was the owner, she promptly checked the news and called him. We did not answer. She contacted Tang's father. only to discover that Tang Yu was not home, having gone to find a place to sit. It was then she realized he had come here. There's nothing to worry about. I merely came to cooperate with Officer Bai's investigation. Tang Yu replied expressionlessly. Oh no, please don't come any closer. Do not provoke Wang further. Just look at his expression. Give me some space, or this dog will surely come after me with a knife tonight. He had caught a glimpse of Ye Chen's face, which was the color of pig liver. This awkward situation made Tang Yu wish he could somehow help Ye Chen build a palace for Wang using his toes. Su Mu Yue, upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, also stole a glance with her peripheral vision. Noticing Ye Chen's dark, resentful expression only intensified her disdain for him. Surely he did not think she had any interest in him? What a lunatic! After pondering for a moment, she boldly linked her arm with Tang Yu's, saying, If there's nothing wrong, shall we head home? Tang Yu's eyes widened, wishing to cry for help. Oh no, not this tactic again. Please don't do this, Teacher Wong. I'm still just a child weighing over 100 pounds. It is inappropriate. At this moment, Ye Chen's fists were clenched tightly, his nails nearly piercing his flesh. The woman he adored. How could she be so intimately close with another man right before his eyes? What could she possibly be thinking? Could it be that she truly had no feelings for him? That could not be. Her eyes could not lie. Just as Tang Yu was about to withdraw his arm, eager to escape this minefield, another stunning beauty entered the office. This time, it was the hurriedly arriving Wang Yixue. Her brow furrowed. Upon confirming that Tang Yu was unharmed, her expression transformed into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, Tang Yu, you're all right. I heard that the owner of Mingyue Hotel was arrested. And it startled me. She had only just received the news and rushed to the city's western precinct to check on him. However, she was taken aback to find Su Mu Yue here. And even more so that she was linked arm in arm with her dear Tang Yu. What was her intention? This woman hadn't even glanced at her precious one in 3 years. Noticing Wang Yixue's gaze, Su Mu Yue became alert. She was well aware that Wang Yixue was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend. Women were often quite sensitive regarding their predecessors, especially when the other party was a beauty who could rival them. As the two women locked eyes, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Wang Yixue was the first to strike. With a sneer, she addressed Su Mu Yue, saying, Oh, isn't this Miss Su? The famed ice princess of Su, Hang, showing such enthusiasm? I thought you had no interest in men. What does that have to do with you? Su Mu Yue retorted without holding back, tightly gripping Tang Yu's arm. What are you two doing? Please stop. Do not argue over a handsome guy like me. It would break my heart. Oh, wait, no, please do not do this in front of Wang. Can you not allow me to enjoy my evening in peace? Watching the two women clash like fire and water left Tang Yu utterly dumbfounded. He had heard of their contentious relationship, rarely finding them in the same space. But why were they dragging him into their feud? Just as he contemplated making a hasty exit, Wang Yixue seized his other arm. With a sidelong glance at Su Mu Yue, she remarked, How does your holding my boyfriend's arm not concern me? If you truly fancy handsome men, I could introduce you to a few. Just do not harass my precious one, your boyfriend. Miss Wang indeed possesses quite the thick skin, referring to another's fiancé as a boyfriend. Su Mu Yue's demeanor was equally fierce, her eyes brimming with hostility. Oh, he is your fiancé. Then what do you truly know about him? Do you know what he likes to eat? What brand of cigarettes? Does he prefer black stockings or white ones? Can you answer any of these? Wang Yixue scoffed at Su Mu Yue's words. A fiancé? She had overheard Tang Yu muttering in her heart about wanting to call off the engagement. Knowing this woman's character, she must have felt quite distressed about her loyal admirer, who had been devoted to her for 3 years, suddenly disappearing. Hence her desire to reclaim him. As if I would grant you such an opportunity. Indeed, Su Mu Yue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Is it important to understand all this? As long as he likes me, that's sufficient. Everyone in Suzhou and Hangzhou is aware of his affections for me. He even hosted a birthday banquet for me just a few days ago. Su Mu Yue resolved to unleash her counterattack. Regardless of how beautiful or goddess-like a woman may be, engaging in rivalry with another woman is a skill possessed by all, herself included. Unsurprisingly, Wang Yixue instantly felt a surge of anger. She even contemplated giving Tang Yu a few punches. This guy was supposedly disinterested in her. What on earth was that birthday banquet about? She had been ready to sleep at home when she saw it, and the anger had been overwhelming. Gritting her teeth, she decided to pull out her phone. Damn it, you want to flaunt your affection in front of me. Allow me to show you what it truly means to display love. Tang Yu's expression changed dramatically upon seeing her action. He had just intended to stop Wang Yixue's reckless behavior when Wani slammed her hand on the table, her face flushed with irritation. Enough! Stop arguing here. Did I still have work to do? Get out immediately. Wani had a good relationship with both women, as they were all high school friends. Seeing her two friends quarrel over Tang Yu here was quite vexing for her. Damn, the entertainment circle is truly chaotic. With Wani in a fury, Tang Yu promptly dragged both women out of the office. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, standing by, wore a face more unpleasant than if he had swallowed a dead fly. The two women he favored were squabbling over him right in front of his eyes. Yet that man was not him. As they exited the office, the two women clung to his arms stubbornly in a fit of pique. Thus, the single men at the Qingxi police station suffered 1,000 points of critical damage. Damn it. Two beauties serving one? Who is this guy? Can he be arrested? Chu. That's the young master of the Tang family. Do you know he's the #1 admirer in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Admirers are in abundance. Damn it, starting tomorrow, I'm joining the ranks. Tang Yu occasionally heard the term admirer thrown around and nearly lost his temper. Damn it. You all are the true admirers. I absolutely detest admirers. After exiting the Qingxi police station, Tang Yu helplessly remarked to the two women, Are you planning to tear me apart and take me home? Then you let her go first. Wang Yixue huffed. Why should I go first? Su Mu Yue coldly snorted, refusing to yield. Must you be so childish? Is this still your persona? Hurry and let go of me. Do you think you're fighting over a toy? Even if I am a toy, there's only one, not enough for you both to share. Tang Yu felt a mix of anguish and a hint of delight as their embrace was tight and soft, bringing a certain comfort. Chapter 43. Good news and bad news. Fortunately, at that moment, a Maybach pulled up in front of them and came to a halt. The door swung open, and Chen Ming stepped out of the car. Upon seeing Tang Yu being embraced by the two women, he was taken aback, questioning whether he was still asleep. What the hell, big brother? What is this? Chen Ming hesitated, bewildered by the scenario. Su Mu Yue and Wang Yixue, both renowned beauties in the circle for their pride, were actually clinging to Tang Yu's arm together. What on earth, brother? When did you become so skilled at this? With Chen Ming's arrival, the two women felt compelled to cease their bickering and simultaneously release Tang Yu. They were playing a game of truth or dare. Tang Yu awkwardly laughed, attempting to deny the situation. Is that so? Chen Ming regarded him with a knowing glint in his eyes, well versed in such matters as a seasoned player amidst the flowers, that he then expressed concern. Big brother, are you all right? I heard there was trouble at your hotel. It's nothing. I just sold the hotel to someone else a few days ago. Tang Yu shook his head. That's good to hear. Big brother, fortune favors the brave. Let us go drink and celebrate. Chen Ming approached with a grin, only to find Su Mu Yue and Wang Yixue glaring daggers at him. They hadn't forgotten the incident when he took Tang Yu to the Xinga Club. Wang Yixue made a slicing motion across her throat with her hand as a warning that if she ever caught this guy bringing her precious Tang Yu to such a den of iniquity again, she would surely kill him. Seductive vixen, all of you get lost. Oomph. After issuing their silent warnings to Chen Ming, the two women bid farewell to Tang Yu and left. Once they departed, Tang Yu quickly pulled out a cigarette and lit it to calm his nerves. Chen Ming crouched beside him with a grin. Big brother, you're quite fortunate. You think this is a good thing? Tang Yu retorted irritably. Yes, someone hoping to quietly survive until the end. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. Chen Ming simply chuckled in silence, clearly believing it was a blessing. After Tang Yu finished his smoke, he rose, visibly tired. Big brother, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Let's drink next time. I've been worn out lately, sleeping poorly and plagued by nightmares. All right, hurry back to rest. Tang Yu nodded, feeling warm inside. Knowing that his brother rushed over the moment he heard about his troubles was truly commendable. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused, turning back to Chen Ming with a frown. You've been sleeping poorly and having nightmares. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I hope it's not kidney deficiency, Chen Ming replied with a bitter smile. Tang Yu frowned deeply and suggested, why not try taking a short trip to relax? Forget it. I'm too lazy to go out. I'll just head back to rest." Chen Ming waved his hand and got into the car. After he left, Tang Yu returned to the vehicle and lit another cigarette, that he was already aware of the reason behind Chen Ming's discomfort. This was part of the storyline involving the Chen family in the original text. Chen Ming's ailments stemmed from a feng shui problem at the old residence. The root of the issue was a jade Buddha he had purchased a week prior, which had been tampered with by Ye Chen. After being brought back, the feng shui of the Chen family was severely disrupted, transforming their once auspicious land into a place of misfortune. Just as the Chen family found themselves in crisis, Ye Chen intervened to save them, ultimately earning their utmost respect. The eldest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Kursin, also developed a strong affection for him, gradually falling under his spell. While this plotline might seem ludicrous, it was entirely commonplace in urban fantasy narratives. Flashy displays, slapping faces, amassing power and beauties, and collecting rewards with ease were par for the course. As Tang Yu contemplated the storyline, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. "Ding. The host has successfully survived the Qingxi police station plot. Reward: mastery of the ancient martial art Yin Yang Wuzhigong, usable once." Upon hearing the reward, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback before cursing. "Damn system. What good is a one-time use item? Why not just give me a set of disposable chopsticks?" According to the system's description, mastering the ancient martial art Yin Yang Wuzhigong would allow the host to counterattack, returning double the damage received. This was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure, but the fact that it was limited to a single use was utterly infuriating. Because the host did not perfectly survive the plot. "It has drawn the ire of Dragon King Ye Chen," the system explained. Tang Yu was immediately engulfed in frustration. "I would have liked to survive perfectly, but damn it, the whole world is filled with traitors." After Tang Yu departed, Ye Chen remained in the office. By one, he thoughtfully placed handcuffs on him. I enter mind. Ye Chen was no different from a criminal. Otherwise, how could he be the boss of Longya? After putting on the handcuffs, Ye Chen's expression was calm, yet his heart seethed with rage that he was the illustrious Dragon King. Wearing handcuffs? That would make him a prisoner. However, the thought of his plans for seduction kept him from losing his composure. After enduring for so many years, he could withstand this moment. He had initially believed that, given his relationship with Baiwani, the process of taking a statement would not take long. Although he claimed to be the boss of Longya, the Longchen group had no direct ties to him. He was merely the behind-the-scenes owner. This also meant that even if there were significant issues with the Mingyue Hotel, they could not pin the blame on him. Yet Baiwani refused to release him, insisting on extracting some information from him. They remained at a stalemate until the following noon, when a tall, stunning beauty arrived at the Qingxi police station with a team. Coming to his aid, after being brought out, Ye Chen's expression darkened that he looked at the tall beauty, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss He, for making the special trip." The beauty who came to his aid was He Huin, the eldest daughter of the He family, a notable beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The He family maintained a low profile in the area, but possessed strength rivaling that of the four major families. They were a branch of the prestigious He family from Yanjing. The matriarch, He Laotai, had some connections with his master. Therefore, upon arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he had made an immediate visit to the He family, treating He Laotai's ailments, thus incurring a favor from the family. However, such a precious favor was now being used in this ridiculous situation, leaving him feeling quite despondent. "It was nothing." He Huin smiled subtly. "Miss He, my friend has been detained because of this matter." Ye Chen looked at He Huin with a somewhat helpless tone, hoping to seek her assistance that he had managed to get out, but Longya was still inside. "I'm afraid I can't help with that. When it comes to drugs, no one can say for certain. I hope M.R.Y.E. can understand, as this is Huaxia." He Huin shook her head. The He family had the capability, but would not involve themselves in such troublesome matters. "All right. I want to put you in a difficult position. I'll think of another way and visit He Laotai in a few days." Ye Chen understood that this matter was quite challenging, and his relationship with the He family had not yet reached that level. "Very well. Then I shall return to the company for a meeting." With a brief greeting, He Huin made her way back to the car and departed. Once inside, she couldn't help but shake her head. Her grandmother remarked that Ye Chen was undoubtedly a true dragon among men, but she considered it somewhat exaggerated. After He Huin drove away, a shadow flitted across Ye Chen's eyes. Was this woman's frigid demeanor a sign of her disdain for him? He resolved that when the time came for him to possess her, he would ensure she was thoroughly chastised. The He family was also a target he intended to conquer, paving the way for his future endeavors in Yanjing. The following days, Ye Chen, accompanied by members of Longchen Group, traversed various connections in search of Ye. Meanwhile, Ye, detained for investigation, felt as though he were enduring a fate worse than death. The troubles stemming from the Mingyue Hotel incident were already dire, but the police had even scoured his residence, uncovering hair belonging to the deceased woman from the hotel. This discovery escalated the situation significantly. Now, it seemed he was irretrievably ensnared. Fortunately, after a week of confinement, Ye Chen was finally permitted to visit him. Upon learning that the Dragon King was coming to see him, Ye's heart swelled with excitement. The Dragon King was indeed omnipotent. With his intervention, he would surely escape this dismal fate. Once brought into the visitation room, Ye exclaimed, "Young Master Ye." Ye Chen, seated behind the glass partition, nodded with a smile. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Let us start with the good news." "I managed to persuade the lawyer to seek a reduced sentence." "And the bad news?" "After the reduction, you'll likely still face 20 years. Chapter 44. In summary, the advantage lies with me. Ye's legs weakened at the news, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair. 20 years, as an esteemed general of the Longhun organization. The thought of languishing in such a place for 2 decades was unbearable. That moment, he deeply regretted coming to Huaxia. Damn it, if only I hadn't gotten involved with that wretched hotel. I'll continue to find a way, rest assured. "You might be out in no time," Ye Chen reassured him. Once he had secured control over Suzhou and Hangzhou, releasing someone from prison would be far from impossible. The conquest of the 4 major families was already progressing smoothly. Although there were minor setbacks in his plans regarding the Wang family, they remained under his control. The dealings with the Qin family were also advancing favorably, and results would soon be evident. With Qin and a few other pawns in the Tang family, capturing them would merely require some time. Once he subdued these 3 families, taking down the relatively weaker Su family would be a mere formality. In summary, the advantage lay with him. Before consolidating power over Suzhou and Hangzhou, he would have to endure a little longer for Ye. With a sigh, Ye said, "Young Master Ye, I must trouble you with this. I hope to be out soon, so I can serve at your side once more and share the little hamburgers I make." "Indeed, my brother, we shall reunite soon," Ye Chen replied, offering Ye a reassuring gaze before departing the visitation room. In the antique street, there stood a prominent antique shop named Dabao Building, a notable establishment in Suzhou and Hangzhou, owned by the Tang family. The shop was managed by Zhao Gaosheng, a long-serving employee who had been with the establishment since his teenage years. Amassing over 30 years of experience, his capabilities and various attributes earned him the Tang family's trust. "Young Master Tang, please take a look at the ledger. Here are last month's transactions. The profits from our shop have been quite satisfactory over the past few months," Zhao Gaosheng said, handing the ledger to Tang Yu. Despite the changing times, the antique shop still relied on ledgers for accounting. "Thank you for your hard work," Tang Yu replied with a smile. Flipping through the pages of the ledger, just as he was perusing, a couple entered the shop. Tang Yu glanced up and, upon recognizing them, discreetly closed the ledger and concealed himself behind a display to avoid being recognized. The newcomers were none other than Ye Chen and Qin Kersen, the daughter of the Qin family. Qin Kersen was renowned for her beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, today she appeared wan and haggard, resembling a rose on the verge of wilting. The source of her distress stemmed from recent troubles plaguing the Qin family, leading to sleepless nights filled with nightmares. Over time, the family's health began to deteriorate, with several servants and bodyguards opting to resign, fearing the ominous atmosphere. This phenomenon dissipated once they left, prompting the Qin family to suspect that a disruption in their feng shui was to blame. Thus, she ventured into the antique market, hoping to find something to remedy the situation, only to unexpectedly encounter Ye Chen along the way. Of course, this encounter was orchestrated by Ye Chen himself, the Dragon King. His days were spent either courting women or en route to do so. "Miss Qin, I possess a modest understanding of feng shui and metaphysics. If you seek to improve the feng shui in your home, I fear this antique shop may not have what you require, Ye Chen remarked, observing Qin Curson as she browsed the shop. You can read feng shui. Qin Curson inquired, her expression one of surprise. Their acquaintance was relatively recent, having begun when a snake inexplicably slithered into her home, causing her considerable fright. Ye Chen had been patrolling the area, responding to her screams and helping her deal with the snake. Indeed, my skills are quite impressive. My previous role as a security guard was merely a temporary position. Ye Chen replied with a charming smile. Approaching women and piquing their curiosity was his specialty. Indeed, you are not just skilled. Your role as a security guard was merely a cover for your pursuits with women. How audacious of you to concoct such schemes, tossing snakes into their homes only to play the hero. If not for your misdeeds, would the Qin family's feng shui be in disarray? You ought to be on stage with such talent. With your penchant for infidelity, why not take up ballet? In the corner, Tang Yu silently criticized their exchange. As Qin Curson continued her search for antiques, she suddenly heard a series of voices, causing her to pause in confusion. She scanned her surroundings, but found no one speaking nearby. Yet, the voices felt eerily familiar. Were they echoes of old acquaintances? What troubled her more were the implications of the statement she heard. Was it true that Ye Chen had orchestrated the snake incident? Was he responsible for her family's feng shui troubles? She glanced at Ye Chen, her eyes reflecting a flicker of suspicion. Could this seemingly harmless man truly be the architect of her woes? Or was her exhaustion leading her to hallucinate? Ye Chen, noticing her intense gaze, assumed she was captivated by his handsome visage. Thus, he smiled confidently and said, Miss Qin, from my observations, it is indeed your home's feng shui that has invited ill fortune. Relying on these antiques to improve feng shui might be unrealistic. Instead, I possess a protective talisman that you may take home and wear. Perhaps it will alleviate your circumstances. With that, he produced a yellow talisman from his pocket, presenting it to Qin Curson. This talisman was crafted under the guidance of a master, taking 3 months to complete. Once you wear it, it will surely protect you from malevolent forces. You boast without restraint. It certainly didn't take 3 months to create this. It could be done in mere minutes. This talisman could be hastily drawn. The key lies in your blood. Considering you are the source of the malevolent forces, your blood would naturally shield you from their attacks. Alas, poor Qin Curson, this foolish woman has fallen for the ruse, believing him to be her gallant savior. Upon hearing the voices once more, Qin Curson was now certain that this was no figment of her imagination. Someone was indeed speaking to her, though it seemed only she could hear them. Confused and growing increasingly angry, she vowed that if this were true, she would not hold back. However, without concrete evidence, she refrained from confronting him just yet. P.S. Here's the third update. Prepare for a fierce confrontation with the Dragon King. Chapter 45. Do you even dare to challenge young Master Tang? Qin Curson expertly master emotions. Accepting the talisman and softly saying, Thank you, I will wear it. We are friends. There's no need for such formality. Ye Chen replied with a triumphant smile that he knew that once Qin Curson took the talisman home, the malevolent forces would cease to affect her. When the effects manifested, she would undoubtedly seek him out for assistance with her family's troubles. Thus, the plan to win over the Qin family would succeed. Once that was accomplished, he would eliminate Chen Ming, and the Qin family would fall under his dominion. At last, he felt that fortune was beginning to favor him. Longya, our days of enjoying little hamburgers together are not far off. Qin Curson nodded, carefully tucking away the talisman. After spending some time in the shop, she exited, and Ye Chen promptly followed her. Once they had left, Tang Yu emerged from his hiding place and walked over to one of the display cases, his gaze landing on a jade talisman intricately carved in the shape of an yin-yang fish, a masterpiece in its own right. The price tag for the yin-yang fish talisman was set at 880,000. According to the original plot, it would not be long before Ye Chen arrived at the store to purchase this yin-yang fish jade talisman. This item served as a crucial prop for him to flaunt his prowess, as it could absorb all malevolent energy. Gazing at the talisman, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against hiding it away. After all, he was not a child of fortune, and possessing it without the requisite skills would be futile. According to the novel's original setting, the Dragon King was omnipotent, well-versed in geomancy, medicine, gambling, and stone betting. Thus, this object could only be entrusted to him to resolve issues. However, watching Ye Chen effortlessly seize the Qin family's assets left Tang Yu feeling quite displeased. He could not stand idly by while his brother's inheritance was snatched away by this scoundrel. The life of a villain is still a life. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to make a decision that would betray his ancestors. Uncle Zhao, come here for a moment. Tang Yu beckoned to Zhao Gaosheng, who was seated behind the counter, snacking on sunflower seeds. Zhao Gaosheng promptly set down his seeds and hurried over, inquiring, "What is it, young Master Tang? Keep this Yin fish jade talisman safe for me. No one but a customer named Ye Chen is allowed to purchase it, understood?" Tang Yu instructed. This crucial item must fall into Ye Chen's hands to mitigate the Qin family's crisis, so it was imperative that nothing went awry. The narrative often faltered. He had to lend a hand. Zhao Gaosheng nodded, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name Tang Yu mentioned. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly became alert. Ye Chen wasn't that the scoundrel that Wang had spoken of in the group chat recently. It was said that this rascal had the audacity to compete with young Master Tang for women. After Wang had thoroughly trounced him, he had been promoted and sent abroad to take charge. Was fate offering him an opportunity? A knowing smile crept across his face as he grasped the underlying implication of Tang Yu's words. Was he to set a trap for this fellow? Also, mark the price a bit higher. 30 million will suffice. Tang Yu added, this item must be secured by Ye Chen, and he should not be afforded too great a bargain. Extracting some funds from this scoundrel for charity would be worthwhile. Rest assured, young master, I understand, Zhao Gaosheng replied, patting his chest confidently, knowing that his moment to shine had arrived. Very well, then I'll leave it in your capable hands. Tang Yu gave Zhao Gaosheng a thumbs up. The plot concerning the Qin family must proceed smoothly. Once Ye Chen resolved their troubles, he would devise a way to expose this scoundrel's true nature from behind the scenes that he could not confront him directly. However, he could certainly manipulate events from the shadows. After Tang Yu left the store, Zhao Gaosheng immediately retrieved the Yin fish jade talisman from the cabinet. This item was something he had personally acquired from outside, originally obtaining 2 pieces that represented yin and yang. Having worked in a store for many years, he was quite knowledgeable about this subject and understood the true function of the yin fish jade talisman. That scoundrel named Ye Chen wants to buy this item. Could it be to dispel malevolent energy? Zhao Gaosheng muttered to himself with a chuckle, then went to fetch a box. Inside was an identical jade talisman, specifically the yin talisman from the pair. The yang talisman was used to eliminate malevolent energy, while the yin talisman served to nurture it, if placed in an area heavy with malevolence. After swapping the two, he stashed the yin talisman in the counter and adjusted the price to 30 million, satisfied with his preparations. He returned to the counter, silently awaiting the arrival of the scoundrel daring enough to compete with young Master Tang for women. After approximately half an hour, Ye Chen indeed walked in. He perused the store and soon found himself at the counter displaying the yin fish jade talisman. Having accompanied Qin Curson earlier, he had immediately spotted this item, recognizing it as a valuable tool for dispelling malevolent energy. Ordinarily, he would not require such props to resolve the Qin family's issues, as he could manage it on his own. However, he had not anticipated that the feng shui of the Qin family ancestral home was rather exceptional. The gold belt feng shui pattern, which gathered wind and concealed water, had accumulated malevolent energy at an exaggerated rate after he tampered with it. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to resort to external means for resolution. Yet upon seeing the price, his expression shifted slightly, and he slammed his hand against the glass, exclaiming, "Are you robbing people? 30 million for this. Surely you have added an extra 2 zeros. Zhao Gaosheng, still munching on sunflower seeds, approached with a smile, saying, "Boss, we are not trying to swindle you. This is the price we received last month. This is a treasure retrieved from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty. The price is quite reasonable. Don't try to sell me that line. I know more about this than you do. In short, will you sell it for 500,000? Ye Chen replied coldly. One of his greatest pet peeves was being swindled out of his money. Friend, please don't joke around. Just yesterday, a feng shui master from the island said this item is a true treasure and plans to come by it tomorrow. You can take it if you want. If not, that's fine, that I can sell it to anyone, Zhao Gaoxing waved his hand as he began to walk back to the counter. Hearing that someone else was interested in this item, Ye Chen's expression shifted. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly decided to part with the money, slamming the table as he declared, "All right, wrap it up for me." Although this item was indeed pricey, it paled in comparison to conquering the Qin family. Once he had secured the Qin family's assets, he would possess billions. Zhao Gaoxing immediately smiled and hurried to package the item for Ye Chen. Once Ye Chen exited the store, Zhao Gaoxing's smile turned cold. He scoffed, spitting disdainfully onto the ground. This sort of rubbish dares to contend with our young Master Tang. Seeking Death. Chapter 46. Has old Master Wang fallen ill again? The Wang family. Since Jiang Xiaoye last visited the Wang family to treat old Master Wang, his health had gradually improved. After lunch today, old Master Wang was preparing to practice calligraphy with a brush in hand. However, before he could finish the first character, the brush suddenly dropped from his grasp. He then clutched his chest and sank into the chair, his body trembling violently. The caregiver nearby was alarmed and quickly helped him to the bed before hastily calling for the family's private doctor. Soon, the private doctor arrived to examine old Master Wang. Upon receiving the news, the Wang family members rushed over. Seeing old Master Wang's pale face as he lay on the bed, they all grew increasingly anxious. How could old Master Wang, who had only recently recovered, be in such a state again? Once the examination was complete, Wang Yixue hastily inquired, "Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather?" The doctor appeared somewhat perplexed, shaking his head as he replied, "Old Master Wang's condition is somewhat precarious. His organs are beginning to fail gradually. But I cannot ascertain the specific cause of his illness, that I recommend that we urgently summon physician Jiang." Though he was a well-known expert in the country, he had never encountered such symptoms before. With such severe issues in the body, yet no identifiable cause, it was indeed perplexing. Without hesitation, Wang Yixue took out her phone to call Jiang Xiaoye. After confirming the location, she quickly arranged for the family's private helicopter to pick her up. When Jiang Xiaoye arrived, she hurried over with her small bag and began examining old Master Wang. After a thorough examination, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Old Master Wang's current condition was dire, yet she could not pinpoint the issue. "Sister Xiaoye, what exactly is wrong with my grandfather?" Seeing Jiang Xiaoye's puzzled expression, Wang Yixue felt a twinge of panic. The rest of the Wang family also wore anxious expressions. A Wang family with old Master Wang was entirely different from one without him. "I can't determine what the problem is, but old Master Wang's condition is indeed critical that if it isn't resolved within a day. I'm afraid." Jiang Xiaoye's complexion was grave. She had never expected that, with her medical skills, she would be unable to even identify the issue. This was the first time she had encountered such a thorny problem. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoye's words, the crowd's expressions turned ashen. If even the highly skilled Jiang Xiaoye could not diagnose the problem, what were they to do? At the back of the crowd, Wang Rulong exhibited a glimmer of relief in his eyes. He had been extremely anxious when Jiang Xiaoye arrived, fearing she might uncover some issues. Fortunately, she could not find anything wrong. Previously, he had intended to collaborate with Ye Xiao to freeze the Wang family's liquid assets to oust Wang Yixue from the center of power, thereby paving the way for himself. However, for reasons unknown, the plan had failed. Wang Yixue not only detected the slightest hints but also turned the tables on Ye Xiao, leaving him greatly frightened. When he saw that Wang Yixue did not seem to hold any grudge against him, he thought it was merely a coincidence and that his identity remained concealed. As for the current situation, it was naturally his doing. After Ye Xiao's plan failed, he had devised another scheme, instructing him to target old Master Wang directly. With old Master Wang out of the picture, the issue of succession would need to be resolved. According to family rules, the power of the family was ultimately meant to rest in the hands of a male heir. Without old Master Wang's protection, Wang Yixue's authority would be untenable. "Grandfather, don't blame me for being heartless. It is you who have been too partial." Wang Rulong sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet compared to power, what did this matter? "So what now? Should we ask old Jiang to give it a try?" Wang Yixue said with a bitter tone. Jiang Xiaoye shook her head, replying, "I can't identify the issue, even if old Jiang comes. He may not fare any better. This situation is quite troublesome, but there is someone who might be able to assist me." Brother Tang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyu answered. Last time at the Tang residence, she eavesdropped on her brother Tang Yu's thoughts and discovered that he had surprisingly mastered the Qiangang heavenly scripture and entered the realm of enlightenment. If they could not ascertain the issue now, they would have to rely on him, in his enlightened state, to discern what was afflicting old Master Wang's health. Wang Yixue did not expect Jiang Xiaoyu to request her to summon Tang Yu. Given the gravity of her grandfather's life and death, she refrained from asking too many questions and promptly dialed Tang Yu's number. That moment, Tang Yu was in the office engaging in a video game with Qiyin. He realized that ever since he had allowed her to play games and report data daily, she had been quite diligent in her work. From the beginning to the end of the workday, she hardly moved from her seat. However, when it came to ordering takeout, she was remarkably industrious, consuming at least 3 cups of milk tea and an assortment of junk food each day. That it was as though she were a slothful couch potato. Nevertheless, Tang Yu was well aware that all of this was merely a facade crafted by this woman. She was simply attempting to numb herself with the pretense of hard work to further her ulterior motives of stealing information. Tang Yu was indifferent. After all, the documents had already been tampered with, so if she wished to steal more, she was welcome to do so. Upon receiving Wang Yixue's call, Tang Yu picked up his phone and inquired, "What is the matter? Where are you right now?" "I'll send a helicopter to fetch you. My grandfather is in critical condition. Please come quickly." Wang Yixue's voice on the other end was filled with urgency and distress in such a vulnerable moment. She truly wished to see Tang Yu. "I'm at the office. Just have the helicopter pick me up from the rooftop of the building." Tang Yu was not one to dawdle. He set down the game controller and hurriedly left the office to wait on the top floor. The sudden turn of events concerning old Master Wang surprised Tang Yu as well. According to the original storyline, old Master Wang was supposed to remain healthy until the very end. After a brief wait, the helicopter soon landed nearby. Tang Yu quickly boarded and began to ponder what could be amiss. After several peculiar plot developments, he had to concede that the storyline of this book had unraveled. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, he alighted from the helicopter to find Wang Yixue. Her eyes reddened, awaiting him. "It will be all right. Old Master Wang is a person of fortune and will surely pull through," Tang Yu reassured her gently. "All right. You should hurry inside and take a look," Wang Yixue urged, grasping his hand and leading him into the house. Inside, Jiang Xiaoyu was administering acupuncture to old Master Wang. She was unable to pinpoint the issue but could stabilize his condition for the time being. All eyes in the Wang family were fixed on Tang Yu, curious as to why Jiang Xiaoyu had summoned him, given his lack of medical expertise. "What happened to the old master?" Tang Yu approached Jiang Xiaoyu and asked. "I can't identify the cause of his ailment at the moment, so I plan to attempt treatment with the 13 ghost needles first and need your assistance." Chapter 47. Brother has no interest in bunny girls. Jiang Xiaoyu's rather awkward explanation left everyone in the room bewildered. Tang Yu, hearing this, was equally perplexed. She specifically asked him to come and assist. Instinctively, he focused his attention, scanning old Master Wang's body. If even Jiang Xiaoyu could not discern the issue, what affliction had befallen the old master? Was it possible that after the Wang family's storyline had collapsed, they were forcefully allowing the Dragon King to reappear as a divine healer to save face? This was a situation he had never encountered before. As in previous iterations of crossing into stories, he had never survived past the initial plot. He either met an untimely demise at the outset or managed to last 2 or 3 hours before being killed. Fortunately, after a thorough examination, he ultimately spotted a golden thread near the old master's heart. Curious, what is this golden thread? How did it become entwined around the old master's heart? Damn, it even moves! This the golden silkworm goo from Ye Chen. This thing is incredibly insidious. Within 24 hours of entering the human body, the host is doomed to die. After the host's death, this thing will self-destruct and dissolve, leaving no evidence behind. Thus, to save old Master Wang, either Ye Chen must come personally to dispel the goo, or one must attempt a remedy from the Qiangang heavenly scripture. Using mugwort, Jili Xiang, redstone resin, 11 types of medicinal herbs to create incense will suffice. I must secretly find a way to alert them. No matter what, old Master Wang must not perish. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, both Wang Yixue and Jiang Xiaoyu's expressions changed dramatically. Simultaneously noticing each other's reactions, They instantly deduced a shared realization. They could both hear Tang Yu's inner voice. In that moment, Wang Yixue comprehended why Jiang Xiaoye had insisted she bring Tang Yu along. It was for this very reason. I just thought of a remedy. Please have someone fetch the herbs for me. Jiang Xiaoye hastily scribbled down the list of herbs she had just heard, dispatching a servant from the Wang family to procure them. Jiang Xiaoye began contemplating the pharmacological properties and compatibility of the ingredients in this remedy. The prescriptions within the Qiangang heavenly scripture were truly invaluable treasures that had been lost to time. Since Sister Xiaoye has a treatment plan, let us step outside to rest for a while. She can tend to grandfather here. Wang Yixue sighed in relief and guided everyone out of the room. Does that mean I have no further role to play? Tang Yu pondered how to discreetly inform them of the situation. You do. I have something to discuss with you. Please come with me. Wang Yixue took hold of Tang Yu's arm and led him towards the adjacent garden. Why so serious? Is there something significant you wish to discuss? Tang Yu followed Wang Yixue, sensing that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Once they reached the garden, Wang Yixue sat Tang Yu down and inquired, I feel something is amiss with my grandfather. He was in good health, and this sudden change might indicate he has been poisoned. What do you think? I also suspect there is a possibility of that, but a thorough investigation is necessary. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. It's not poison. He has been afflicted with a goo curse. The golden silkworm, goo must be applied close to the target. If Ye Chen did not come here personally, it is likely the foolish Wang Rulong who is responsible. Such a person is utterly brainless, colluding with an outsider, believing he could become the head of the Wong family. With this secret in their hands, he would have to spend a lifetime groveling at their feet. Wang Yixue's expression hardened. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. It was Wang Rulong, the buffoon, who was scheming in the shadows. The reason she had tolerated him was not due to a lack of evidence. She merely wished to avoid alarming the snake and to exploit Wang Rulong's foolishness to outmaneuver Ye Chen. However, she had not anticipated his audacity to target her grandfather. Given the circumstances, there was no longer any need to keep him as bait. Wang Yixue sighed softly, feeling somewhat weary that in truth, she was indifferent to the family's wealth. After all, it was inexhaustible. However, not everyone shared her perspective. Were there not others with similar ambitions to Wang Rulong? She leaned her head against Tang Yu's shoulder. Noticing Tang Yu's impending movement, she could not help but chuckle. If you behave, I might consider dressing as a bunny girl for you next time. What bunny girl nonsense? Just don't let your dander fall on my shoulder, Tang Yu grumbled with a frown. I absolutely detest dishonest individuals. One must always keep their word. As for bunny girls, I am indifferent. I am a man of integrity. If there is genuine intent, even a blood droplet will suffice. Blood droplet? Wang Yixue paused momentarily, wondering what that was. Yet, she found herself disinclined to ponder the matter further. Simply being by Tang Yu's side brought her immense joy, allowing her to momentarily forget the intrigues and machinations surrounding her. The two sat quietly in the garden, with Wang Yixue listening to Tang Yu's errant thoughts, increasingly finding this brooding man to be rather endearing, until a voice shattered the tranquility. Miss, Dr. Jiang has completed the treatment for the old master. You should come see him. A bodyguard rushed over to announce. Let us hurry and check on grandfather. Tang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. If only I had arrived a few minutes later, I might have developed shoulder inflammation. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue rolled her eyes and hurried to see old Master Wang. When they entered the room, a somewhat pungent aroma filled the air. Old Master Wang had regained consciousness, and a caregiver was feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. After a sudden illness, he appeared noticeably weakened. Grandfather, are you feeling all right? Wang Yixue inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit weak. After I finish this medicine, I'll rest for a while, old Master Wang replied, unsure of his exact condition. Only feeling fatigued and in need of sleep. Let him rest for a couple of days, and he will be fine, Jiang Xiaoye remarked. Utilizing the remedy she had gleaned from Tang Yu, the goo worm had crawled out and perished on its own. She had collected the deceased worm, intending to study it further with her grandfather. This individual named Ye Chen was truly repugnant. After exchanging pleasantries and checking on old Master Wang, the family allowed him to rest alone in the room. As Tang Yu stepped out, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he noticed it was a call from Chen Ming. Brother, Didn't you say you would come when I was doing the feng shui at my house? Hurry over. Many people have already arrived today. Chen Ming's voice echoed through the line. All right, please wait a moment. I shall be there shortly. After responding, Tang Yu promptly hung up the phone. After exchanging greetings with Wang, Yixue, and the others, she hurriedly drove towards the Qin residence. According to the plot of the original story, today, the Dragon King Ye Chen was set to make a grand entrance here. Moreover, he had assumed the prestigious title of the foremost feng shui master in Suan. P.S. Here is the third update. We've reached 100,000 words. Brothers, please take a moment to give a 5-star review to spur on the updates and gifts. A new betrayal is about to commence. Chapter 48. The Wong family seeks revenge. Wealthy individuals tend to possess a strong belief in metaphysics, thus holding feng shui masters in high regard. With this newfound identity, Ye Chen's status in Suan ascended significantly, earning him the esteemed title of Master Yi. However, he indeed possessed considerable prowess in the realm of feng shui. After all, he was the beloved offspring of a rather foolish author, blessed with an innate understanding of all matters. Save for the fact that he had not penned his own tale of enlightenment. How can I appropriately expose this scoundrel? Tang Yu pondered while driving. Upholding the principle of self-preservation, confronting him directly was certainly out of the question. After much contemplation, she resolved to discreetly inform the Qin family in some manner. Just as Tang Yu departed, Wang Yixue turned to the members of the Wang family and declared, Esteemed elders, let us gather at the family ancestral hall. I have something of great importance to discuss with you all. What is it? Wang girl, what is the purpose of convening at the ancestral hall? Croaked an elderly man with a hoarse voice that in familial gatherings at the ancestral hall, it was customary to announce significant matters. All eyes converged upon Wang Yixue's face, while Wang Rulong, feeling guilty, began to grow anxious that he had not anticipated that Zhang Xiaoye would be capable of curing their grandfather's ailment. Hadn't she previously stated it was impossible? Now, with Wang Yixue summoning everyone to the ancestral hall, could it be that someone had plotted against their grandfather? Nonetheless, he remained relatively unfazed, as he had no fear of his own identity being unveiled. The methods imparted to him by young Master Yi for his treachery were exceedingly covert and would never be discovered. I must address a matter that pertains to the very survival of our family. I implore you all to come forth immediately, Wang Yixue stated. Proceeding towards the ancestral hall, the rest of the group, now solemn-faced, followed her with expressions of confusion. What could possibly be so grave that it concerned the survival of the Wang family? Everything will be fine, even if she discovers the truth. She has no evidence, Wang Rulong silently reassured himself. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up. Xiaoye, everyone is present. What is this serious matter you wish to divulge? Speak swiftly, and let us devise a plan together. Wang Yixue nodded, her face as cold as frost, pointing at Wang Rulong, who stood at the edge, and commanded, Rulong, step forward and kneel before our ancestors. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they gazed at Wang Rulong. Could it be that he had committed yet another grave error? Wang Rulong's mother stepped forward, exclaiming, Xiaoye, what are you doing? Why must you suddenly have your brother kneel? Has he offended you in some way? With a bitter smile, Wang Rulong approached, saying, Yes, sister, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Your collusion with outsiders and betrayal of your own family is merely a misunderstanding. Regarding the recent collaboration with FARS in the New Energy Project, our family nearly suffered catastrophic losses, and today it was you who orchestrated the curse against grandfather, was it not? Wang Yixue interrogated, her gaze piercing into Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong turned pale with fright, desperately shaking his head. No, sister, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly commit such an act? It was indeed my error in misjudging the partners in the FARS collaboration. That is my failing. However, how could this incident concerning grandfather be connected to me? Even if I were devoid of humanity, I could never commit such an atrocity. Indeed, could there be a misunderstanding? Xiaoye, do you possess any evidence? Others echoed, their disbelief palpable. Wang Rulong had always maintained a commendable demeanor within the family. I can simply summon the witnesses, Wang Yixue replied. Clapping her hands, shortly thereafter, 2 bodyguards escorted Li Deshan into the hall. Upon entering, A visibly terrified Li Desen fell to his knees and recounted the entire affair before the assembly. This was his only means of self-redemption. The young lady had promised him that should he testify, a path to salvation would be granted. After Li Desen concluded his account, both witness and evidence were laid bare. Wang Rulong, pale and trembling, attempted to offer further explanations, but his father, filled with rage, lunged forward and struck him with a fist, sending him sprawling to the ground before mercilessly kicking him. In affluent families, nothing was more detestable than betrayal. Moreover, he had audaciously dared to harm the patriarch. This was undoubtedly a capital offense. Aside from Wang Rulong's mother, who cried out in an attempt to intervene, the others observed with stern faces, including Wang Yixue, who remained silent. After Wang Rulong's father had beaten him to the brink of unconsciousness, she finally spoke. "That will suffice for now, uncle. Let us pause here. Grandfather has yet to recover, and I wish to defer the resolution of this matter until his health is restored." Wang Rulong's father nodded, his heart heavy with despair. He could not fathom his son's foolishness. Given the patriarch's character, would there be any chance for mercy once he learned of this incident? "Take him away and confine him," Wang Yixue instructed the two bodyguards, then addressed the Wang family. "This incident cannot be solely blamed on Wang Rulong. He may be foolish, but there are those with far more sinister intentions at play, and we must seek vengeance. Indeed, we must not let this individual go unpunished. He must pay the price." The assembly unanimously agreed on retribution. How dare this individual plot against the Wang family? They would not hold back. Thus, the Wang family swiftly dispatched individuals to track down Ye Chen's whereabouts in preparation for their revenge. Simultaneously, all enterprises under the Wang name launched an offensive against the Longchen group. At this moment, the Qin residence was bustling with activity. Just 2 days prior, the Qin family had released news inviting Feng Shui masters from various regions to resolve their family's issues. Whoever succeeded would be rewarded with a staggering 10 billion. For these Feng Shui masters, 10 billion was indeed an astronomical sum. Consequently, masters from across the nation gathered, united in their quest to alleviate the Qin family's plight. As Tang Yu drove over, she chanced upon Ye Chen stepping out of his vehicle. Upon his descent, Qin Curson was already there to greet him. "Miss Qin, how effective was that talisman I provided?" Ye Chen inquired with a smile. "Very effective. I shall trouble you today." "Mr. De Yi," Qin Curson nodded, though her gaze held a hint of complexity. She vividly recalled the heartfelt whispers she had overheard. In a bid to verify, she had surreptitiously disassembled the talisman that very morning. Inside, she discovered a hastily scrawled symbol, marked by a dry droplet of blood. This foolish girl Qin Curson must be utterly astonished by the talisman. Fortunately, I shall benevolently expose his true nature later. Speaking of which, where has that scoundrel Chen Ming wandered off to? While she pondered, that familiar voice resonated once more. She immediately began scanning her surroundings. Who could it be? Chapter 49. I come to enhance Tang Xiao's reputation. She glanced around, but could not pinpoint the source of the voice. Yet this only heightened her excitement, for the truth was about to be unveiled. If she were to inform her benefactor of everything, she must express her gratitude sincerely. Moreover, since he had mentioned her brother's name, it indicated a connection with him. This would make it all the easier to unearth his identity. Once the two entered, Tang Yu leisurely emerged from the vehicle. Upon alighting, he did not spot Chen Ming, but rather saw Zhao Gaoxing dressed in a black Tang suit. Idly pacing at the entrance with a smoking pipe in hand, in this attire, he exuded an air of mystique. With a smile, Tang Yu approached and patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Gaoxing responded with a grin. "Such an opportunity to elevate Tang Xiao's standing is one I cannot miss." After Ye Chen had acquired the yin-yang fish talisman, Zhao had been pondering how it would be utilized. Upon receiving news from the Qin family, he finally discerned the plan. The lad intended to flaunt his prowess at the Qin residence to impress the ladies. Thus, he resolved to come and put on a show. After all, this young man had offended Tang Xiao. To enhance my reputation? Tang Yu mused, a hint of confusion in her tone, suspecting Zhao was motivated by the 10 billion reward from the Qin family. Should he resolve their issues, it would indeed reflect well on her. She raised her thumb in approval, saying, "Excellent. Then I shall rely on you today. Uncle Xiao must secure that 10 billion reward from the Qin family. Easy enough. Xiao Gaoxing patted his chest, readily agreeing. Should he succeed today, it would entail a reward of 10 billion. When he boasted about it in the group chat, Wang Zhong's treatment would pale in comparison. He would emerge as the foremost loyal and capable servant of the Tang family. Both held their own thoughts as they exchanged cheerful smiles. Chen Ming soon joined them, that he had initially been waiting for Tang Yu at the entrance, but had to visit the restroom due to an upset stomach. Spotting Tang Yu laughing, he rushed over to embrace him, exclaiming, "Hey, big brother, what is you so joyful? Isn't it for your sake? Today, your family's troubles are sure to be resolved," Tang Yu replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Don't even mention it. I'm uncertain whether this mess can be resolved. If not, we might as well pack up and move." Chen Ming sighed, his optimism waning. They had discreetly consulted several feng shui masters over the past few days, yet none had achieved any success. Even a master was performing a ritual, and in the midst of it, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and now he lies in the hospital. Otherwise, their family would not have offered 10 billion as a reward, inviting masters from across the nation to gather, hoping to find a powerful figure who could resolve this troublesome matter. Rest assured, not only will this issue be resolved today, but the culprit responsible for your family's plight will also be revealed, Tang Yu declared. Chen Ming was momentarily taken aback, thinking Tang Yu was merely jesting, and he did not take it to heart. But as the three walked in side by side, a group of feng shui masters sat together, sipping tea and conversing. They were dressed in various styles, appearing quite eccentric. One might mistakenly believe they were on a film set, to maintain a low profile. Tang Yu deliberately chose a corner to sit down. Not long after he settled in, the head of the Qin family, Qin Pingxi, emerged with several bodyguards. Everyone stood to greet him, casting warm and respectful glances at this figure of wealth. Qin Pingxi nodded in acknowledgement and spoke, "I am grateful for everyone's presence to help alleviate the troubles of the Qin family. We, the Qin family, value our word. A check for 10 billion has been prepared. If any master can resolve our issues today, I will personally present the check, and that master shall forever be a distinguished guest of the Qin family." His words energized the masters, making the prospect of 10 billion seem within easy reach. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will undoubtedly resolve the Qin family's troubles today. Such minor malevolence is nothing. After I intervene today, the feng shui of the Qin family will remain untroubled for the next 50 years. This trifling matter can be resolved with a mere gesture from me. My esteemed colleagues need not compete with me." Numerous masters stood up, eager to express their intentions. The room became as chaotic as a bustling market. That moment, a middle-aged man clad in a purple Taoist robe stepped forward. He bellowed, "Esteemed friends, quiet down and allow me to speak." Following his commanding shout, the room fell silent instantly, all eyes converging upon him. "Isn't that Master Xiao from Longhu Mountain? What is he doing here? Heh, for 10 billion, one would go to Africa." Whispers spread among the crowd, their gazes toward Master Xiao tinged with apprehension. Tang Yu watched Master Xiao with keen interest. Having read the original storyline, he knew this individual was the current master of Longhu Mountain, possessing formidable abilities. However, he was destined to become a mere pawn in the protagonist's narrative. In summation, when pitted against the Dragon King, no matter how accomplished one might be in their respective fields, they would pale in comparison to the Dragon King's prowess, honed over merely half a year. "Who is that old man? He seems quite formidable," Chen Ming inquired curiously. Zhao Gao answered swiftly, "That is Master Zhao Zizhu from Longhu Mountain. Video, you see the disciples behind him. One of them holds the Master Sword, which is said to have been passed down for over 400 years. Chen Ming exclaimed in realization, not fully comprehending its significance. Nonetheless, having a seemingly impressive figure around could potentially aid in resolving their issues. Master Zhao Zizhu addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, there is but one reward to be claimed today. However, with so many of us present, it would be impractical for all to act together. Thus, how shall this reward be divided?" The crowd pondered this dilemma, exchanging glances, yet no suitable answer emerged. Everyone desired to claim the prize for themselves, unwilling to share. Hence, I propose that the reward be determined by merit. I shall stand forth to accept your challenges. If any of you succeed, I will depart immediately. If no one can surpass me, then I shall claim this merit for myself." Master Zhao Zizhu looked down upon the crowd with an air of arrogance, eliciting ire among the feng shui masters. Those daring enough to attend were all experts of the mystical arts. For one man to assert dominance over them all was tantamount to declaring himself the strongest among them. While Longhu Mountain held a esteemed position within the realm of mysticism, the others were not to be underestimated. Especially with a reward of 10 billion at stake, no one was keen to yield easily. "Master Zhao, your arrogance knows no bounds. Allow me to challenge you first," declared Song Qingshan, head of the Song family. The Song family held considerable renown within the mystical community, boasting a lineage of 64 mystery copper coins that had been passed down for centuries, capable of divination and dispelling malevolence. Yet, Master Zhao Zizhu did not even glance at him. Responding nonchalantly, "Then please, my friend, proceed. P.S. I am still writing. More chapters will follow later. Today, I aim for 4 updates. Let us continue to torment Tang Xiao. Haha." Chapter 50. A master cannot be humiliated. Song Qingshan snorted coldly, tossing a string of copper coins high into the air, that he then formed hand seals, and the coins, floating in the air like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, began to arrange themselves into a formation. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted into applause. Such a display of skill was not something everyone could achieve. Chen Ming watched in astonishment, realizing these feng shui masters were indeed formidable. Song Qingshan reveled in the crowd's admiration, pointing a finger at Master Zhao Zizhu. The floating coins then hurtled toward him. "Merely a trifling skill, and you dare to flaunt it before me?" Master Zhao Zizhu sneered, extending a hand as he commanded, "Sword." "Come." A young Taoist boy behind him held the master sword with both hands. Upon his command, the master sword soared into the air, cleaving the copper coins effortlessly. Within moments, nearly half of the 64 coins lay shattered on the ground. Song Qingshan nearly spat blood in anguish. These were his family heirlooms. He could not afford to continue the duel and hastily attempted to reclaim his coins. However, the master sword relentlessly pursued the remaining coins. Heartbroken, Song Qingshan glared at Master Zhao Zizhu, exclaiming, "Master Zhao, why must you drive me to despair? I am not one to be challenged lightly. Do you expect to leave without paying a price?" Master Zhao Zizhu replied with a slight smile. Song Qingshan's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he gritted his teeth, murmuring, "Today I, Song, have been remiss. I hope Master Zhao can show mercy." "Now, that is more like it." Master Zhao Zizhu finally gestured, and the master sword returned to his grasp. Song Qingshan hurriedly collected his coins, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Today, not only did he fail to gain anything, but he had also lost a treasured heirloom. The other masters of the mystical arts were equally taken aback by Master Zhao Zizhu's prowess. Many began to reconsider their intentions, recognizing that their abilities paled in comparison to Song Qingshan's. Who would dare provoke Master Zhao Zizhu? Is there any other esteemed friend who wishes to challenge me? Feel free to step forward. If no one dares to come forth, then I shall claim today's task for myself." Master Zhao Zizhu proclaimed, wielding the master sword and gazing at the crowd with an air of a reclusive sage. "I shall go." An elderly man with a youthful visage stepped forward. Clad in a Taoist robe, albeit somewhat tattered, none dared to underestimate him, for he was renowned in the northern mystical community and was revered as the elder of the star god. Master Zhao Zizhu appraised him briefly and remarked indifferently, "Come, reveal your treasure. Let me witness your skills." The elder of the star god snorted coldly, summoning a red string that floated into the air, glowing faintly with firelight, resembling a serpent of flame. This spectacle left the crowd in awe. Chen Ming clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, these people are indeed impressive. I should learn a few tricks to impress the ladies." "You might need to invest a decade of effort for that," Tang Yu remarked, having already seen the storyline unfold. No matter how formidable, they are ultimately destined to serve as stepping stones for Ye Chen. According to the plot, this elderly man will also fall to Master Zhao Zizhu, leading to further conflict with Ye Chen. Once Master Zhao Zizhu's efforts falter, it will be Ye Chen's turn to shine, and Qin Kursin, that foolish girl, will begin to admire him from this point on. Poor Chen Ming. Not only will he be harmed by Ye Chen, but his family fortune and sister will also fall into the hands of this brat. Upon hearing the familiar voice in her mind, Chen Kursen's gaze swiftly locked on a Chen Ming. Then she noticed Tang Yu sitting nearby, instantly realizing it was his voice. There could be no mistake. Her only brother apart from him had no other siblings. She was profoundly shocked, yet maintained her composure, determined to see if what Tang Yu had said was indeed true. At that moment, the elder of the Star God had already begun to duel with Master Zhu. He manipulated the fiery serpent formed by the red string, directing it at Master Zhu. Although this strike seemed imposing, Master Zhu merely chuckled in disdain. When the fiery serpent approached him, he extended a finger, and to everyone's astonishment, it halted in mid-air. "Return to me," Master Zhu commanded, and the fiery serpent reversed course, hurtling back toward the elder of the Star God as his weapon was turned against him. The elder's expression changed dramatically. He dashed away in a desperate attempt to evade the attack, appearing utterly disheveled. The spectators erupted into laughter, their respect for Master Zhu deepening. Truly, he was the master of Longhu Mountain. With such a display, it was clear he was an extraordinary talent, and they were thoroughly impressed. "Master Zhao, I concede. I am beaten, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly," the elder of the Star God gasped after running for some time, forced to lower his pride. Master Zhu smiled in satisfaction. He gestured, and the red string dropped to the ground, motionless. The elder of the Star God, looking utterly defeated, retrieved the red string and tied it to his hand, grunting in discontent, unwilling to voice further objections. Thus, no one in the entire venue dared to challenge Master Xiao Chu any longer. Xiao Chu looked at the crowd with a triumphant smile and clasped his hands in salute. "Esteemed colleagues, I appreciate your understanding. Since it has come to this, I shall take it upon myself to resolve the issues concerning the Qin family." Although the numerous geomancers were reluctant, they had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, none among them could rival his capabilities. "Then I shall trouble you, Master Zhao," said Qin Pingxi, who was also quite enlightened today. "As practitioners of the Tao, it is our duty to vanquish demons and eliminate malevolence. It is simply part of our responsibilities." Xiao Chu maintained a courteous demeanor towards Qin Pingxi. Acknowledging his status as a wealthy magnate at that moment, Qin Kursen was left utterly speechless. Everything unfolded just as she had heard moments ago in her heart. She quickly composed herself and turned to Ye Chen, saying, "Mr. Yi, this Master Zhao is truly formidable, almost like a celestial being." With a disdainful expression, Ye Chen retorted, "They are merely dabblers in the esoteric. This Taoist possessed some skill, yet when compared to himself, he was leagues away." After he demonstrated his own prowess, Qin Kursen would undoubtedly grasp the essence of a true master. As soon as these words left his lips, all eyes in the room converged on him. Here we go again, classic arrogance provoking others. Once he riles them up, he'll wager against them and subsequently trample them underfoot. After that, he'll feign magnanimity to win their favor. You're far better at being a sycophant. Tang Yu, holding a cup of tea, couldn't help but roll her eyes. The familiarity of this scenario was overwhelmingly pungent, as expected. Xiao Chu was incensed by Ye Chen's words. Upon noticing a young man in his 20s, he scowled. "Where does this impudent brat come from, daring to claim that Longhu Mountain is mere trickery? If you are unconvinced, let us step outside and duel." "Who invited this fool? Throw him out. This insolent child is utterly laughable. A master must not be insulted. Master Zhao, teach him a lesson." The many geomancers began to berate Ye Chen, their gazes fixated on him as if he were a jester. Chapter 51. Our young Master Tang, a scholar of celestial wisdom. Qin Pingxi furrowed his brow, indicating to two bodyguards to point at Ye Chen. "Remove this person." As the bodyguards approached to escort him away, Qin Kursen quickly stood up and said, "Dad, Mr. Yi is a distinguished expert I invited. He possesses great abilities." She then retrieved the talisman from her pocket, stating, "This is the protective charm he gave me. Ever since I wore it, my sleep has been undisturbed, free from nightmares." The truth had yet to surface. She could not allow Ye Chen to leave. Ye Chen rose and looked at Qin Pingxi with a smile. "Uncle Qin, I do not speak boastfully. I merely speak the truth. This Master Zhao cannot resolve your family's issues. If I do not intervene, his reckless actions will only lead to backlash, resulting in calamity for the Qin family. Ignorant child, if I, the Taoist, dispel this petty malevolence today, will you kneel and apologize to me? Zhao Shizhu retorted angrily. What if you fail to resolve it? Ye Chen countered. If I am unable to resolve it, this Master's sword I shall give to you. Upon completing his statement, Zhao Shizhu shouted to his disciples behind him, bring forth the incense. His 2 disciples promptly produced 3 incense burners, inserting 3 sticks of incense in each before failing to ignite them. Zhao Shizhu began to form seals and chant spells. Once he concluded his incantation, the 9 sticks of incense ignited simultaneously. Soon after, the smoke coiled and coalesced into a gray humanoid figure. After witnessing the completion of this gray figure, Zhao Shizhu turned to Qin Pengxi, declaring, Mr. Qin, this is the malevolence accumulated by your family that as long as I eliminate it, the Qin family shall henceforth enjoy peace and tranquility. Then I shall trouble you. Master Zhao. Qin Pengxi sighed with relief. The family had been tormented for far too long. Finally, this troublesome issue was to be resolved. A trivial matter. Zhao Shizhu replied with a light-hearted smile, stepping forward with a 7-star stride. Stabbing his sword into the mist. Upon impact, the mist seemed to emit a piercing scream, startling everyone in the room. Moments later, the mist dissipated on its own. The Qin family members felt a significant sense of relief. Having successfully dispelled the malevolence, Zhao Shizhu glared coldly at Ye Chen, saying, now that it has come to this, what more do you have to say? Kneel and apologize. Ye Chen maintained a calm demeanor. You might want to take a closer look to see if the malevolence has truly vanished. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously vanished malevolence began to coalesce once more. These gray malevolent energies surged toward Zhao Shizhu. After deflecting them twice with his sword, he was ultimately struck by the malevolence, his complexion paling as he spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Convulsing, his disciples, in a state of panic, rushed to assist Zhao Shizhu, checking his condition. The Qin family members, who had just felt relieved, were now overwhelmed with discomfort, as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed upon their shoulders. The other geomancers present also exhibited drastic changes in expression. Such potent malevolence was unprecedented in their experience. Several attempted to unite their efforts to eliminate the malevolence, only to suffer backlash, ending up in a predicament akin to Zhao Shizhu's. Feeling utterly distressed, Qin Pengxi glanced at his daughter, only to find that Qin Curson was completely unscathed. Could it be that the protective charm was indeed effective? Was this young man the true master of the realm? His expression filled with trepidation, he turned to Ye Chen and said, I was rude earlier. I humbly request you to assist the Qin family. The gazes of everyone in the room converged on Ye Chen. Quick, step aside. He is about to show off. After extracting the jade talisman to dispel the malevolence, he take away the jade Buddha he deliberately sold to the Qin family. This malevolence originated from that very jade Buddha. Using stillbirth and infant blood, the malevolent aura of the jade Buddha was nurtured over 7 days. To speak plainly, as long as this jade Buddha is shattered, he will also face backlash. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Curson's pupils involuntarily constricted. Not long ago, Chen Ming had indeed purchased a jade Buddha, claiming it to be a treasure obtained from a venerable monk. Anger simmering beneath the surface, she looked at Ye Chen and spoke gently. Mr. Yi, I must trouble you. It is only natural. You are my friend, and the affairs of the Qin family are my own. Ye Chen flashed a devilish grin. He produced the yin-yang fish jade talisman from his pocket, infusing it with a drop of blood, causing the talisman to emit a faint white glow. Immediately, the gray malevolence in the room surged toward the talisman, eventually vanishing without a trace. Such trivial malevolence, easily dispelled with a mere flick of my finger. Ye Chen proclaimed haughtily. The crowd directed admiring gazes at him. Regardless of how boastful he was, his genuine skills were undeniably impressive. That deadly malevolence was indeed as simple to dispel as he claimed. Yet within a mere 5 seconds, cracks began to appear on the jade talisman in Ye Chen's hand, which soon shattered. The malevolence that had been absorbed erupted forth once again. this time far more concentrated than before. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in gray malevolence. Several members of the Qin family found it hard to breathe, their faces pale and speechless. Ye Chen's expression shifted in alarm. What was happening? Had he perhaps nurtured too much malevolence, exceeding his control? What the hell? This plot isn't right. Shouldn't pulling out the talisman have resolved everything in one go? Could there be another issue at play? Tang Yu, too, was momentarily perplexed at that moment. Zhao Gaoxing abruptly stood up. With a look of disdain, he addressed Ye Chen. I had thought you possessed some great abilities. Yet it turns out you can neither resolve the issue nor prevent it from worsening. As he spoke, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards Ye Chen. Their expressions transitioned from admiration to anger and derision. This braggart had inadvertently exacerbated the situation. Recognizing Zhao Gaoxing, Ye Chen's expression changed drastically, that he suddenly realized that the item he had brought back was indeed problematic. Was he scheming against him? Or was there someone else involved? Zhao Gaoxing no longer indulged in idle chatter with him. Addressing the terrified crowd, he proclaimed, "Fear not, although this person is a failure. Our young Master Tang possesses celestial wisdom and unparalleled abilities. This trifling malevolence is indeed easily dispelled with a mere flick of a finger." S eyes widened in astonishment. How the hell did I become a person of celestial wisdom? Easily dispelled with a flick of a finger. What the hell am I supposed to flick? Zhao, be a decent human being, even if you're going to be a lackey. Don't stoop to this level, that I certainly can't do it. Why are you making me pretend to be this arrogant? At that moment, was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for how to proceed. Yet the crowd gazed at him with eager anticipation, as if he were the only beacon of hope in the darkness. The headache-stricken Chen Ming looked at and urged, "Come on, big brother, if you truly have a way to save my family. Please act swiftly." In that moment, he finally understood why his brother had confidently asserted that the family's problems would be resolved as soon as he arrived. Emotions run deep, for the elder brother has concealed his true abilities. Truly, he is remarkable, capable of anything. Zhao Gao, with an air of mystery, led Tang Yu out from the shadows. Perplexed, Tang Yu felt an unusual warmth emanating from his pocket. Upon retrieving the object, he discovered it to be a yin-yang fish jade talisman. Inexplicably placed there by someone at an unknown time, that moment, the talisman was activated, glistening with a radiant golden light. Standing there, Tang Yu resembled a human sun, as the encroaching gray malevolent energy surged towards him, only to be melted away by the brilliance of the light. P.S. Wow, it's already the 4th chapter. Guess where old Zhao is being dispatched to? Chapter 52. The Dragon King is furious. The consequences are severe. Soon, the malevolent energy within the room dissipated entirely, and the golden glow surrounding Tang Yu faded away, as well as the dark energy vanished. The members of the Qin family felt their bodies returning to normal. The few feng shui masters who had been injured by the malevolent energy found their afflictions alleviated. The consequences of such dark energy entering one's body could be dire, if not swiftly resolved. It could lead to severe illness or even death. They cast reverent glances towards Tang Yu. What is a true master? This, indeed, is a master. He had remained silent in the corner, only to emerge at a critical moment to turn the tide. Gazing upon his handsome visage and imposing stature, the onlookers were overwhelmed with emotion, some even moved to tears. Who would have thought they would have the privilege to witness a genuine master today? Truly, the true adept does not reveal their prowess. Those who reveal it are not true adepts. I am truly ashamed. I, a dignified Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, find my skills so lacking compared to young Master Tang. Alas, upon my return to the mountain, I shall meditate in solitude for 20 years. The grace of young Master Tang in saving me today will not be forgotten. Should he require my assistance in the future, I, Song, would lay down my life without hesitation. A chorus of feng shui masters erupted in praises, genuinely awed by young Master Tang's prowess. High, truly high. Amidst the fervent accolades, Tang Yu could only twitch the corners of his mouth. Who am I? Where the hell am I? This is not how the plot should unfold. Why am I the one showing off? Stop flattering me. I genuinely cannot bear it. At this moment, Ye Chen seethed with rage, his body trembling. He had not anticipated that his meticulously crafted scheme would be thwarted by Tang Yu, According to his design, he should have been the one standing there, basking in the admiration and praise of the crowd. To that moment, he would transform into the foremost Feng, Shui master of Suzhou and Hangzhou, with Qin Kursen falling in love with him. But now, all his aspirations lay in ruins. He stood there like a forlorn jester, occasionally receiving disdainful glances from others. His heart burned with fury, wishing to eliminate everyone present, especially Tang Yu, who had repeatedly brought him humiliation. Just as he was about to explode, Qin Kursen suddenly dashed towards the Buddhist statue placed on the altar. Grabbing it, she hurled it violently to the ground. With a resounding crash, the statue shattered. Capturing everyone's attention, the statue broke. A crimson light surged forth, darting towards Ye Chen. Upon its entry, his complexion paled, and blood trickled from his nostrils. The Jade Buddha had been crafted from the blood of a newborn and a stillborn. Now, its destruction would result in a backlash against its master, but he had learned much of such dark arts while following the old man since childhood, and felt no concern that a true achiever does not get bogged down by trivialities. To achieve greatness, one must accept casualties. Yet, those present were all Feng Shui masters that in terms of strength, they might not match Ye Chen, but their insight was not lacking. Upon witnessing the crimson light and Ye Chen's reaction, Xiao Chu was the first to react, pointing his Tianshi sword at Ye Chen and exclaiming, "You shameless scoundrel, so this malevolent energy was your doing. I too have seen it. This fellow's schemes are indeed insidious." After all this, it turned out to be a self-directed drama, revealing him to be a brazen individual. The other masters echoed their condemnation of Ye Chen. Faced with their accusations, Ye Chen's expression twisted into one of deep resentment. How could a dignified dragon king allow such lowly scum to berate him? This is the end. I tried to show off but ended up in disgrace. This petty-minded dragon is undoubtedly furious. Don't go on a killing spree. You are a dragon king and must endure. Do you understand? Seeing his sullen countenance, Tang Yu sensed impending trouble, that he had initially planned to endure the plot and then alert the Qin family about this schemer's trap. However, the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Qin Kursen grasped the gravity of the situation. She rushed over to her father, exclaiming, "Father, this person harbors malicious intent. Our Qin family must not let him go." Qin Pingqi's face darkened as he glared at Ye Chen, fury emanating from him. "Mr. Yi, should you not provide our Qin family with an explanation?" His gaze was imbued with lethal intent. In recent times, the Qin family had suffered greatly at the hands of this scoundrel. What explanation? I know not what you speak of. What purpose would I have in orchestrating this? Am I to possess foresight, knowing that the Qin family would offer a bounty of 10 billion? Ye Chen coldly denied. Of course, you have no idea the Qin family would offer 10 billion. You are only after Qin Kursen, seeking to play the hero. If you win her affection, the Qin family would be yours. What a shameless individual, with evidence laid bare, yet still refusing to concede. Tang Yu inwardly scoffed at this. Qin Kursen's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Ye Chen, coldly stating, "Stop pretending. I know this is your design. The snake you sent to my villa was also your doing, was it not? I have already reviewed the surveillance footage." Ye Chen's face momentarily flickered with embarrassment. She knew about the snake incident. Why had she not exposed him? "Sister, why waste words on him? Let us just end him," Chen Ming hissed through clenched teeth, for he was the first to be ensnared in this plot. That Jade Buddha, he had been duped into purchasing it. At the time, he believed he had acquired a treasure, only to bring ruin upon his family. After his shout, more than a dozen bodyguards from the Qin family surged forward. Yet, Ye Chen showed no inclination to flee to a Dragon King. He would rather stand and fight than retreat. As the bodyguards closed in, he let out a cold snort and took the initiative to strike. The foremost bodyguard swung a fist, but Ye Chen deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man flying. He then struck out, his fist sending two more bodyguards sprawling, as if they were mere novices in his presence. Chen Ming, seizing a vase as a weapon, charged forward to assist his family's bodyguards in subduing this scoundrel. However, before Tang Yu could call out to stop him, Ye Chen had already seized him by the throat. Gasps of shock echoed as Chen Ming found himself in a chokehold. The remaining bodyguards hesitated, fearing to act. "Release my brother." Qin Kursen's fury erupted instantaneously. If you dare to act recklessly, I will ensure you do not leave Suzhou and Hangzhou. Qin Pengqi was equally enraged. How dare an outsider act so brazenly on their territory? Faced with Qin Kursen's wrath, Ye Chen felt a pang of regret. Even with his charm, he doubted he could salvage the situation now. He looked coldly at the Qin family and declared, "Does a mere Qin family think they can threaten me? Ye Chen, today, we could have settled this peacefully, but if blame is to be placed, let it fall on that scoundrel named Tang." With that, he fixed his gaze on Tang Yu, eyes brimming with resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and now the Qin family, this scoundrel had perpetually sabotaged his endeavors. He resolved to no longer endure. Today, he would show them what it meant to provoke a Dragon King. Chapter 53. Who the hell is the real villain here? Under Ye Chen's intense scrutiny, Tang Yu felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Damn it, you useless wretch. What does this have to do with me? You squandered your own opportunity and now seek to blame Lin Bei. I genuinely do not wish to show off. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. Ye Chen, today you have a choice. Either the Qin boy dies, or you suffer in his stead. Ye Chen glared at Tang Yu, his voice dripping with malice. This treacherous scoundrel had stabbed him in the back countless times. Today he would reclaim some of the interest owed to him. As he spoke, he exerted slight pressure, causing Chen Ming's face to flush red as he struggled to breathe. Do not act rashly. If you leave now, our Qin family will not hold this against you, Qin Pengqi said, a hint of panic in his voice as he observed his son's distress. He should be the one to decide. Ye Chen gestured towards Tang Yu. Despite his breathing difficulties, Chen Ming feebly gestured towards Tang Yu that he was a trained fighter and knew that having his brother face off against Ye Chen was tantamount to a death sentence. Having already been saved once, there was no need for a second rescue, that if he were to perish at the hands of this scoundrel, he could always be brothers again in the next life. What? You worthless coward, would just watch your brother die at my hands? Ye Chen's tone dripped with cold disdain. Did he not enjoy playing games in the shadows? Then let them play. Would he truly allow himself to be a mere spectator as his brother faced death before his eyes? Release him. I will accompany you instead. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this lunatic had truly lost his mind. Although he yearned for a life of quietude, even he had his limits. After Tang Yu made his promise, the members of the Qin family found themselves in a state of panic. They were unwilling to watch Qin Ming come to harm, yet they could not bear to see Tang Yu suffer on his behalf. Qin Kursen, her eyes reddened with emotion, gazed at Tang Yu. Their relationship had been fraught with unpleasantness due to past grievances. Moreover, having witnessed Tang Yu's servitude for 3 long years, her impression of him had only soured further. What kind of man lacks self-respect? Yet today, her perception of Tang Yu was turned on its head. What woman could abhor a man of honor and loyalty? Do you truly dare to accept? Ye Chen was equally astonished by Tang Yu's audacity. He relaxed his grip slightly, allowing Qin Ming to draw a breath. His initial intention had not been to kill Qin Ming, but rather to humiliate Tang Yu as a form of retribution. However, since Tang Yu had acquiesced, he could hardly be blamed for his subsequent actions. Release him, and let us step outside for a fair duel. Each of us shall throw a single punch, and the victor shall be determined, Tang Yu declared, gesturing toward the open space beyond the hall. Although he longed to remain in hiding, he was not a coward. He had principles, for the sake of his brother. Agreed. Though Ye Chen verbally consented, he maintained his grip on Qin Ming's throat as the 3 of them exited. Upon seeing them leave, the onlookers followed suit. The array of feng shui masters regarded Tang Yu with newfound admiration. What constitutes a true master? Strength coupled with humility and a deep sense of loyalty. What shall we do now? Qin Pengqi was in a state of turmoil that he could not bear to watch his son perish. Yet he could not allow his nephew to sacrifice himself either. This man had effortlessly dispatched over 10 of his bodyguards, demonstrating an unfathomable level of power. Even if he called the police, it would be too late. Had he known this would transpire, he would have invested more in hiring skilled protectors for his home. Trust him. Qin Kursen bit her lip, resigned to the situation. She harbored deep resentment towards Ye Chen, wishing to see him dead at her own hands if the opportunity arose. After stepping outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and said, "You may release him now. Finally, you've mustered the courage to stand as a man. What does it matter if you only play dirty?" Ye Chen put, tossing Chen Ming aside carelessly. Several bodyguards rushed forward to catch their young master. Standing with his arms crossed, Ye Chen regarded Tang Yu with disdain, declaring, "Do not accuse me of bullying you, a mere weakling. I will allow you to land 3 punches. Should I so much as furrow my brow, I vow never to set foot in Suzhou or Hangzhou again." As a martial arts expert, he could perceive that this man was nothing but a fragile fool. Not only could he withstand a punch, but even 100 of them would hardly inflict any harm. "You may strike first. I fear for my fist becoming sullied." Tang Yu provocatively mirrored Ye Chen's posture, arms crossed defiantly. Why should he throw the first punch? Wasn't he foolish? The system had not bestowed upon him any offensive ancient martial skills that if he charged in to strike this scoundrel, it would be an exercise in futility. The only skills at his disposal were the immovable king technique and yin-yang supreme technique. Both could only be utilized once, leaving him in a precarious position. Within him flowed 2 distinct energies. Those of the aforementioned techniques. Although limited to a single use, both were at the pinnacle of mastery. The former could absorb an attack, while the latter could return double the damage inflicted. Truly, you are the esteemed young Master Tang. This is the mark of a genuine master. Indeed, why would one of such caliber need to strike first? With young Master Tang's extraordinary abilities, eliminating this scoundrel would be as effortless as squashing a fly. The multitude of feng shui masters had become fervent admirers of Tang Yu. They had come to a consensus. This young Master Tang was undoubtedly a man of remarkable talent. Seeking death, Ye Chen could scarcely tolerate such contempt directed at him. He was the exalted Dragon King. In places like Africa and the Middle East, he was met with nothing but respect. At that moment, the accumulated resentment within him surged forth like a tempest. With a furious shout, he lunged at Tang Yu, delivering a punch. Yet he did not unleash his full might, for he could not afford to kill this man, that he intended for the boy to languish in a hospital bed, witnessing the downfall of the Tang family. With a mere 3 meters separating them, Ye Chen's prowess allowed him to close the distance in an instant, his fist aimed directly at Tang Yu's chest. Simultaneously, the 2 energies within Tang Yu began to circulate at his command. When Ye Chen's punch made contact with Tang Yu, it felt as though he had struck a mound of cotton. Standing firm, Tang Yu did not budge an inch. The terrifying power of Ye Chen's punch was absorbed by the immovable king technique, then transformed by the yin-yang supreme technique. Tang Yu felt a surging force coalesce within his right hand. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a counterpunch that Ye Chen, still reeling from the shock of having struck with all his might, yet inflicted no damage, found himself on the receiving end of Tang Yu's blow. What had seemed a leisurely punch now contained unfathomable strength. Caught completely off guard, Ye Chen was sent hurtling backward as if cut loose from his strings. He flew several meters before crashing into a statue in the courtyard, a statue of an azure ox with a shepherd boy atop it. Ye Chen struck the ox's horns squarely, landing on the most vulnerable part of his backside, that in an instant, the horn became stained with blood, that a wave of agony radiated from his rear, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Had it not been for his remarkable willpower, he would have cried out. He tasted blood in his throat, and upon opening his mouth, expelled a mist of crimson. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Young Master Tang was indeed a peerless master of extraordinary ability. A man capable of effortlessly fending off over 10 bodyguards had been sent sprawling by a single punch from young Master Tang. The disparity in their strengths was nothing short of astronomical. P.S. To those early readers following this tale, I have made slight adjustments at the beginning, incorporating a reward for the immovable king technique. Another chapter will be delivered shortly. Chapter 54. Thankfully, he was cleanly done. Zhao Gaoxing was equally taken aback. Damn, young Master Tang truly harbors profound depths. While Big Brother, you're incredibly impressive. Sitting on the ground, Chen Ming clutched his throat, coughing violently, his eyes nearly bulging out. Following that punch, the scoundrel Yi not only spat blood on the spot, but also suffered grievously in a rather sensitive area. In summary, the collective sentiment among the crowd at that moment could be encapsulated in 4 words. young Master Tang, is formidable. Standing still, Tang Yu observed his fist and Ye Chen's bloodied backside, feeling a twinge of panic. Damn, he had struck the Dragon King's sensitive area. Thankfully, the Dragon King had made his morning business a clean affair. Otherwise, should he have accidentally expelled waste, the Dragon King would surely seek vengeance. What a young Master Tang, hiding such depth. After descending from the statue, Ye Chen found his gait unsteady. The pain in his rear rendered each step excruciating. He inhaled sharply, his gaze toward Tang Yu filled with both hatred and newfound fear. Even without unleashing his full strength, he should not have failed to inflict any harm. That punch from the other man, while perhaps slower, bore a far more terrifying potency. Had he not possessed extraordinary physical resilience, it might have cost him his life, that he now bore both internal and external injuries. Do not let him escape. Attack him. I shall reward you with 10 million for breaking an arm and 100 million for taking his life. At that moment, Chen Ming shouted fiercely. After enduring so long, she finally had her chance for vengeance. How could she let it slip away? The Chen family's bodyguards, having just suffered a significant loss, were seething with rage. Spotting an opportunity to pummel a cornered foe, they surged forward en masse at Ye Chen. His expression ashen, dared not confront this throng. Just the hidden strength of Tang Yu was enough to instill dread. A true man can bend and stretch, he muttered to himself, gritting his teeth against the pain as he dashed from the Chen estate. With a leap, he vaulted over the wall, but upon landing, he was taken aback. Outside the Chen estate, a dozen vehicles were parked, and Wang Yixue stood there with a frosty demeanor. Accompanying her were no fewer than 30 individuals. All clad in black suits, the unmistakable garb of bodyguards. After dealing with Wang, a traitor, the Wang family had mobilized their forces to track down Ye Chen. Revenge was imperative. Upon learning of Ye Chen's presence at the Chen estate, she had brought her elite forces along. Just as she stepped out of the vehicle, she spotted Ye Chen scaling the wall. Noticing the blood staining his clothes, she wasted no time pointing at him. Declaring, "Kill that scoundrel!" The Wang family's bodyguards surged forward, but Ye Chen's eyes widened with fury. As the esteemed Dragon King, he had traversed lands far and wide, never once having to endure such humiliation. He had always been the one to strike down the fallen. When had it become his turn to be the target? Faced with this cadre of 30 individuals, Ye Chen bellowed with all his might, throwing himself into the fray. Yet, after receiving that punch from Tang Yu, he was already internally injured. The pain in his sensitive area only compounded his difficulties. Every step he took was agonizing, as if he bore the weight of a grievous affliction. In this state of diminished strength against the onslaught of elite bodyguards, the goddess of victory finally favored them. After injuring a dozen guards, Ye Chen could endure no longer, and he was overwhelmed. Pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten, Tang Yu and his companions had already pursued them outside. Upon witnessing Ye Chen being besieged, Tang Yu could only think, "This has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. I merely delivered one punch." Observing the ferocity of the attack, Tang Yu was compelled to ponder a question. If the Dragon King would be killed, how would the story progress? As Chen Ming raised her hand to signal her bodyguards to join the fray, Ye Chen, barely able to withstand the blows, managed to retrieve a small vial from his pocket, shattering the vial against the ground. A cloud of red smoke billowed forth. The bodyguards encircling him inhaled the crimson mist, which rendered them intensely itchy. They paid no heed to continue beating Ye Chen, their hands incessantly scratching at their bodies. Tormented by an unbearable itch, once the entire group of bodyguards fell victim to this affliction, Ye Chen finally seized the opportunity to flee. Remaining here any longer would surely result in his demise at the hands of these scoundrels. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to rise from the ground, determined to commandeer a vehicle and make his escape. Today, he had suffered tremendous humiliation. He would repay it 100-fold in the future. Just as he was about to flee, a bodyguard, gritting his teeth, reached out and firmly grasped his pants. The young lady had made it clear upon arriving, eliminate this brat, and the year-end bonus would be multiplied tenfold. If he could personally ensure Ye Chen's capture, a reward of 20 million would await him. 20 million. Such a sum would allow him to indulge in countless escapades in a Cadillac. Thus, he endured the maddening itch. resolute in his pursuit to capture this young man. "Don't even think about escaping," the bodyguard bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The other bodyguards, unwilling to watch their bonuses slip away, also struggled against the excruciating itch, laboriously rising to detain Ye Chen. Ye Chen's psyche was unraveling under the relentless pressure of this group. It was the first time he had witnessed anyone afflicted by his itching powder still able to rise. Cornered and desperate, he resorted to his final tactic, the art of the golden cicada shedding its shell, that he unleashed the last remnants of his true energy, causing his pants to disintegrate instantly. In this manner, he successfully evaded the bodyguards. Simultaneously, his bloodied posterior was exposed to all, resembling a wild monkey. "Damn!" Upon witnessing this spectacle, the crowd collectively gasped at a sight most unseemly. Though he had managed to escape alive, socially, he was as good as dead. However, Ye Chen could scarcely afford to ponder such matters that he rushed towards a Mercedes, intent on fleeing at this juncture. Who could afford to be concerned about anything else? "Quick, lock the cars," one bodyguard cried out. Realizing the situation, they all hastily produced their car keys, locking the doors of over a dozen vehicles. As Ye Chen reached for a car door, it refused to budge. Frustration and humiliation swelled within him, compelling him to pivot and sprint towards the roadside. Just then, a taxi happened to be parked at the curb. Without hesitation, he leapt into the passenger seat, his expression fierce as he shouted at the driver, "Start the engine." "Now! Who the hell are you?" The driver, a young man, looked on in terror, eyeing Ye Chen with disbelief. "Just drive. Stop wasting time." Spotting his pursuers closing in, Ye Chen's urgency escalated. "It's not that I won't drive. I just want to know where the hell you got the money," the driver retorted, irritation evident on his face. Ye Chen retaliated with a swift punch to the driver's head, sending him crashing against the glass. Unconscious, Ye Chen deftly tossed the driver from the vehicle, slammed the accelerator, and sped onto the road, fleeing for his life. The group of bodyguards, now disheartened, realized the prize was slipping away. Damn it, the bonus was gone. Upon learning of Ye Chen's escape, Wang Yixue and Chen Ming were both incensed. How could they allow this scoundrel to slip through their fingers? Tang Yu, however, was unfazed. What does it mean to be the child of destiny? It signifies encountering fortuitous events at every turn, evading even the gravest of crises with ease. Thus, he sought to bide his time, avoiding unnecessary confrontations with such formidable foes. Alas, the world seemed determined to thrust him into conflict. P.S. The third update is presented. Chapter 55. Elbow. Entering the room, sister will examine you. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's escape, the feng shui masters present expressed their regret. Such a menace had eluded their grasp. Ladies and gentlemen, effective immediately, we of the Xianmen hereby expel Ye Chen from our ranks. Anyone associated with him shall be regarded as an enemy. Xiao Chu from Longhu Mountain bellowed at the assembly. His face remained pale, although the malevolent energy within him had dissipated. It would take him a considerable time to recover. Indeed, such a villain must not be allowed to continue exploiting the name of the Xianmen. Should I encounter this individual in the north, he shall certainly meet a dire fate. Others echoed their sentiments. Members of the Xianmen held firmly to the principles of the martial world, and Ye Chen's actions today were deemed utterly disgraceful. Once a consensus was reached, Xiao Chu turned to Tang Yu and said, "Young Master Tang, I shall forever be grateful for your assistance today. Should you require aid from Longhu Mountain in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "So shall I," another echoed. "Young Master Tang, with such talent at a young age, I believe you are the foremost feng shui master of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Does anyone dissent? It would not be an exaggeration to say you are the greatest of China," they exclaimed, their praises ringing out. Tang Yu felt a deep embarrassment, wishing he could dig himself a vast palace and garden to hide from the flattery. "Please, esteemed elders, you overpraise me. I have merely performed a trifling task. Let us not dwell on it. Please go and rest," he replied with a forced smile. Such talent and humility at such a young age, young Master Tang, is truly a dragon among men. One should aspire to be like young Master Tang. The praises continued until everyone dispersed to rest. "Are you all right?" Once the sycophants had departed, Chen Ming approached Tang Yu with concern. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Having known him for many years, she was acutely aware that Tang Yu likely possessed little in terms of strength. His calm demeanor suggested he was merely putting on a brave front to mask his injuries from those around him. "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head with a neutral expression. "What the hell? How did you come over here? Wait a minute. Didn't you used to dislike me?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Chen Ming smiled gently, saying, "Thank you so much for today." Their relationship had been cordial, yet distant. Strained by an incident over a decade ago when Chen Ming, accustomed to sleeping without clothes, found herself unexpectedly exposed when Tang Yu visited her home that in a fit of rage, she had confronted him, leaving a lasting impact on the young Tang Yu. Since that day, their relationship had been irrevocably altered. "You're too kind. Chen Ming is my brother." "It was only natural," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Though his gaze inadvertently drifted to a certain well-endowed area of Chen Ming, that it was not lewdness. Rather, it was a natural instinct of appreciation for beauty, devoid of any base intentions. Every man is, in essence, an artist. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen her. How has she developed so well? When I first met her, she was still so innocent. This is all Chen Ming's fault for putting me in this predicament. That bastard deliberately asked me to help him retrieve something, tricking me into her room. If he wants me to be his brother-in-law, he shouldn't be so underhanded, should he? That encounter was utterly uncalled for. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner musings, Chen Ming felt a mix of embarrassment and guilt, casting a murderous glare at her brother. So it was him who had set her up all those years ago. Given their close relationship, it was no wonder he often praised Tang Yu, attempting to foster a connection between them. With his rather foolish intellect, it was hardly surprising. Wang Yixue, who had approached, also caught wind of Tang Yu's thoughts and directed a similarly murderous look at Chen Ming. This boy had quite the audacity, attempting to help her sister steal a man for himself. How dare he? Chen Ming, sipping water from a bottle, was still rattled from his earlier encounter with Ye Chen, having felt as though he had one foot in the grave. Suddenly sensing the icy glares directed at him, he shivered involuntarily, wondering what he had done wrong, that he stood up and ambled over to Tang Yu, asking, "Hey, big brother, are you really okay after that punch?" "It's nothing serious," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Although the system could be a nuisance at times, the rewards were indeed substantial. "You're incredible, big brother. I never expected you to be so proficient." Chen Ming's admiration grew, recognizing Tang Yu as a true brother. "Step aside," Wang Yixue interjected, motioning for Chen Ming to move away. She turned to Tang Yu, frowning as she asked, "Did Ye Chen truly injure you?" Having witnessed Ye Chen's skill firsthand, she knew the severity of his injuries and was genuinely impressed that he had managed to escape from the bodyguards. "I took a punch, but it's nothing to worry about," Tang Yu said with a wry smile, gesturing toward the bodyguards. "What prompted you to bring so many people here?" The bizarre turn of events involving the Chen family was puzzling enough, but why had she come to confront Ye Chen? Wang Yixue proceeded to explain the situation at home, leaving Tang Yu in shock. Zhao Rulong, that fool, had been exposed. This meant Ye Chen had made enemies of both the Chen and Wang families. Adding himself to the mix, 3 of the 4 great families were now openly antagonistic toward him. "Let's go inside and check you over. We need to ensure you aren't hurt," Wang Yixue insisted, grasping Tang Yu's arm and pulling him toward the house. "Yes, we should check," Chen Ming concurred, her concern palpable. "I'm really fine. Please don't worry. Just let me rest," Tang Yu protested, unwilling to allow the 2 women to examine him. "What the hell is this for?" "No, sisters, I'm truly fine." "What do you mean, rest? We need to check to see if you're all right. What if something happens on the way?" Wang Yixue refused to relent. Coughing, she reassured him, "I genuinely just want to ensure your well-being. There are no ulterior motives." "Then, why not let a doctor take a look?" Tang Yu grimaced. "Something's off. This is definitely not right. Is this a physical examination, or what? My family doctor resigned a couple of days ago, so let's just proceed with the checkup." Although Chen Ming couldn't hear Tang Yu's thoughts, as a good brother, he understood women well. Tang Yu was already contemplating how to strangle this scoundrel. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone to save him. "Hurry up and go inside. Don't make me wait for you to come in like a hard ass." Wang Yixue waved her phone, and Tang Yu could only capitulate, feeling like a fragile female protagonist from some movie, caught in someone's grasp. Chapter 56. The three families unite to suppress Ye Chen as the two entered a guest room. Just as Wang Yixue was about to close the door, Chen Ming hastily followed. "What are you doing here?" "I'm going to check his body." Wang Yixue frowned slightly. "Did I in her eyes?" This woman was already a threat. Moreover, the guy praised her for her development. It was nothing extraordinary. She certainly looked better than her in terms of legs. "This is my home. Can I come and check on my brother's benefactor?" Chen Ming replied with an air of arrogance. Wang Yixue furrowed her brow, realizing that dwelling on this topic would lead nowhere, so she refrained from saying more. She approached Tang Yu and instructed, "Take off your shirt. Let me see if you're injured." "I'm really not hurt. Why would I lie to you?" Tang Yu replied, feeling a mix of despair and trepidation. Damn it. How could she be more lecherous than he was? "Let me have a look." Wang Yixue removed her glasses and reached out to tug at Tang Yu. Knowing he had no escape, Tang Yu reluctantly complied, swiftly shedding his shirt to prove he was indeed uninjured. Although he lacked combat prowess, he still exercised regularly to maintain his physique. When he revealed his 8-pack abs, both Chen Ming and Wang Yixue's gazes were involuntarily drawn to him. Women, it seemed, were far more lustful than men. Furthermore, Tang Yu was an undeniable heartthrob. Tang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. This only served to embolden them further. Women enjoyed witnessing men's shyness. They relished the vulnerability in men, which sparked their maternal instincts and protective urges. "I told you there's nothing wrong." Under the unwavering gaze of the two women, Tang Yu genuinely found it hard to withstand. Wang Yixue chuckled, her fingers lightly tracing Tang Yu's chest as she asked, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all." He shook his head, hastily grabbing his shirt to put it back on. "Look at you. We're not going to eat you," Wang Yixue retorted with a cold snort, giving him a playful slap on the backside. "Damn it, you little vixen. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? If it weren't for Chen Ming being here, I'd definitely hit you back." As Tang Yu's thoughts echoed, both women's expressions turned peculiarly contemplative. This guy seemed to be enjoying himself in his mind. Wang Yixue chuckled inwardly. "Would you dare to strike back? If you did, I dare you to do it. Then I'll head back." After putting his clothes back on, Tang Yu felt like a duck on a delivery mission, ready to collect his pay and leave. "Where do you think you're going?" "We have some important matters to discuss," Chen Ming called out to stop him. "What is the matter? Shouldn't our three families unite? Although I don't know much about Ye Chen, he must be quite formidable." "Right," Chen Ming began. Her knowledge of Ye Chen was indeed limited, but his methods and capabilities were evidently impressive that if they let him escape today, this conflict would remain unresolved. He had to be eliminated. "My Wong family will definitely kill this man," Wang Yixue declared with a frosty demeanor. How dare he scheme against her? How could he lay a hand on her precious kin? This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Seeing both women looking at him, Tang Yu felt a pang of discomfort. He truly just wanted to quietly bide his time and collect rewards. Yet today, he was on the verge of losing it all. Given the circumstances, merely hoping to hide away was no longer an option. "My Tang family feels the same." Tang Yu forced a smile. "Damn it, who would have thought that I, a villain, would team up with the heroines to take down the Dragon King? What a nonsensical plot twist. Utterly incomprehensible. But perhaps it's not entirely a bad thing. Since I can no longer hide, might as well act decisively. All right, starting today, we should invest some resources to bolster our security. Additionally, the three families will join forces to suppress the Longchen group, which is under Ye Chen's control." Wang Yixue began making arrangements. Currently, the security forces of their respective families were not particularly strong. The reason was simple. Su Hang was their territory, and everyone knew about the four great families. Those with a sound mind wouldn't dare provoke them. Those without a sound mind were unworthy of such provocation. Now that the situation had changed, it was necessary to invite some skilled individuals back to ensure that Ye Chen would not escape again. The combined strength of the three families was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what a mere Longchen group could withstand. After racing away for over 20 kilometers in a taxi, Ye Chen finally arrived at the He family estate. He didn't tee head to the Longchen group. That was merely a company with no security forces capable of safeguarding him in his current pitiful state. So, he opted to come to the He family. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Ye Chen prepared to exit the car, but suddenly realized something alarming. Although he was dressed, he was not wearing any pants. Seeing his utterly disheveled appearance, he inwardly cursed Tang Yu. As for Chen Kursin and Wang Yixue, those two women he must absolutely have. There was no way he would let go of what he had set his sights on. After pondering for a moment, he took off his jacket and tied it around his waist before stepping into the He family estate. The He family was quite familiar with him. Upon seeing his pitiful state, they quickly escorted him to their private hospital for treatment. After some treatment, he was placed in a hospital room to recuperate, and he knew it would take at least half a month to recover fully. Lying on the hospital bed, Ye Chen came to a profound realization. The primary reason for his failure in conquering the four great families was none other than Tang Yu. That useless, rich second-generation scion was far more formidable than he appeared. Every time his plans went awry, it was somehow related to him. If he wished to take Su Hang, he must eliminate this individual. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by He Huyen and an elderly woman with silver hair entering the room. The elderly woman was none other than He Lianhua, the current matriarch of the He family. The He family was quite peculiar as it was always led by women. They never married out, only accepting sons-in-law. Given the He family's power, there must have been countless suitors willing to become their sons-in-law. Upon entering, the two were greeted by the sight of Ye Chen lying in a disheveled heap on the hospital bed. He Lianhua approached with a warm smile, expressing concern. "Little Yi, I heard you were injured. Is it serious?" "It's nothing much, just a minor injury," Ye Chen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "As long as it's not severe, you should take the time to rest here. If you need anything, just let the servants know," He Lianhua said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries in the hospital room, He Lianhua took her granddaughter, He Huyen, and left. Once outside, He Huyen's expression turned scornful. She had learned about the events concerning the Chen family, as for Ye Chen's tactics. She held no regard. As long as the job was executed, that was what mattered. However, failing in his endeavor and ending up like a beaten dog, even losing his pants, what a disgrace. "Grandma, do you still think he has the potential to be a true dragon among men?" He Huyen couldn't help but inquired at He Lianhua's side. "Indeed, I am somewhat disappointed. He doesn't even measure up to half the charisma of his master in his youth. His master was a prodigy of extraordinary talent. How could he produce a disciple who ends up like this?" Upon hearing her words, He Huyen chose to remain silent. Previously, when her grandmother learned that he had come to Su Hang, she had considered placing her bets on him. Now, however, that was out of the question. Chapter 57. Old Zhao from the Antarctic. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, who lay alone in the hospital room, the He family's perception of him was far from flattering. After resting for 2 hours, 4 men dressed in black suits entered the room. Each bore a skull ring on their fingers, a distinctive mark of the Dragon Soul Organization's death squad, an emblem of honor. In the Dragon Soul Organization, only the most skilled and experienced experts were qualified to enter the death squad. This was one of Ye Chen's most elite forces, second only to the 8 great generals. They had originally been dispatched by Ye Chen to gather intelligence in Yanjing, but were recalled due to today's events. Dragon King. The 4 men entered and knelt on one knee in salute. Seeing Ye Chen injured and lying on the hospital bed, their expressions turned grave. Who were the fools that dared to launch a joint ambush against the Dragon King? "What news do you have from Yanjing regarding the intelligence gathering?" Ye Chen inquired. "We have investigated 3 major families and discovered some leads," one of them replied, producing a dossier to hand to Ye Chen. After glancing at it, Ye Chen's expression darkened. "Understood. Once I recover, I will personally head to Yanjing." Taking a deep breath, he realized he did not wish to show his face in Su Hang for the time being. Looking at the 4 men, he commanded, "You 4 will stay in Su Hang and eliminate Tang Yu, the young master of the Tang family." Now, lying in the hospital bed, he sensed something was amiss. He wasn't too sure why his punch failed to harm Tang Yu, but that return strike had contained his unique Xianyang true energy. Xianyang true energy could only be cultivated by someone with a rare Xianyang physique. Apart from himself, there was certainly no other in the entirety of Huaxia. Thus, he speculated that Tang Yu's strength might be different from what he had assumed. Sending the death squad to probe him was the best course of action. The 4 of them joined forces, to the point that even they themselves felt an overwhelming headache. "All right." The quartet responded in unison before departing the hospital to execute their mission. After leaving the Chen residence, Tang Yu rode away with Zhao Gaoxing. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with today? Zhao Gaoxing inquired, his face alight with a smile as he looked at Tang Yu. Today, young Master Tang truly exuded an air of authority. The renowned Feng Shui masters of the Xianmen held him in utmost reverence. The Qin family expressed their profound gratitude towards young Master Tang, significantly enhancing the friendship between the two families. In the future, when young Master Tang assumes control of the Tang family, their status will surely continue to ascend. Satisfied, exceedingly satisfied. Tang Yu felt a pang of irritation at this two-faced sycophant, suspecting that his family's Feng Shui must be in disarray. Why was there an abundance of individuals scheming to undermine him? They would likely perform even better than Ye Chen if appointed as Dragon Kings. Well, Zhao Gaoxing winked at Tang Yu, harboring a glimmer of anticipation. Having contributed significantly to young Master Tang's success, wouldn't a grand reward be in order? Tang Yu retrieved a 10 billion yuan check from his pocket and handed it to him. He originally had no intention of accepting the money, but the Qin family insisted he take it, arguing that refusing would be a breach of trust. Upon receiving the check, Zhao Gaoxing's joy was uncontainable. Young Master Tang truly treats us loyal subjects with great generosity. By the way, Uncle Zhao, isn't our family planning to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I would like you to take charge of this endeavor. It's not easy to make a round trip there, so to avoid disrupting your family, I suggest you all travel there together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be calculated at 3 times the current rate, and I will trouble you for the next few years. All traitorous sycophants shall be exiled. He initially considered sending them to Syria, but reconsidered, deeming it too close. Antarctica would provide the necessary tranquility. Should another two-faced sycophant arise, they may have to be dispatched to a space station for extraterrestrial exploration. Thank you. Young Master Tang, that I, Zhao, shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the Tang family. Zhao Gaoxing expressed his gratitude, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Young Master Tang was exceedingly considerate, even allowing him to bring his family along. After exiting the vehicle, he promptly took a photograph of the check and shared it in the management group. Oh dear, I inadvertently assisted young Master Tang today, and his gesture was a reward of 10 billion. Young Master Tang has also assigned me to oversee the new project in Antarctica. When I return, I shall bring back some penguins as souvenirs for my brothers. All brothers must strive diligently, for young Master Tang never neglects those who contribute. Following the image of the check being shared in the group, Zhao Gaoxing boasted for a while. Soon, the group erupted in excitement that Jin. What the hell? 10 billion. I made a grave mistake. I should have remained by young Master Tang's side to continue achieving merits. Wang Defa. Old he. You are mistaken. Though we may not be beside young Master Tang, it does not hinder us from earning merits. We must all strive harder. Does anyone know what young Master Tang wishes to pursue recently? Please inform me, and I shall share 1/10 of my reward. Whoever knows, please tell me first. I will give you 1/5. I will take 1/3. You can roll that back. Inward competition, get lost. Amidst the commotion in the group, Tang Yu inexplicably shivered a few times that he seemed to sense a lurking malice, yet he could not discern its source. Could it be that the odious Ye Chen is cursing me? Parking the car in the garage before swiftly returning to his room. Once the door was closed, he silently pondered, System, what is this time's reward? It better not be another one-time reward. Ding! The host has successfully navigated the plot. The reward is the complete mastery of an ancient martial arts discipline. You may choose between Indestructible King Kong Technique and Yin Yang Ultimate Technique, or randomly select one ancient martial art. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. This time, his survival within the plot had nothing to do with mere persistence. This dogged system, unexpectedly generous, had not bestowed a one-time reward. Perhaps being a bit more resolute yielded even better rewards. He was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of gratitude. This ungrateful system had finally come to its senses. Father, I choose Indestructible King Kong Technique. Tang Yu quickly made his choice. Fearing pain, he allocated all his points to defense. This technique could withstand the punches of Dragon King Ye Chen. Not selecting it would be sheer folly. Soon, He felt a boundless surge of energy coursing through his body, ready to protect him at any moment. After practicing this technique, he decided to test it on himself. Hey, it didn't hurt. No, I need someone else to try it. Tang Yu thought he was still too gentle on himself. He needed someone to be a bit more ruthless. But given his esteemed status within the Tang family, there was only one man who dared to strike him hard. Thus, he left his room and took a stroll upstairs, eventually arriving at his father's study. Upon entering, he found his father engrossed in stock trading on the computer. Lacking business acumen, he seldom concerned himself with the affairs of the Tang group, content to dabble in stocks with his spare billions. Upon seeing Tang Yu, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you just idling about? I thought you might be bored, so I came to keep you company." Tang Yu chuckled, approaching to pat his father's shoulder. "How have your stock investments been lately, old Tang? Have you made any profits?" His father's expression darkened instantly. "Old Tang, this brat must be courting disaster, right? P.S. Did you guess that the devil was headed to Antarctica? Here is the third update. No traders, please leave a 5-star review.